A very good morning and welcome to Donington Park for day 2 of our RNG official test here across this lovely Easter weekend that we have. Weather so much different today than what we had yesterday. The very strong winds that were hitting us yesterday have all but disappeared, and we have a bit of nice fluttery flags, which does make a bit of a difference. Yeah, welcome everybody. I'm Duncan Vincent and it's great to be back here. We were live all day yesterday and we will be live today as well, bringing you as much of the action as we can, if not all of it. And also some trips down into the pit lane to try and catch up with some of the riders and find out what their thoughts are, as we did yesterday. But nice to see so many people arriving quite early in the morning and picking up their favourite vantage points. That's what we want to see. The more, the merrier. And yesterday was a day of a lot of interesting things in all classes. The emergence of Cam Dawson getting himself to one of the sessions that we see on track just now, which is the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship and the rocket off BMW F900R Cup. Now, Sport Bike last year was a national championship and it fell in line with the likes of the Pirelli National Super Stock Championship, but in 2026 it has been elevated to British Championship status, which is quite fabulous really. It does also kind of mimic what the World Championship scene is doing, but we need to be quite proud of Sport Bike because it was effectively the brainchild in the UK with MSVR and it's now gone global. And some of the stars that are racing on the global scene started with us in this very country, the likes of Cass Beckmans, Ferry Fleerackers, our very own Fenton Seabury and Harrison D. Soy, who have all gone on to the world scene. But I think they'll still have a pretty keen eye on what happens in the UK British Sport Bike Championship, that's for sure. So let's have a look at the times from yesterday. We have the printout from TSL here. Now, you can find everything that I've got. You can go back to TSL's website and all the timings sheets are available for you. If you just hit basically the combined list from yesterday on a PDF, which you can download absolutely everything. And Cam Dawson was fastest in the session. Mentioned that already. He's on the Powerslide Suzuki this year. He stepped away from Supersport midway through last year, and it was actually quite a good move for Cam to do. At that time, it didn't look like he was really enjoying too much of his riding in Supersport, and he just needed a bit of a break to go away and kind of reboot himself and come back. In doing so, he picked up a triumph with Peter Hickman. And I got to say, I think he arrived at Cardwell Park. The bike was hardly built. It was in the back of a van getting getting forks and getting a rear swinging arm put in it when I first saw him in the paddock. But he said, look, I'm just here to have some fun. Let's start enjoying racing again. And that's kind of what Cam did. He approached the back end of last year with a smile on his face and got quicker and quicker as the events unfolded for him. Now, it's a completely different bike and setup for him to get used to. He's been used to for years riding the Kawasaki in Supersport, which is a bit of an inline 4 screamer, and to come to the Sport Bike Championship, it does ride differently. It's got different engine characteristics, so you can understand that the way the bike works is completely different. It took Cam maybe a little while to get his head around it, but I have to say yesterday, shown fine form on that Powerslide Suzuki, taking over the ride that Asher Durham was very successful in last year. And I haven't heard too much about Asher actually. He did become a new dad, a father, towards the end of last year. He and his partner Nina welcomed a lovely baby into the world, which is fabulous news. So Asher, I would understand, will have his hands quite full with everything going on there. But with Cam Dawson on that bike, very fast yesterday in all 3 sessions. But he was pushed, well, you look at youth and experience, he was pushed by the other end of the spectrum. And Mr. Alastair Seeley was the man who was doing the pushing. And you look at that and think, Alastair Seeley in Sport Bike? Well, yes, Alastair was absolutely on form. And it's a funny story. The whole Binge team, who are basically the Supersport team for Oliver Barr and for Carter Brown, But it turns out that Ian Barr's brother, Graham, had an Aprilia 660, and they want to give Alastair a run out at the northwest on this bike. So that's basically, I put 2 and 2 together and came up with the correct answer for once. And it was confirmed by Ian Barr in a text message later on. I then did say it would be nice if 3B Construction and Binge Pro could find a budget to put Seeley in for the whole year. To which a very quick return text message came in saying if you can find somebody to help fund that, that would be fabulous. We kind of got our hands full with Oliver and also Carter Brown, which is very understandable. But, you know, sport bike isn't a junior championship, and we've said that from the start, as MSVR have as well. We saw Richard Cooper in it for year number 1, and we know that anybody can enter this championship. And I tell you what, the likes of Seeley in it, it would be just right up Alastair's street when you think about it as well. You know, the aggression that we saw from these youngsters last year, riding the sport bikes. Alfie Davidson was one of the guys who's just gone to the top of the timing screens just now. He was on the Sencat Aprilia last year. And I have to say, Alfie Davidson just was fabulous. From Cadwell Park onwards, he really, really started to get his elbows out and ride like the others were starting to ride. But Alfie Davidson was a bit of the trendsetter in my eyes on that. Goes away from the Sencat Aprilia, but stays on Aprilia and goes to, well, you'd almost look at it as being like an official Aprilia team, even though it's not, the IN competition team, who have run Aprilias for so long. And is that one of the cleverest moves in the paddock? Well, it may well be for young Alfie Davidson. We'll keep our eyes on that. But Alfie circulating today on bike number 28 in the Aprilia IN competition, Aprilia 660 RS. Keep an eye on him. He was fast yesterday, and he is currently top of the times on bike number 28, pushed by Joe Ellis. Bit of a turn up for Joe Ellis. And also another man that was having some great testing was Rhys the Rocket Stevenson on bike number 76. And it's fabulous to see Rhys having a good test and a good bit of luck for once. Rhys announcing in his plans that he does plan to go and do a bit of road racing through 2026 as well. So we wish him the best of luck with that. But it'll be all eyes on very much the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship throughout the course of the year. Now, BMW's yesterday, a little bit topsy-turvy. Bobby Very never showed up for the first couple of sessions, and then when he did show up, my goodness, he was fast. And he was also a man who disappeared 3/4 of the way through our championship last year when he lost his Stamford racing ride, which was a big shame. Big shame for the championship, big shame for Bobby Very. But thankfully he has returned, and he's returned on what we would class as his own team. It's Bobby Very Racing on the BMW F900R Cup bike. And yesterday he was quite considerably faster than anybody else. Now, Barry Burrell has left this championship, not testing it, the bike this weekend. He's on the big super stock bike, last year's champion. Bobby Very will be one of the championship favourites, that's for sure. But Rob McNeely was going well yesterday as well on the McNeely Brown BMW. It's always easy to spot Big Rob. I say Big Rob, he's just tall. But it's the Dino Road colours as somebody slides off going through the Craner curves. I see that live on the circuit CCTV camera. The Port West Race Safe Marshals attending just the scene. And that's what you've got to watch. Now, that caught Rory Skinner out yesterday. I didn't actually manage to catch up with Rory yesterday. But I probably should have tried to see him at night. But as you can probably hear, I disappeared off, back to the digs, had a hot shower, tried to soothe the throat, took a lot of paracetamol, and put oneself to bed. Fighting man flu? No, it's not man flu, it's just a slight cold. But hence the reason I do maybe sound a little bit like Barry White, a little bit husky. There you go. Rider up on his feet, walking away with the Port West Race Safe Marshals, who slid off going through Craner curves. But that did happen yesterday to Rory Skinner on an outlap, actually, on the Superbike, which was quite a strange one. It's never the best thing to have happen. But we did see Rory up on his feet yesterday. He walked away from that, and they got the bike back. But I don't believe there was any necessity or any rush to try and get the bike fixed and back on track, because they do have a whole day today. There was only 1 hour session, and Rory crashed right at the beginning. And it takes a good 25, 30 minutes to get the bike back. The rider gets back, but then from the inside, the van needs to be sent across under the tunnel, go down there to pick up a bike from Craner Curves, as we can see the Maxis van making its way there right now, actually, to collect that rider who just slipped off. Nothing has come back. Yes, it has now. Faller at Craner Curve rider OK. Bike number 41, which is Nick Cronin, unfortunately. Nick Cronin slides off the Aprilia, of the THC Racing Aprilia. Thankfully, perfectly okay, up and walked away from that one. But it's that left-hander. Yesterday there was a wind, but it was pushing them back across the track. It wasn't trying to take the front wheel away from them going down Craner Curves. But today, I would just put that down to early morning track temperature and maybe pushing just that little bit hard. It can catch out the best, and we saw that yesterday. So back to where we were. Harley McCabe has just gone to the top of the times, and Harley's another man that's had a change of team. Last year, he was under the watchful guidance of Matt Bainbridge at Rapid Honda, with Dave Hewson on the data side of things, and Claire Armstrong keeping an eye on all things across all sides of the garage. But Harley McCabe has now changed teams. He's had a little bit of a manoeuvre back to... He's almost gone full circle, actually, because he started his Moto3 career with MLAV, went away. He and his dad decided to try and do a bit of Moto3 on their own. Didn't really work, coming away from the larger team. Ended up last year with Rapid Honda on the 660 Aprilia sport bike, and has now gone back to MLAV. So Fibertech Aprilia by MLAV Racing is where Harley McCabe goes back to. And you know, sometimes that does a rider good. A little bit of a creature of habit. It's always good for somebody to go someplace where they feel comfortable, they feel wanted, and they feel loved, and that's the huge thing for the rider. Now, I've had a little bit of a message from a good friend of mine, Jeff Meek, and thank you very much for that, Jeff. I'll keep that to myself. I did surmise with that yesterday, Jeff. I thought that was possibly the issue, but thank you very much for your message. Good to know you're listening as well, Jeff. I do hope you're well, and I do hope the grass is starting to be cut and things are looking lovely, as Donington does. I've got to say that the staff at Donington have prepared a lovely circuit. The MSV circuit always looks fabulous, and it's coming out a pretty cold, long winter, and the buds of spring are very much starting to show. The trees aren't fully green yet, but they're just starting to get those little bits of green on them, which is almost like a little ray of hope, isn't it? That's what we look at. Good grief, where am I going? This Easter weekend, need to bring it back. Bikes on track. Yeah, Harley McCabe, top of the times from that Alfie Davidson and Rhys Stevenson, and we've talked about all those guys. Aidan Davey is in 4th place just now. The young man who comes from Preston Pans, all the way up there in Scotland, just beside Edinburgh. And Aidan, another year with the CF Moto team under the watchful guidance of Ali Grant. And also Eddie Roberts very much involved with that as well. He is the kind of overall boss, but Ali Grant runs those bikes at every meeting and prepares them very, very well. And interesting that Aidan stays on. It's a very, very good team to be in, but he's got a much younger teammate this year, so Aidan is now the kind of bona fide, I would have to say, team leader in that team, and Peter Willis is the newcomer coming in. It's always kind of been a kind of revolving door, that second bike at the CF Moto team, purely because of injuries that have happened to the other riders who have been riding it. Aidan has been the kind of staple for quite some time, and it's good to see that he's retaining his ride for 2026, and the CF Moto is very much coming on song. It was one of the bikes that was very much helped by the small bop adjustment towards the middle to the end of last year. The sport bike class is heavily monitored by the likes of MSVR and the MSV's technical, I'm going to call him technical advisor, and that's probably the correct name. I've got it right. Scott Smart, who is here this weekend. It'd be good if we could maybe grab a word with him. Every time I've gone into the pit lane, Scott's been like a bee buzzing in and out of garages, speaking to the, not the riders, but speaking to like the team bosses and getting bits of feedback. And I suppose Scott's job is it's almost an unthankful task for everybody pulling his arm for, my bike's not fast enough, it doesn't accelerate quick enough, we need this, we need that, you need to slow that bike down. But any balance of performance adjustment across the sport bike class is always done via data. It's never done on somebody's own thoughts. Scott will look at the data for these bikes, and whether it's a rev change, whether it's a torque change, I should say, which is the easiest thing for them to do in this class. But sometimes it's as easy as a weight change as well. But there was a small bop adjustment towards the middle to the end of last year, where the Suzuki and Aprilia were kept the same actually, and everything else got that slight little adjustment. The Kawasaki, the Yamaha, and the CF Moto. I think the Triumph remained the same as well. And we're talking tiny adjustments, but what we did see with that tiny kind of reset was, as we see a bike getting picked up from a rider at Goddard's. Let me interrupt myself. Have a big long look towards that. Rider with the bike up on his feet, helping the marshals push that away. Unfortunately, that's Hayden Clinton off the Yamaha, off the Hayden Clinton Racing sport bike. Very slow, low speed. Well, if it's Goddard's and he's walking away like that, it's usually a front end one. We saw yesterday, unfortunately, Zach Corduroy go down there. And yeah, our good friend Zach Corduroy, I think he put his shoulder out. He's on the unfit list for today in Super Sport, so we'll come back to that later on, which is a great shame. I'm just watching this bike get pushed quite far away, all the way back towards the kind of the old chicane area that used to be at the end of the Donington Street. There is a van in that area, so maybe it's broken a clip on from the side of that. But yeah, anyway, back to the balance of performance. It just makes it a nice level playing field. And the tweaks that we saw last year, as small as they were towards the end of the year, it brought the Kawasaki back into play. It helped the Yamaha, and it also brought the CF Moto into play as well. And a very good bit of work by Scott Smart and his team. And I'm also going to, at one point today, get Neil Spalding up into the commentary box, because Spalders is here on site. He threatened to come up yesterday. But I think he went and sold clutches. I'm not actually too sure what he did, but he didn't arrive. Did see him last night quite a lot, unfortunately. It was lovely to have a good old chat with him. But he will come up into the commentary box today. And I always like hearing from Neil Spalding, because Spalders gives a kind of an engineering look on a lot of this stuff, especially the bikes. And it would be good to have him up possibly for a bit of the super bikes, just to get his take on what we see on track, because I was having a nice long chat with him about this new Bimota, the AJN Steelstock FS3 Bimota, which is a really stunning bit of kit when you look at it, and it's also a bit of a potent weapon, believe it or not. So to see that bike doing its stuff, it's good to see. So good morning, everybody. It's good to see you all here at Donington Park for our RNG official test. And the Bennett's, there you go, I've said it's first time I said it, for the British Superbike Championship for 2026, as we move into our 30th anniversary season. 30 years of the Superbikes in the UK, and what a 30-year run we have had, and long live the next 30 years as well. We've got two tests in April, the test we have at Donington just now, and then we go to Oulton Park on the 21st and 22nd of April. That's good, because Oulton Park then rolls into our very first race meeting of the year, and that's where we will see the bank holiday weekend, which is always a famous one, the 2nd to the 4th of May. And we will be joined by Alan Hyde and Larry Carter, because this is BSB Radio with Kawasaki, presented by Kawasaki. And speaking of Kawasaki, Craig Watson was in the commentary point yesterday. He came up and he was wearing his Bimota gear. You see, we all have lovely new gear for 2026. The new clothing partner with the British Superbikes is now Alpine Star, and that was announced just prior to the test on Thursday, which was great to see. Happy to share that, and happy to wear it as well. Lovely clothes, and a big thank you to everybody at Alpine Star for jumping on board with the 2026 season. So we're talking about Alastair Seeley, and look at that, he's now gone to the top of the times. And I've just seen that Charlie Atkins, if that's correct, number 56, has gone down at Hollywood. Yeah, Charlie Atkins off the Sim Cirrus, unfortunately, Kawasaki. up on his feet walking away with the Port West Race Safe Marshals. I can see that on the internal CCTV feed, which is always great. Charlie up, he's going to take a little trip to the medical centre, even though he is up on his feet and walking away. And speaking of the medical centre, I was watching the course inspection laps this morning. Heike Romer, the CMO in the BMW safety car with Stuart Higgs, away for the circuit inspection. And the Port West medics looking fabulous. So let's give a shout out to our Port West Race Safe Marshals and the scrutineering team who are down in the pit lane as well. The scrutineering team's always nice and easy to spot because they have the blue Port West gear in the pit lane, and they're the guys that are always checking all the bikes pre-event, and if a bike goes down they will give it a check before it goes back out onto the circuit. So different areas, different clothing colours, but it's still all the same great gear. Great shame for Charlie Atkins, that, and he wasn't the only SimCity's bike down yesterday, because Lewis Jones tipped off at the Fogarty S's very early on in session number 1. Did young Lewis Jones go down, and unfortunately when he went down, there was a big gust of wind as well after that. It blew a couple of the foam pads over, so the Port West Marshals were very, very busy around that side of the circuit trying to pick everything up and get it all back into place. But I haven't seen Lewis enter onto the unfit list, which means a rider can't go out today. There are 3 riders' names who have appeared on there, and we should maybe mention that at the very start of play. It's Zach Corduroy, all from Supersport as well. Zach Corduroy, number 11. Cameron Fraser, number 66. And 97, Bradley Peary, who you've probably seen a post on social media for poor Brad, who slipped off going through the Starkeys Bridge area of the track. So there goes Alastair Seeley across the line. He goes back to the top with that actual lap, a 1:36.997. If we look at combined times from yesterday, 1:36.3 was the fastest time put down by young Mr. Dawson. And you ask, where is Cameron Dawson today? Well, that's a good point. Is he actually testing today, or did he just plan on doing the one day? Did send a text message. I did read it, honestly. But then again, maybe I forgot to actually read the actual details of that text message. So we'll try and find exactly where he's saying that to and find out what young Cam is up to, because he is not on our timing screens as we see right now. But it's always easy to lose a name on a timing screen as you quickly scan down. There's another notice that came up there. Number 27 stopped with a technical problem down at the Melbourne Loop. And 27... let's have a look, make sure we get our numbers correct. Callum Beach, yeah, Callum Beach off the UPVC Outlet Racing Kawasaki. And Callum Beach, another person who steps up from, well, when did we last see Callum Beach? He was in Super Team, that was it. We saw him in Junior Super Sport on the UPVC Kawasaki, went into Super Team, some great results in Super Team. And with Super Team not being cancelled, but Super Team just evolving into the Junior Sport Bike Championship, which we'll cover later on, I think this is the right place for Callum Beach to be, actually, in this British Championship. He's at a level now where he will fit in well here. But unfortunately, a technical problem making his bike stop at the Melbourne Loop. Hopefully, he's managed to get that back through the gate into the paddock. I'm just having a long look here. Binoculars of the queue. And do we see Callum Beach making his way back in through that gate? Oh no, we can't. But I can see Charlie Atkins coming on the back of Ian Parsons' Honda taxi bike. All taxi bikes supplied by Honda UK to the British Superbike paddock. And Charlie in the back of that bike looks quite happy, but he does have to go to the medical centre after being requested by the marshals. So that's fair game. With only 9 minutes of the session to go, the taxi bike nice and slowly making its way up the paddock. Charlie on the back. I think that's an Africa Twin. There you go. Takes me back to the days when I used to watch the Paris-Dakar. And some of the SimCity's team, Charlie Atkins' family, just waiting for him coming in there, smiling away. So that should hopefully be a formality for him. We'll see if he's back here on track later on. So course cuts are quite a thing when it comes to testing as well. A lot of course cuts keep popping up. And that involves our timing gurus, Richard Evans and Sam Jones from TSL Timing, brought to you by Omologato. It means they have to go and put a special timing loop across the track. Now that is at the end of the straight coming in towards the Fogarty S's. There's just it's an escape road, effectively. So there's a little runoff area. So if somebody does have a moment on the brakes, or, you know, some things happen, you may brake too late because it's testing. You're always trying to push that envelope and see if you can do a better lap time. Well, there is an escape road rather than trying to ride through the gravel, because it's difficult to walk through a gravel trap, never mind actually ride through a gravel trap. It's not a wide road, though. It's only maybe about 2 or 3 feet wide, so you've got to be kind of pinpoint to get through it. But there is a timing loop there, so every time somebody goes through it, ping, their transponder goes back downstairs. But then the deputy race director, Claire Neat, has to type all this and put it on the screen. It's a pretty comprehensive log when you look and see everything that goes on during an actual session. But it is it's a rider-friendly aid, but they're not. If they do it in a race, they have to lose a second in that next sector. So basically, you have to go through there and you have to get on the brakes as you're going through to slow it down, because there is a timing loop just after it on your way down towards the Melbourne Loop. So as a rider, you have to be very switched on about that. You can't be seen to gain time. Back into the pits. Was that 21? And that could have been, that was Joe Ellis, Brodygoth? Brodygoth, yes. Second of the power slide bikes. And he stands next to his bike in pit lane, just having a look at the side of the commentary box window as that lovely little GSX 8R. Stunning bike, the Suzuki. When it first came onto our grid, it was one of the nicest looking bikes. It still is, but it was a bit of an eye-opener, a bit of a game changer. And I can also see Rob McNeely standing next to the McNeely Brown BMW down there in the pit lane. Rob, gloves off just now, bike on the stand with the tyre warmers on. Further down, a couple of the two-strokes racing BMWs. That looks like Liam Vela just about ready to go out on bike 14. And Harley Preble is his racer, well, teammate from last year. Harley's moved on now. Harley, team name for Harley Preble, bike number 44, LDH Contractors, Munio Cyber Security. So there you go. That's where we're in life now. It's all about cyber security and keeping things safe. And a new sponsor for the Prebster. We love Harley Preble. I think Larry Carter builds up the Harley Preble thing better than I can. And I don't want to get too excited in the first test session of the day. But was it with the Evel Knievel leathers, roll out the buses, here comes Harley Preble. But he had a pretty titanic battle through the mid-season last year with Arnie Shelton. And Arnie on the black number 34 bike. I mean, in my eyes, you don't get any cooler than wearing a set of black leathers and a white RI helmet with a dark visor. So, yeah, Arnie looked very much like Terminator-esque last year. There goes young McCabe across the line. And Harley still in third place. He's been kind of just hanging around that area. Now, Cam Dawson has shown up. Thankfully, he decided to stay for 2 days. He's gone out there. He's only done 4 laps. Everybody else has done up to 15, 16 laps now. So Dawson, fashionably late. When you're at superstar status in sport bike, I think you can have a long lie in the morning and go for the rub down and various other things, do a bit of a jog. So Dawson arrives, 4 laps in, bang, P4, only 4/10 away from the fastest time. That shows you the kind of mindset that Cam's in already in this part of the season. He is kind of fired up, he's ready to go. And that's good, because that's what we want to see. I'm a fan of Cam Dawson. He's also a good friend, as a lot of these guys are. So it's good to see him with that kind of pace. And he's chased around by Zach Shelton, though, Henry Stevenson, Rossi Banham, and Jacob Stevenson. The Yamaha, the Rev to Race Yamaha, with a big upturn in form. Whether there has been another slight bop adjustment throughout the course of the winter, need to go back and maybe catch up with Scott Smart on that one, because the Yamahas are looking pretty strong here in early season testing in the hands of, I'm going to say, Jacob Stevenson. And is Rossi Banham still in his Yamaha? Rossi Banham, no, Rossi's jumped across to a Suzuki. As you saw Rossi campaigning the Yamaha for quite some time last year, but he's jumped across on towards a Suzuki. Ollie Walker now goes inside the top 10, up into 6th place on bike number 48. On the right, Morgan, Ollie Walker racing Aprilia. So a few riders jumping and changing manufacturers. Aidan Davey on the fringes of the top 10 just now, but sits in the pit lane. He's completed 17 laps in this session. And hang about, Ollie Walker's just had his lap time cancelled. And he's gone down a position anyway because Jacob Stevenson managed to put a slightly faster time in. Kieran Kent, I met Kieran yesterday as he was walking out of race control. He was with Sister Shannon. I think they must have been collecting a transponder, and they looked pretty happy. And I think the whole Kent family had quite a good test day yesterday when you look at the superbikes as well, because Danny in the new Cheshire Moulding team looking fabulous, racing for TES, and we'll cover that later on. I think that's going to be a good dynamic throughout the course of the year for not just Danny Kent, but also for Rory Skinner to have a teammate. It's quite funny, we're chatting with Rory in the pit lane. 5th manufacturer in 5 years when you look at it. Kawasaki, Moto2, BMW, Ducati, Yamaha. There's a lot of bikes to get used to. It's a lot of changing. It's a lot for the teams that he's been involved with as well. For the past 3 years, it's just been TES as somebody gracefully rides in towards the deep pan gravel trap at Redgate. And they're just trying to scamper towards the edge of it. It's a strange one. I watched that happen. They just rode into the gravel. There go our Port West Race Safe Marshals across to help. I think that possibly could be a technical issue. The way the rider just decided to not even attempt the corner, just straight into the gravel and away. We'll get an update on that in a second or two. Just more course cuts coming through on the race log at this time. As Finn Smart-Whedon and Ben Hardwick, the young Canadian, crosses the line. Ben Hardwick, great to have him here. Always like to have riders from other nationalities coming and getting joined in. He's on the MPR Racing Suzuki. As Alastair Seeley trundles down pit lane. And as he heads down that pit lane, he will see the board at the end, which says 2 minutes. 2 minutes, under 2 minutes of the session remaining now. 1 minute 30, as the marshals deal with the bike in the gravel at Redgate, which I think has just expired more than anything. All the riders heading down now will be faced with the very high visibility FIA, FIM light panels, which are at all these circuits around the UK now, and they really are a fabulous step forward. Big flashing, high intensity lights that are at eye level. You can't miss them. There's no comeback for a rider or a racer in any way, shape or form now with these high intensity light panels that we have around the circuits of the UK. Aaron Robson in the pit lane on the Triumph on the motorsport bike just rumbles down past us. Where is he on the timing screens, I hear you ask? He's in 25th position, just behind Brodie Goth, the former Super Team champion, and ahead of bike number 77, which is Luca Allen, the teammate to young Ben Hardwick on the MPR Racing Suzuki. Davidson top of the times with 21 seconds to go. Alastair Seeley second place, and Harley McCabe a fine third. These are all the sport bike runners. Cam Dawson, 7 laps completed, still in 4th place, only 4/10 away. We're happy with that, I would imagine. And Zach Shelton sits in 5th place on the XMT Racing Triumph. Speaking of, that's not Zach Shelton. Looked like him though. It was Zach Shelton. What am I saying? It's early morning. Checker flag, Dawson takes it, and he'll end his session 4th at best. And everybody else rounding off a good, solid session. I do love the paint job. Make number 45, Finn Werity from Ireland. He's still got on the Rev to Race Yamaha, still got the Tribute Haga livery, which looks like the R7. Fabulous little paint job on that. And a lot of other bikes deciding not going to bother with the flag, going to head in. There's Peter Willis, the second of our CF Moto bikes coming in. Ali Grant, avec bobble hat. It's quite chilly out there. Hands in pockets and bobble hat on. Standard pose for Ali Grant, that actually. Makes his way back down towards where those guys are parked up. That brings an end to session number 1 here at Donington on our Easter weekend for the official RNG test for the 30th anniversary for the British Superbike Championship, the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship, on track with the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. And in Sport Bike, the top 3, Alfie Davidson, Alastair Seeley and Harley McCabe, 28, 34 and 79. And BMW, well, it's Bobby Very fastest from 94, Alex Pearson. And Davy Grace, 71, third fastest. Just on the back of Davy Grace, Rob McNeely. We'll take a break, going to lubricate the throat, and we'll come back with the RMG Moto 4 British Cup and the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. So don't go too far, back in a minute or two. So session number 2 gets underway, and we have the R&G Moto4 British Cup and the 1P Mobile National Junior Super Sport Bike Championship, not Super Bike Championship, there we go. And these are, well, it's one existing championship that's had a refit with the name, and a brand new championship that's come about to kind of act as a feeder series for the British Sport Bike Championship, and that's a great idea. I mean, we have to look at it, and we kind of see that unfortunately the super team class was starting to just drift away a little bit. Numbers were starting to get slightly smaller, and I think that must be something to do with the emergence of the sport bike. When that arrived, it seemed to kind of almost blow people's minds, and everybody wanted to be involved in sport bike, and maybe it was kind of detrimental to super team, but it's always weighing up the options of where people want to go and race. But rather than having an oversubscribed huge British Championship, the idea of having the junior side of it as well, so the youngsters can learn and then they can move up into that British Championship, is a fabulous idea. So the bikes that are basically eligible for it are the super team bikes from last year and a few others, which is a great way to utilise the existing machinery, which we do like. And the Super Team Championship gave us some great racing, and it also gave us some fabulous champions along the way that we need to say well done to. The last two young Australians, Brodie Goth and Henry Snell. Henry Snell was so dominant last year. I think he almost won just about every round. I'd have to go back and look at the exact run sheet that he put together. But it was through no fault of his own that he ended up down on his ear at the Melbourne Loop here, where my good countryman and friend Marley McKenzie effectively scooped the whole race out, scooped up the whole race when I think he crashed, took out Henry Snell, and then took out himself and the man in third place as well. So yeah, one of these things. I think it was young James Cook, who came through to pick up the pieces. Now we've had a rider down at the Craner Curves area. You can see that on track just now. Riders walking away, and the Port West Race Safe Marshals are doing a fabulous job to get that bike away from the side of the track as well. And that will just be the curse of the Craner Club. And that's something that does happen to you at Donington. Very much not in it myself, thankfully. But the temperatures, let's have a look and see what the track temperature is actually at. And we can do that via TSL on the television. If we go to the weather channel, ooh. So track temperature just now, track temperature 7.5 degrees, which is pretty cold actually. Only 7.5 degrees. But one good thing is the wind has all but disappeared, so we don't have anything like what we had yesterday, thankfully. So 2 championships on track just now as Wes arrives, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a wave, Wes. This is all Wes's brainchild. We're now sound and vision in the commentary point, so we need to make sure we're zipped up. We're wearing the Alpine Star gear and all correct and present and correct, which is quite good. But Wes, along with Stuart Higgs and a lot of very other clever people, have put together a platform where you can listen to us trackside on the PA, the Tannoy. You can listen to us on 94.3 at this circuit. Each circuit has its own radio frequency. And you can also now watch us on YouTube, and we'll give you a wave there. Hello, good morning, everybody. Wes is just off to the side. But there's quite a few options to do that. And a lot of people like to do their listening in various different ways. And we have listeners all over the world as well. So, you know, if you're listening from afar, that's fabulous. Let us know. Number 11 has just slipped off at Craner Curves. You saw that rider was okay. Let me give you an update on the name, Jensen Bishop. What a shame for young Jensen. I can see the marshals in attendance to somebody up at the far side of the circuit. I'm going to use my brand new binoculars. We'll have a look at that. In the McLean's area, rider up on his feet walking away, and the marshals also lifting the bike away. 42 going down there. Recognise that number. Oh dear. Well, is it? Is it? It could be one of two. Need to know if it's junior sport bike or if it's Moto 4. The way the marshals were lifting that away, you'd think it was possibly Moto 4, but we'll come back to that in just a second. I think the Deputy Race Director will update that screen in a minute or two. But yeah, okay, so the R&G Moto 4 British Cup, that is effectively what the Talent Cup was last year. But because it's a Dorna sanctioned championship, covered this yesterday, Dorna Sanctioned Championship. It goes in line with everything that Dorna do. So you have the pinnacle of the sport, MotoGP, Moto2, Moto3. This is the feeder series that they would see going in towards possibly the Junior World Championship. And from the Junior World Championship in Moto3, you'll make your way into the actual Grand Prix paddock. So it's quite nice to see. They've got a new emblem as well, and there's a couple of Dorna representatives here. There's Alex Baldellini here, who helps look after all the young racers. And there's also Matt Balkin, who is Matt's a renowned coach, spends a lot of his time in Spain and looks after all the young riders. As somebody else now walking away from the side of the track at the Craner Curves. That looks like a Fibertech Honda. And it's catching a lot of them out. And that's the thing with the smaller, lighter bikes. They don't generate as much temperature into the tyres because there's not as much physical force going through them as we've now got somebody down in the gravel trap at Redgate as well. I don't want to say they're dropping like flies, but they certainly are keeping our Port West Race Safe marshals busy. I should have got a stronger set of binoculars. Regretting that now. But way in the distance there, it's a long way away. I can see the riders already ran away and leaving the marshals to do. Okay, 23 faller at the Craner Curves. Rider OK. It was a Fibertech Honda, and unfortunately that was Alex Lomas, our young Spanish rider. Number 85 at Redgate, rider OK as well. Number 85, not on the actual start sheet, so we need to go back through and have a look at the result sheet and bring that one to you as well. Did I read that correct, actually? What else do we have? It's disappeared now. Yeah, 85 full at Redgate. We'll come back to that one later on. We'll try and see exactly who that could have been, but not on our sheet anywhere that we can see. So a frantic bit of action there in this test session with all sorts of things happening. Remember, it is for two classes out there. Correction, thankfully correction, 65 fall at Redgate. That makes sense. That would be Lily Rhodes of the Wilson Racing Moto4 bike. So yeah, thank you very much, Claire downstairs, Deputy Race Director. She'll have a lot of people in the spin looking for a number 85 who doesn't exist. But it's easy to pick up numbers the wrong way. Whether the marshals see that on a bike, maybe there's a bit broken fiberglass where the number would be. It's very easy to make a mistake. Trust me, I've been there myself. So thankful for the correction that we do get. But two classes on track: the RNG Moto4 British Cup and 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship. Welcome to title sponsorship of a championship, 1P Mobile. Already our data partners here in the British Superbike Championship. And they are at the bottom. Are they on the bottom of that timing screen that you see on live timing, actually, Wes? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm asking Wes a question and he's actually middle of doing some work. But we have a banner along the bottom of the screen, Omologato, 1P Mobile, and the logo for the British Superbikes for their 30th anniversary. Timing brought to you by TSL and Omologato. The lovely watches that do get presented to the pole position people in the Superbike class on the Superbike grid. Still to get an Omologato watch. But I do like my iWatch. Tracks my sleep. It's great. Had a good sleep last night, Wes. I definitely needed it. Yeah, absolutely. Jack Dunnaby's gone fastest. Let's look at what happened yesterday in the combined sessions, because it was young Jack Dunnaby who was setting the pace all through the day. He was fastest in each of the three sessions they had. His first time was 1:48.6. He managed to get the second session down to 1:39.2. Took a huge amount of time off it. And the third session, conditions a little bit too windy for them in the last session. A 1:40.3 for young Jack Dunnaby, as another rider goes down at Crater Curves. That is bike number 17. Again doesn't exist, so we'll come back to that one. Maybe 77. We'll come back to that one. Puzzling me this morning. But yeah, young Jack Dunnaby was in fine form yesterday. He stays with the same team. He's in his sophomore season, I think is what the Americans would call it now. His second attempt. His rookie season was really good. Picked up 2 victories along the way in one of the races at Assen when we went across to continental Europe. And he also won the first race of their last round at Oulton Park, because remember, the Talent Cup never come to the very last round of the series at Brands Hatch. They always finish their year at Oulton Park, and that's where young Jack Dunnaby picked up his second victory. But he and his young teammate, or even younger teammate, or smaller teammate, I don't know who was actually younger, Ethan Sparks, they They were so impressive last year. Ethan Sparks arrived into the championship with Jack Dunnaby, and a lot of people thought, okay, a couple of rookies in the Cavara team, let's see if they get on. But they're rookies to this, but they had been racing for so long prior to getting here. And that racecraft showed. It was fabulous to watch them. They really did a cracking interpretation of how youngsters come into a series and just do it. And we see that in Grand Prix as well, you know. Further up the ranks they go. We'll see somebody arriving into Moto 3 and bang, straight on it, incredibly fast right away. And they do that in Moto 2, and then they'll go into Moto GP and do it. They're the special ones. Correction, number 37 went down at Craner Curves. Number 37 that was. 37 is Marco Holt of the Cavara Projects Racing Moto 4 bike. Although we saw him walking away, he'll take a little trip to the medical centre. And the taxi bike, Ian has been very busy on the taxi bike picking up riders, and also I can see one of the Max's vans making its way back round, picking up a lot of bikes as well. And we talked about that with the Rory Skinner incident yesterday when Rory slipped off at Craner Curves. You know, it's away down the bottom of the middle of the circuit, so the van has to go into the middle of the circuit. I can now see it driving its way back across towards one of the tunnels. It will then go through the tunnel, and it then goes all the way back down the outside of the Melbourne Loop and comes back into the paddock. And that can be a good old 20-odd minute exercise to try and get the bike back. I just happened to look towards Goddard's, and a bike came into view. Now the rider's coming into view, running. He's up on the tyre wall, he's made himself safe, and the marshals pick up what looks like a junior sport bike, and they're going to move that to a quick position of safety. So that bike now up on its wheels. The rider watches on from a position of safety. And Goddard's very easy to do that. It's a corner where if you've never been to Donington, it's such a up and down hilly. It's like we look into a valley and we see the bottom of the circuit. And the bottom of the circuit is the old hairpin through Starkey's Swans Curve, and then you start climbing all the way back up into McLean's. You then go through McLean's, you climb up towards Coppice, and then you come down towards the Fogarty S's. So there's a lot of up and down here, but the last corner, Goddard's, is a tricky one because you go over the crest of a hill and towards it, and as you start to turn the bike in, the road starts to drop away from you, and there's a couple of little bumps in the middle of the corner. Now, if you remember watching World Superbike last year, Toprak lost the front of his BMW mid-corner going through there, and it's one of the greatest saves you'll ever see. You actually see it going in slow motion. You can see the kind of chatter through the front, and then he goes over the bumps, and the front wheel actually folds, starts ploughing understeering forward, and he saves it on his knee because he's special. That bike and rider are going to get a heads up to make their way back in towards the pit lane, and that is number 30, Fowler at Goddard's. Rider okay? Maybe get another correction on that one in a minute or two because it's not on my sheet. So perfect. It's on the screen. It's Finn Page. Finn Page there. So unfortunately, Finn Page slides off, and the Port West Race Safe Marshals making their way back to the position of safety. And Finn Page, well, this will be Finn's second season in this paddock. He started the season last year in Super Teen, and I know his dad very well actually. Scott Page used to work at Knockhill many years ago when I was just a little lad. And Scott Page used to work alongside my dad at the time. So, yeah, good seeing Scott. Good friend of Derek Butcher, the former circuit owner there. And another rider goes down at the Craner Curves. You keeping a tally on this, Wes? Good grief. The way the marshals work as a team to manoeuvre a bike is fabulous. Really impressive, that, because it's not an easy thing to do. And you've got to try and make sure that everybody does the right thing. There's two kind of steering, there's two lifting, and they've all got to walk at the same time. You've probably been building some furniture in the house, or you and your wife or your partner have to then try and move it into a room, and you always feel for the person kind of walking back. It's never easy. You've got to get that walk in. So really well done, that. Hence the reason we have MCRCB, you know, race safe training days, and things get put into position and done really well. Right, so that was number 12 who went down at the Craner Curves, and that looked more like a junior sport bike actually, but I don't really know. But anyway, number 12, rider perfectly up on his feet and walking away okay. with 17 minutes of this fairly eventful session to go. You know, I would have to say conditions are better than they were yesterday, but there seems to be more people deciding to throw themselves down the street, whether that's something to do with some of the track temperature. But the wind yesterday was ferocious. Thankfully today the wind not so bad. Haven't seen many planes taking off from East Midlands Airport. Yesterday I was lucky enough to catch 2 747s taking off from there, and it's like the biggest thing in the world just comes up over the hill and comes towards you. And how those things fly is mind-boggling. But it was really good to see the planes taking off, because they get hit with the wind and they go sideways across the top of us. Yeah, lovely stuff. But back to what's happening on track here at our official RNG test. Clayton Edmonds, fastest of everybody now in Moto 4. The young man on the City Lifting by RS Racing Moto 4 bike goes to the top of the times. Clayton, a long time, well, not a long time campaigner, but I think into his, is it Clayton's second or third year he's going into now. Was one of the smallest riders at one point, but it's amazing how kids do actually eat the right things when the parents feed them correctly and they grow. And in the Moto 4 class, they seem to grow so quickly. It's like they've been put in, you know, grow packs, and we saw that with the likes of Harrison Crosby one year. He just sprouted so much. It went so quick. Harrison Desoy, another one, out of nowhere, they were too tall. Harrison McKay, who's now in sport bike, I would say possibly the same, just started to, how they managed to fold themselves up behind the bubble and get tucked in out the wind, which is so important. It's the thing they get marked on as well. Their tuck, getting behind the bubble, getting tucked in, getting out of the wind, trying to make themselves as aerodynamic as possible as another rider goes down at the Craner Curves area. I think I might make that screen on my television large, because that's now where's that bike gone? Yeah, it's quite far away, that one. The marshals have got quite a gathering of young riders down there, and there's only one taxi bike. Number 71 follower at the Craner Curves, rider OK. That will be young Lucy Curtis of the Fibertech Honda. And it just goes to show you, you know, the left-hand side of the tyre, you don't use it a lot. You come through Goddard's, you go all the way down the straight, Redgate, Hollywood, through the heart of the Craner Curves, then back onto the left, and all of a sudden you lose just that little bit of temperature in your tyre, and before you know it, yeah, before you know it, you're having a visit with the marshals, which is never the greatest thing. But back to that whole size thing and how riders get marked in their tuck. It was something that was new to me, and I found out a couple of years ago that they do actually they get watched on track by the Donner representatives, and they've got to make sure that they're getting everything tucked in, because once you get too tall and you may start dragging an elbow, or you know, your feet pointing the wrong way, sticking off the pegs, that will slow you down so much on one of these little bikes, because you need to be very aerodynamic. Hence the reason last year Ethan Sparks, tiny little figure, along with Jack Dunnaby, they could just fold themselves into the bike. But actually it's a strange phenomenon, because the taller riders to an extent actually are quite aerodynamic as well, because they have a longer, flatter back, which means the air doesn't get caught in the seat unit behind them and it goes off the back of the bike just that little bit better. So there is a cut-off point, no? When you become 6'1" or 6'2", your days in Moto 4 are very much numbered, and you're going to be looking for a new class to move into. There's young Luke Fitchett coming in to the pit lane. He parks up with part of his Cavara team, and they will get the bike on stand straight away and get the tyre warmers wrapped on it to maintain that residual heat that's in the wheel and the tyre, to try and make sure that when Luke goes back on track, that will have a nice bit of temperature, and he will not be hopefully having an issue that a lot of people out there have had. Very good. Let's look at our timing screen just now, because Ryan Frost has gone to the top of the times on his Fibertech MLav Moto 4 machine. Frosty with a 140.452. He must be a championship favourite this year, without putting too much pressure on Ryan coming towards this. So 140.4. Yesterday he managed 139.6 in that middle faster session. So building up gradually. But Frosty is going to see a bit of a journeyman in this now. He is rolling into the pit lane underneath us as he goes down there, following young Charlie Cunningham. And what is that flag? Have we got some moisture in the air? We do, yes. So as we look down towards Redgate, the white flag with the red cross through it means that we have raindrops in all sectors. So that's a bit of a shame. What we did have yesterday was wind. And what does wind do? Well, it kind of sometimes keeps away the rain, or it means that we have horizontal rain coming towards you. But it did blow the clouds through very quickly yesterday with hardly any wind in the air and a lot of cloud cover. There may be these couple of ninja showers that spring up out of nowhere and come and get you. And that's what we've got just now. Raindrops in all sectors on the track. And if you're a team boss, you're kind of hoping that the rider gets that on the visor or notices the flags and comes in. But some of the Moto4 bikes still deciding to carry on. As we were looking back, we saw Ryan Frost come in. He followed Charlie Cunningham in the pit lane. They obviously had that on their visor. One of our Rocket rookies makes their way back down the pit lane as well. That was Rory Creeth. Rory Creeth, who we saw last year in Super Teen. And now the boards have been withdrawn. The rain boards have been withdrawn down towards Redgate. I can still see them illuminated. In fact, they've just gone out at the far end of the circuit as well. And that's the benefit of these light boards. If that was a flag at the side of the track, the rider would notice it when they get there, but I wouldn't see that flag from the commentary point where I am. Not when I was looking away over towards McLean's, but the boards are such high intensity, all linked around the circuit by a cable system of internet, Ethernet. Very clever, isn't it, Wes? Yeah, controlled by a panel in race car. I've already shot the panel. Yeah, we've even got them in Knockhill, you know. Don't seem so shocked. They're really good. And because we actually run both directions up at Knockhill Racing Circuit, there's the main panel on one side. On the back, there's a slightly smaller, so you don't have to turn them around anymore. So yeah, dual panels, cracking idea. And as a racer, former racer, I'd like to think that, yeah, as a former guy that went around the circuit, you can't not notice them. They're very, very bright. But let's have a look at our top 5 or top 10 that we have in each class, if we can do that. Frosty fastest in Moto4 with Clayton Edmonds. His technically team, oh no, they're not teammates, it's Fibertech and it's City Lifting. It's Edmonds and Dunnaby who are second and third, who are technically teammates, although they're different colours. Then young Jack Burrows in 4th place, which is great to see. I like seeing Jack Burrows there. And then Harrison Day on the LAR Moto backed bike. So Harrison Day, a good 5th place for him, another newcomer to our championship, and we look forward to seeing that. Tyler Humphreys from north of the border in 6th place, ahead of Mason Foster and Asia Divine, and then Luke Fitcher in 9th, which is a great run for him. And then rounding out the top 10 in Moto4, even though he's in 11th and he's unfortunately slipped off, that's young Alex Lomas, our young Spanish rider, who had, unfortunately, when he fell off at the Kuna curves, he just put a personal best in, going across the timing line, but he might have been sliding along the track at that exact point. But thankfully, he was up on his feet and he walked away with no real harm. Now, let's have a look at Junior Sport Bike. Fastest in that is Isaac Mark, bike number 19. And Isaac, is he still riding with Steve Brogan? Yes, he is. Team SBR powered by DKS Drilling. Stevie Brogan still putting together a fabulous team. Here comes Freddie Oakley in Sport Bike. And I think Freddie Oakley is possibly one of the brightest colour schemes you'll ever see. You can still see him down towards the first corner. And for those of you who are a slightly older age, maybe towards my early 40s, you could go with this. Who remembers the Nemesis Kawasaki from Steve Hislop? And what year would that have been? Oh, I want to say 90, would that be 97, 98? Nemesis Kawasaki. The leathers that Freddie Oakley has are a bit of a hark back to that, and that's what I see. I was also very proud to get my 2026 British Superbike all access passes, and on my one it's got a picture of Hizzy. Loving it, loving it. Hizzy on the PBM bike, and there's a quote up the side of it: Hislop laps Donington faster than Valentino Rossi. And I remember watching that as well. So yeah, a fabulous memory. But that's pretty cool. But that's Freddie Oakley, who's in my eyes a hark back to a Nemesis Kawasaki. It probably isn't. It's probably just what he thinks looks cool. But it was Isaac Mark who's fastest in Junior Sport Bike. And then we have got Lewis Mullen and Freddie Oakley with Ben Jolliffe. Now Ben Jolliffe is on track with the guys he was racing with last year, all the Moto4 riders, but he's in a different class. And well done for Ben for moving up in towards the much heavier machine. He'll be out there on the Junior Sport Bike. Liking to see that. So Ben Jolliffe. Then we have got Marley McKenzie. Struggling a little bit today, Marley. He finds himself 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth fastest. Marley yesterday was one of the quicker. Let's see where he is. Yeah, Marley was actually the quickest yesterday in junior sport bike. His fastest time throughout the day was a 1:41.7. And he did that in the last session. Today, Marley 42.9. So whether he's just taking his time, he's probably seen a lot of what's going on around him with people throwing themselves down the road, and right at that he comes back into the pit lane. Yeah, maybe a wise head on young shoulders there, which is something I never thought I would actually say about my good friend Marley, but fair play to him. He comes in the pit lane, and then we have got Jamie Hanks Elliott just behind Marley McKenzie in 6th. And then we go back down to bike number 4, which will be a new one for us. Henry Ross on the HR Racing Kawasaki. He's just ahead of Rory Creeth. And then Finn Page, who we spoke about, who unfortunately slipped off at Goddard's, and Luca Hopkins rounding out the top 10 on that one, just behind Luca Hopkins. In fact, we shall give a bit of a shout out. Bike number 14, which is Sid Marshall. I said Greg yesterday. I do apologise for that. Bit of a flashback to yesterday. Or last year. Yeah, Sid Marshall, one of our Rocket rookies, rounding out the timing screen that we have with some 5 minutes to go. A decreased number of bikes on track because the rain boards did come out, warning everybody that there was a bit of moisture in all areas around Donington Park. But thankfully that little ninja shower has passed and left, which is always good. The track has not changed at all. From up here in the commentary point, it's easy to say that. And the riders have gone... well, a lot of them have stayed in the pit lane and some of them have slowly made their way back out. But yeah, a good turnout, a very good turnout. With a lot of, unfortunately, this session I've had a lot of fallers, and that's what we do have to say. I sounded a bit like Cilla Black there, didn't I? A lot of fallers, a lot of love. It's amazing we'll go through your hair up here, Wes. And a lot of course cuts as well. The last course cut that came back was young Jack Dunnaby himself. Now there's Freddie Oakley coming in. So that's a close-up, isn't it? Yeah. I like those leathers. And last year, I think we mentioned it, maybe 100 million times. Myself, Larry Carter and Alan Hyde said, consistency is everything. And Freddie Oakley was one of the most consistent riders, not just in the super team, across the whole BSB paddock. He scored at every single event, every single race. And that goes a long way. And for a youngster to start getting that kind of mindset in, bearing in mind, it's not as if he was taking his time just trying to get a finish. He was hard racing in the super teams in all sorts of conditions as somebody slides off into the gravel in a cloud of dust at Redgate, up on their feet straight away. Wants nothing more to do with the bike. Walks away from it, leaves it for the Port West Race Safe marshals. And yeah, I feel like a bit of a curse today, Wes. Everywhere I look, I see somebody sliding into the grass or the gravel. Yeah, not the greatest. That is a Moto 4 bike, and that's being wheeled away, lifted away actually. The rider already at the safety of the Redgate gate, where they can go back into the paddock, and I'm pretty sure the team would have watched that, and they will maybe meet said rider at the awning, where they can take some of the gravel at the belly pan and maybe take it back to the actual marshals. It's amazing how much gravel gets scooped up by race bikes and race cars when they have an incident. And where does it ever go? Well, they normally just leave it in a pile in the paddock, don't they? And then somebody has to come along and shovel it away. Some circuits have gravel bins in the pit lane. So if there's a pile of gravel and you're under the tree, go and tip it into the gravel bin, then the circuit staff will take it back and put it back into the gravel trap as it should do. But, you know, there's a lot of gravel there. It's a deep pan gravel trap at Redgate. And as I said yesterday, to walk through it's difficult, ride through it's almost impossible. But to do that with a bike, rather you than me, trying to lift a bike through it. Now, Jack Dunnaby's on a pretty quick lap here. The man who sits third fastest has gone purple through sector number 1. If you're looking and watching via the YouTube stream, you'll see purple sector 1, you'll see green sector 2 and 3. We're waiting for Jack just to come back into our area. Now he's just gone over our shoulder into Goddard's. Luke Fitchett crosses the line. Here comes Jack Dunnaby. This could move young Jack Attack back to the top of the times. Oh, he's off the side of the bike though. And he had to fight that one a little bit. Crosses the line, and where does he go? He doesn't stay anywhere. In fact, he loses a position to the man who is towing round with him. Jack Burrows goes ahead of him. So a good lap for Jack Burrows on bike 16. He goes into third place, and Dunnaby goes down to fourth place. It was a good lap for Jack Dunnaby, but he just didn't look comfortable leaving the exit of Goddard's. Bike went over and he was up trying to fight it to stay away from the edge of the exit curb. Another improvement for young Harrison Day as well. In fact, not an improvement, he's gone down a place, but still very much in the top 5, and that's lovely. We do like to see newcomers getting very much involved on the LRA Moto machine. But a lot of riders with exclamation marks next to their name. Asia Devine, Axel Lomas, Lewis Mullen, to name a few, after having slight issues, shall we say, and finding themselves, unfortunately, maybe with a technical or in the gravel or the grass. Thorley Trevorrow as well in 23rd place. Was that who we just lost at Redgate? No. The rider that went down at Redgate was Henry McCartney on the Stanford Racing. I thought it looked like a Stanford Racing sticker on the side of that bike, actually. Good to see that they have expanded from the BMW Racing into other classes now. And that was young Clayton Edmonds. You could hear buzzing past the line in the background. Another lap put in for young Luke Fitchett as well. Frosty, Edmonds, Burrows now the top 3 in Moto 4, with Jack Dunnaby down to 4th. Dunnaby crosses the line again, and Dunnaby crossed the line earlier on and then pulled over and let Burrows past. And on that last lap, Burrows has clearly pulled back over and let Dunnaby go back through. So whether this is a little bit of, they're not teammates, whether this is the Burrows Engineering RK Racing man just working with Jack Dunnaby to try and maybe get a tow, or just trying to annoy Jack Dunnaby by being in the tow. I like it. I like what young Jack's up to. Jack and Jack. I just realised that. Jack squared. So interesting that Dunnaby doesn't seem bothered at all about towing Burrows round, and Burrows is right on the rear wheel as they go through McLean's up the far end of the circuit, and they've both just gone and put a personal best first sector in. Need to see what sector 2 comes back now on the timing screen. Oh, wow, fastest of anybody for Jack Burrows and a personal best for Jack Dunnaby. That's because Burrows has been on the slipstream from the Old Hairpin all the way through Starkey, Swanscurve, up to McLean's. Yes, it's a big, long left-hand corner, but if you're on the rear wheel of somebody, you're getting pulled all the way up there, a few more RPM, a couple of more miles per hour, that's all it takes. And that's impressive for Burrows. They're now locked together down towards the back of the Melbourne Loop. Burrows needs to go up the inside, and he does. Calm down, Duncan. It's not a race. It's only testing. But he goes past, runs a little bit wide. Dunnaby tries to repay the favour. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are racing in Moto 4 as Dunnaby now comes back past him in towards Goddard's. Burrows closes right up, and all this, as the checker flag flies out, may have cost him a little bit of lap time, but it's been good for us in the commentary point to get excited. They cross the line. Any improvement for these guys? Yes, Burrows goes P2. And I think he needs to now pull over and give Jack Dunnaby a nice big thank you for that one, because at the end of it, it's all changing. Harrison Day tops the times with Jack Burrows in 2nd place and Ryan Frost down to 3rd. Clayton Edmonds 4th and Jack Dunnaby in 5th place. Harrison Day comes through and puts himself top of the times on his 2nd day of being inside the RMG Moto 4 British Cup paddock. Well done, that young man. That will make him very happy, and then we'll go back to the LRA Moto tent with a big smile on his face. So keep your eyes out for number 15, another new young emerging rookie star in this championship. We had it last year with Ethan Sparks and Jack Dunnaby, and we've got it once again with Harrison Day. Notice the eyebrows are way up here, Wes. That's a good sign. That's a really good sign. Well done, Harrison Day. Sport bike will be Isaac Mark who comes away fastest on that one. Isaac Mark from Henry Ross, another newcomer in the championship, or in the paddock. Henry Ross with a good 2nd place. He'll be happy with that one. But there we go. We shall disappear for a couple of minutes. We'll come back with the British Superbikes. Big boys on track in just a minute or two. Thank you. Neil Spalding joins us now in the commentary box. Spalders.
Good morning, sir.
Good to see you. How are you?
All right, actually, yes.
In sound and vision. Say hello to the world. Go on.
Good morning, everybody.
It's good to see you.
It's nice to be back, to be honest.
Yes,
it's a long, long winter.
It's a long, cold, lonely winter.
Yes.
There's a lyric in there for a song, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and although we've been cold here and windy, at least it hasn't rained, which is definitely a blessing.
This is very true, Spalders. This is very true. What have you been doing over the winter before we get into the British Superbike Championship with Pirelli that is on track? Let's have a chat about yourself.
Well, we went for a bit of a holiday, and I ended up buying a new motorcycle, which seems to be sort of standard. It wasn't the plan, but I ended up with a new bike, so what the hell. Well, a new old bike, which I'm trying to make sense of. And we also republished my tech book as an e-book on Amazon, which was 3 months of pretty hard work, because a book doesn't go straight on to a website unless you redesign it properly. So we've done it properly, and you can stick it on a 20-inch screen and it'll even look right.
So you've got to scale it all and
we've got to rescale it, reposition everything. And yes, you can buy a Kindle reader, but you can also look at it on your computer. Okay. And the file's big enough, so it actually looks half decent.
Is that a book plug you've just done there?
Yes. Sorry about that.
Straight in the commentary box, plugging a book.
Yep, motorcycle racing technology on Amazon.
Well, that's fine, as long as it's bike related, motorcycle related. We like that. But I like that, straight in there. I'm going to plug my book. Here we go. Let's talk about yesterday now, because we had a very interesting day here. We had condition-wise, we had a challenging day. Not in wet weather, but just the wind. And, you know, wind affects motorcycle racing and car racing massively. Yeah. Directional wind, speed of wind, aggressiveness of it. And yesterday was...
Well, yesterday was blustery, yes, which is the worst of all worlds.
Yeah. So you don't know where it's coming. It's not consistent. It's a bang and then it could be gone. Today, completely different though. You know,
we've got
and the problem with that, it means that the clouds don't move as quick. So if it does start to do a ninja shower, it's going to hang around. But
it's looking okay at the moment.
Yeah, but yesterday, fastest man on combined times was Kyle Wright. Now, Kyle is biased as being on a stock bike. It's there's no hiding. It's a 2026 Ducati, is it 25?
Yeah, I think it's the 1000cc homologation special for the Superbike. Massively rapid piece of kit, but I think it's 40,000 plus.
Not cheap, not cheap, not cheap, but comes with all the bells and whistles as well. You know, from the factory like that. But Kyle says, look, all I put on it is a set of rear sets and a proper set of tyres. He goes, but he was very open and honest with us yesterday in the garage. He goes, it's almost got like a ride height device in it. He goes, you can't alter it as you're riding, but all you got to do is put a 30mm spanner on it, give it a turn, and it moves the ride height that easy. So very quick adjustments can be made. And I think his crew chief, Shannon Etheridge, who was down there, was just loving getting involved and having a look. They're out with tape measures. So there was a lot of work going into that bike. I suppose it's getting Kyle happy and ready on a Ducati for when the real race bike comes.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to have the characteristics of a Ducati, and that's what he's got to learn. He's had so long on a Yamaha now. He needs to get familiar with the way the Ducati works. It might sound crazy. He needs to get familiar with the way it sounds.
Yeah. Because
you're doing so much just based on your senses. You don't have time to look at the rev counter all the time. What's the gear shift point? And if you can feel the gear shift point, it's an awful lot easier than looking at a dial while you're trying to fend off somebody who's coming around the outside.
Yeah, I'll go with that. He was fastest. He was fastest across the board. 129.1 down to 128.2 to 27.6. A lot of people putting their fastest time in the last session when it was actually the kind of the most aggressive in the wind, but you'd imagine that's where they would kind of maybe save a new tyre towards the end of the day rather than putting it in straight away. But yeah, it was very impressive to see Kyle going so fast. It will be a different state of affairs though when they go Motec on the race bike.
Very much so.
As we're seeing with Storm Stacey just now, and Storm was kind of biting his lip a little bit because, you know, you always think that's going to be the golden ticket. We're going to change manufacturer, jump on a new bike, we're going to be there. But you've got to develop that. They've got to get the Motec working. And Michael Rutter did say, I'm just keeping him calm, tell him I'm not to worry, we'll get there.
And you've got to get used to the feel of something.
Yeah.
You know, you're stepping on a motorcycle that somebody else has got to a certain point. But it's like buying a second-hand suit. Yes, it's got the size number that you reckon's right, but you put it on and, okay, you need this change, that change, whatever, to just get it just right. Yeah. And that's what these tests are for. you're doing small adjustments. I mean, with a motorcycle, the rider's weight and the position of the rider's weight really transforms the way a bike works. So right at the start is the seating position right? Yeah. And it's not about comfort. It's about the rider's ability to be on the bike and move so that it works in all the corners. And just foot peg movements, everything else. I mean, I think it's fair to say, I mean, if you go to Grand Prix, you've got Jorge Martin on an Aprilia. They are still changing the foot peg position on his bike.
Oh, really?
After a year. Now, okay, he hasn't done much riding because of unfortunate crashes, but they're still getting it right. I mean, Lorenzo was the same. Everything had to be within about 5 millimeters so that he could go into a corner, get it sliding, and just move his backside forward 3 or 4 mil to control the drift.
Yeah.
But unless he was in the right place to start with, he could not do that.
Yeah.
And that takes time.
Yeah, no, I still think it's fabulous to watch these guys that work on the bike. Because Lorenzo was always fascinating to watch. He would be going through a corner, and it was this hand here. The fingers would be up in the air. He wouldn't really be holding on to the, you know, whichever way he was leaning. He's almost like pushing. It was just bizarre to watch the fingertip control.
Absolutely, and what was important to him, especially when he was with the Yamaha, was to get to the first corner first, and then he could ride the corners the way he wanted, and not slowing down for those corners was his skill.
Still don't believe you buy a second-hand suit, by the way. I'd like to go back to that one. Selling books, you don't buy a second-hand suit, do you? We need to talk about the man who was in second place yesterday, because that was an eye-opener. Max Cook, the AGN steel stock Bimota has very much arrived, and it's not just in the hands of young Max, it's also in the hands of his young teammate, Joe Talbot, who came home just outside the top 10, Superbike rookie in a factory team. Bit of pressure there, but he's also in the right environment, because the FS3 team have dealt with quite a lot of rookies in the BSB class along their way, and they always are very sympathetic to the cause. They said it to Rory Skinner, just go and enjoy yourself. Yep. They said it to Max Cook, you'll never get this experience again, it's your rookie year, enjoy. And they've done the same with Joe, but Joe puts a little bit more pressure on himself, because it's just the way Joe's wired up. Front row Joe is used to being at the sharp end, and he'll want to be there. But the bike, good grief, it's a work of art. Are we back to the age now where we're looking at, is that the kind of equivalent to what the RC30 was, or the OW1 back in that era, the old Yamahas?
Yes, and arguably slightly better.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's acting like a race bike. I had a chat with Max yesterday. Now, Max obviously rode for several years on the Talent Cup that I was involved with. And he said, this is an NSF on steroids.
Right.
It has that same tight feel. But it also means that the bike does not feel right unless you're going very fast on it. Right. If you're going at 95%, it feels awful. Yeah. 100%, everything suddenly starts to work together as it's designed to do. And what you've got with that is a unique combination. Kawasaki know how to build a good chassis. Bimota know how to build a good chassis, but Bimota can build a lot more of specialized chassis than Kawasaki can. Yes, in Japan you can go mass production, but by definition, once you've done that, you have to make it acceptable to sell to a big market. Bimota are probably never going to sell more than a few hundred of these, but you've got to get it right, and you've got a lot of very intelligent engineers who've had a hand in building that bike.
It's just gorgeous. It looks the part. And it sounds apart, because it's still got obviously Kawasaki now own Bimota. That's been common knowledge for quite some time. It's got the beating heart of last year's bike inside it, which is the ZX10 double-R engine, which will really help Max as well. He'll understand what the power delivery is going to be like, what the engine brake feels like, and how it all just kind of sounds underneath him as well, going back to what you said earlier on. Yeah,
very much so. But also, let's be fair, the Kawasaki engine is very long in the tooth. But put it in a good chassis, and you know, maybe it doesn't accelerate quite as quick as the other bikes. Well, if you're in a chassis where you didn't slow down for the corner so much, that doesn't matter. And that's what they've basically done.
Interesting that they had some of the World Superbike team here yesterday. The mechanical, I think it was, I forget the job title. Alex Lowe's was here for a start. You know, they've got a rider along who's very much wanting to be helpful. I interviewed him first thing in the day, and he was like, I've just arrived, a bit of a chat. Came back 20 minutes later, he's getting his hands dirty with Joe Talbot's bike. He's actually, he's helping Joe as well. And to have chassis engineers here as well, that's a big thing. That's a factory effort. That's what we've used to be seeing down the pit lane at Honda when you get some of the Japanese coming over.
Yep, absolutely. And to find Kawasaki and Bimota working together that tightly is awesome.
Well, a lot of the Kawasaki representatives, because we are BSB Radio with Kawasaki, presented by Kawasaki. Have a seat. On you go. You don't need to stand up all the time. Look after you.
Thank you very much.
A lot of the Kawasaki representatives that come up here, like Craig Watson, Dean Cluley, they come up and we give them a little bit of airtime. And they're great guys to speak to as well. Fabulous insight. They've all now changed tops. There's not very many black and green Kawasaki tops now. Everybody's what colour is the Andrew Irwin into the gravel trap down at the bottom? Now, is that a technical issue for Andrew, which brings him into the Melbourne Loop down there? If you're down there, guys, get a snapshot of that. That bike is gorgeous, and Andrew really is. Well, he said yesterday to me that they are a serious contender. And yep, I think that was just a little bit too hot into there, and Andrew will carry on. But back to the Kawasaki, they're now wearing the kind of grey and the black, and I like it. It's new merchandise for the fans to get involved, which is fabulous. It's always great to have a new manufacturer come along, even if it's, you know, a manufacturer that's involved with another.
It's a brand. It's superb. Yeah. Absolutely. No, and I think it's brilliant for Bimota. They've been good for years, but they've never ever had the money.
Yeah, and now they have.
Yes.
Now they're very.
Big difference.
One of the biggest manufacturers in motorcycles, Kawasaki Heavy Industries, KHI, are huge. Didn't realise some of the stuff that Kawasaki have actually been involved in. You know, they built one of the world's first submarines, or the first helicopters. They drilled the Channel Tunnel. You know, all these things that.
Well, they've always, the motorcycle side of Kawasaki has always been the business card. It's been their high street presence. Yeah. We exist. Yeah. But they are planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yeah. Yes, behind the KHI thing is massive and fabulous to see. And yeah, long may that continue in this paddock. And I can't wait to see. It's only going to get better, the Bimota, as well. It's so fresh, it's so early. Even in the World Championship, it's still a young kind of budding thing, which is getting better. And as Ian Prestwood said to me yesterday, you know, there's only maybe 4 or 6 of these bikes. Technically, they have 2 each in the garage at World Superbikes. We've got the other 2.
Yep.
There's no more.
And it's proof that chassis engineering does matter. Yeah. It's not a bracket that the wheels and the engine are bolted to.
You love that side of it, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Yeah. Once you realise that motorcycles are basically flying on the ground, yeah, they're not cars with 2 wheels missing. They're aircraft with the wings sawn off. Because they're banking, they're leaning, they're pitching forward and backward. And it's much more aircraft thinking than it is car thinking.
I think we should maybe stop talking about Bimota for a second. Slightly worried. Now, we're in sound and vision up here. There's a camera if you'd like to wave to Darren Fry. Just across there. We're live on YouTube. You can see us in the corner. The main man, one of the main men, you can sit down. No, it's fine. You can sit down. One of the main men from the Bimota team has just joined us. So we were coming to an end of that a little bit anyway, because I wanted to move on and say, you know, Bradley Ray, 3rd place, where you would expect Brad to be in that top 5, working away methodically with the McCams team, because they've Raceways and McCams have now teamed up again for 2026. But that garage has become slightly busier because they've come back big this year, because they've also got 2 super sport bikes down there. So it's kind of a different environment for Brad to be involved in, rather than that lone wolf little small garage. It's a big area now. It's
a big area, but at least the other 2 bikes are in a different class. So you are. Yeah. You know, their timetable is different. Yeah. As long as they've got enough people to deal with that, the people that can be really busy are the people involved in both projects. Yeah. Because you don't have any rest if you've got bikes out in 2 different classes.
Is that the type of thing you'd really want? Would you want to have a crossover of staff in that, or does that take people's eyes off the ball?
That's the trouble. Yeah. And that's the management issue with running Supersport and Superbike. You know, and they're very much developing that bike. Mm-hmm. You know, it's here. Yes, it's been raced before, but you've got to learn an awful lot to conform with the BSB rules. If anybody can manage that, Steve Rogers and the guys down there. Absolutely. Definitely. And it did look like there was enough staff. It didn't look like it was the Superbike team who were running the Supersport, but it's just, there's more noise, you know, there's more stuff going on. But you're right, there's the Superbike programme, then there's a Super Sport programme. And Bradley Ray yesterday, a fine 3rd place. Then we had Christian Idden. Christian was flying a little bit below the radar for the first 2 sessions. Then towards the end of the day, straight back in there, where you'd expect him to be. Now, when he signed for the Senkat Swan Yamaha team, it was an eyebrow up moment for me, because he was leaving
the boy that's behind us right now, Darren Fry's FSC team, where he'd had a lot of success throughout the course of last year. And I think another year, at that time we didn't know the Bimota was coming, but I thought another year on that Kawasaki, Christian could be a serious contender.
No, he's absolutely up there.
But Christian was very honest about it. And, you know, he said that, you know, you're at a point in your career where golden opportunities don't come along too often, and to ride the bike that's consistently winning the championship and be offered that, it's not something you want to turn down, and you can't really turn it down.
It's quite interesting.
But he's now looking at it. I wonder if he thinks, wow, I could have had that Bimota.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. But equally, the Yamaha is one of those bikes where it's naturally a fast machine.
Yeah.
And the electronics rules for bikes in BSB is different to World. And it's quite obvious that the Yamaha operates better in this environment than it does in that environment. Plus, it's an extremely well-developed piece of kit. It won't be around, you know, in this form for much longer.
Is it long in the tooth as well? Is it?
It is really. I mean, it's about 8 years old, isn't it? And I think there's a new version coming out next year.
Okay.
But similar concept, so 4 cylinders, everything else. But there's bits on it that you can't adjust that you'd like to adjust.
Right.
And if you were Yamaha going to do a new production run, you'd fix that. You know, little things like throttle body gears and things like that that just make a difference in racing, but don't make any difference on the road.
Yeah, but they can help you for the racing side of things.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, the 1000cc Superbike, is that something, will that go wrong for a long time? Whereas when MotoGP looks to change its capacity limit, do we then follow suit after that with the... I think
it's more the issue. Do the customers want that sort of motorcycle?
Yeah, okay.
I sort of trundle around on a big off-road thingy that never ever goes off-road.
Yeah.
Because it's comfortable.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
You know, so
yeah.
I used to have bikes with clip-ons, and I can remember getting off a 748 Ducati, having ridden here from Kent. And I couldn't actually get out of the position enough to get to the pump.
Hunched over all day.
Folded up, and I just remember thinking, this is possibly not the future.
That was just yesterday, was it? A 748 Ducati.
That was good 20 years ago.
Yeah, super stuff. Leon Haslam, 5th fastest yesterday, and the Pocket Rocket doing what we would expect him to do around here, diligently working away with Steve Wolf-Moore in that garage.
Well, it is his backyard.
It is. I mean, imagine trying to calculate the amount of laps that Haslam has done round here, and for them all.
He's worn a groove in the place.
That's worn a groove in the place. But you know, he's coming off the back. He is coming off the back of a really good championship year. He was third in the championship last year. He was top Ducati last year. He was the guy who was taking it for us 40-year-olds. Neil, I'll put you in that bracket as well.
Thank you very much.
He was very much flying the flag.
Yep.
Which is great to see. And he still looks as hungry now as he looked when he first threw his leg over a Superbike, which wasn't just yesterday, put it that way. Who are you looking at just now then?
Yeah. No, just looking through. I mean, Josh Brooks is doing really well, which is nice.
It's going to go above that. Ryan Vickers. Let's talk about Andrew Irwin and then Ryan Vickers, because Andrew Irwin on a Ducati, that's a team that's been built around Andrew by Met Healthcare and Fonacab, two very loyal sponsors. I know that Graham Irwin is very much involved with the Met Healthcare side of things, and we spoke with Graham down there in the pit lane. A good rider in his own right, Graham Irwin. Off-road, an incredible rider, incredible motocross rider.
Yep.
And Graham came to do a little bit of circuit racing as well, but then realised maybe, I think he had a fairly sizable off at Silverstone and thought, maybe not.
Well, that's gravitating back to his preferred environment.
Yes,
really.
yes. But Graham has put together, along with a good few other people, an incredible opportunity for Andrew in that lovely yellow and blue Ducati. And you know, Andrew Irwin maybe just needs a different environment. The Honda environment was good for him, but what he said to me, yes, we need to be taken seriously, we need to be considered, but also, the first time out on this bike, it feels like a race bike.
Yes.
It's different from anything else he's been on for the past duration.
And again, that will take time to get used to, because it is going to do things differently. Ryan Vickers, coming back from World Supers, I think he's absolutely found a superb seat for himself.
Oh, yeah.
He's got good people helping him. The Honda needs somebody like him. Yeah. I don't think, to be honest, he was in the right team at World Supers. I think it'd be fair to say it didn't work. And I think the rider can ride. So let's see how he goes here with a team that's very much more focused. Yeah. And it's at the top end of the paddock, not where he was in World Supers, at the bottom end of the paddock.
I thought Ryan did okay in World Superbikes. You know, he wasn't crashing the thing, but I mean, he would have liked more. Every rider does want more. the thing that kind of annoyed me a little bit was he had a 2-year contract, and he got a year out of it, and then, you know, if he'd been crashing the bike in every session all the time, making a mistake and doing silly things, you can understand, but I think he was hard done by. He would have liked to have had another year, as we're pretty sure would have been fabulous for him and his team around him. Having said that, I think it's even better for us that he's back here. You've hit the nail on the head there. Into Honda. Honda need him.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
They've got the raw pace of Vickers, and they've got the experience, and they know Jason O'Halloran from a previous stint at that team.
Yeah, no, Jason would be a steadying hand without a doubt, and he's capable of building the setups and everything that will let Vickers really perform.
I just want to draw attention to the TSL time on the screen, brought to you by Amalegato. We have Max Cook fastest, and that's why Darren Fry's frantically on the text machine there across, telling Nigel Snook to not increase that paycheck for him. And Rory Skinner in second. Now, Rory went out yesterday and went off on an outlap, which was a great shame for him at the Craner Curves.
I think possibly the tyre warmers didn't work quite as they were supposed to.
Oh, okay.
So he discovered that they hadn't worked as they were supposed to in exactly the wrong place.
Well, yeah, when he went to lean on the thing and down, that's a great shame. Brad Ray just goes ahead of Rory. But, you know, for Rory Skinner, I had a quick chat with him in the pit lane yesterday. That's his 5th manufacturer in 5 years.
Yes.
That's a lot of jumping about. You want a bit of consistency and continuity.
You want some stability, but equally, how experienced is Rory?
Well,
you know, he's now done. He's done Grand Prix level stuff. He's done 250 stuff. He's done 5 different manufacturers in Superbike
and Super Sport Championship under his belt. Yeah.
So, you know, that's a very experienced young man.
Yeah. And he's fast. He has very much got the fast. And he's a former rider of Darren Fry in the background as well. I know that Darren did try and kind of lure him back towards that fray, but as we said earlier on, FST have got a great history in dealing with rookies in the correct way.
Isn't it wonderful that a team goes out of its way to bring people up and through?
Yeah.
Yes,
absolutely.
Some teams would only consider somebody who can win them a championship, full stop.
Or a big name.
I'm not for 1 second saying that Darren's not thinking that way, but I just think it's absolutely wonderful that somebody's gone out and said that kid's got some hope. You know, he's good. He just needs a good bike. We can do that bit.
Cook, Ray, Skinner, your top 3. Then Danny Kent in 4th place. That's a teammate for Rory Skinner. Okay, so that's the first time Rory Skinner's had a teammate since he was in Moto 2. And for Danny Kent as well, Danny Kent said to me in an interview yesterday, I'm really happy to have a teammate. I think that's something that I've missed for the last couple of years. When you're the guy who's trying to do everything yourself and cover all the bases, but if you've got another guy on the other side of the garage who's kind of covering half them, it makes it better.
You need to understand, when you've got a teammate, you're not necessarily friends, but both bikes are going out and both bikes are being ridden in different ways by different riders. And when you come back to the garage, the data can be compared. One rider is good at one corner, the other rider's good at another corner. Okay, what's he doing that you're not?
Yeah.
And you're trying always to step up and get the best out of each. But having 2 to compare is a massive step up.
And how experienced are those 2 riders in that garage? You know, former Moto3 world champion.
Exactly.
And a guy who's been at world level from Rory was too good at a young age, wasn't he? The age restriction stopped him going into where he possibly should have gone in Moto3.
Yes, yeah. Over the last few years, there have been lots of little small changes in rules that have, how can I put it, distorted various careers.
Yeah.
But I would love to see Rory on the same bike for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And then not have to go through this, getting used to it. Having said that, we've got Max Cook getting used to a new bike fastest. We've got Rory Skinner getting used to a new bike 3rd fastest. We've got Carl Wright. I mean, these people are very, very good indeed.
Oh, well, when we looked at this last year, you know, when testing's one thing. I got a little bit excited earlier on when the Moto4 boys started having a bit of a race, then had to calm myself down.
They need to do that.
And I get, you know, I do look at this, and I look at the numbers, and you know, and the riders always tell me that's only testing, it's meaningless. Well, I think that's always a front that riders put on, and they tell you that for media and whatever else. But these mean a lot, because Bradley 127.638 goes top of the times. That's fastest. Nobody else may go faster than that, and that's a good time. Yeah. Because it's all depending on what the track's like today. Now, if Brad was down there doing 134 or 135s, we would be questioning that, and he wouldn't be standing giving me the same interview in the garage saying, oh, it's meaningless, it doesn't mean too much, it's fine, because he knows that he needs to be doing that faster time. So I always look at the times, I take it with a pinch of salt what they tell me in the pit lane. And you want them to go as fast as they possibly can anyway, and the teams want that as well.
Yes, but it's not. It's about more than just going fast. It's nice to plonk down a time and say I'm there in the league, but it's all the work that goes into getting there.
Yeah.
You go out, you do 3 laps. Once you've done 3 laps, you know how it's working. You've then got to work out, okay, if I move my weight over here, if I come through this corner slightly differently as well. But by the time you've done 5 laps, you're coming in and saying we need to change something.
Yeah.
It's not working here, and you're slowly whittling away at the things that are stopping you going to the top of that list. And at the end of the session, fine, you're there. Fantastic, the whole process worked. But for a whole other bunch of people in that list, it hasn't quite worked yet, and they're still working. And they're going to need this test and the next test to get themselves together.
Vickers on a quick lap here. That's when I then look at this. You've got the amount of laps they've done.
Yep.
I try and see if they're on longer runs as well, as Vickers goes P3. I look at the amount of laps they've done, and then you want to see where they've done their fastest lap. So for Bradley Ray, it is working, like you say. He's done 10 laps. On his 10th lap, he did his fastest lap. So building and tweak
and Matt
progress.
Cook's only done 5.
Yeah. Did his fastest on the 4th.
Yeah. So, and I'm assuming that the boss can be around here because they're not changing things anymore.
Well, either that, they're going to put new tyres in, the boss has gone away and just send him the invoice. But that's what you would expect. But, you know, Vickers goes out there. He'd done 5 or 6 laps, then gone in the pits. A couple of tweaks, comes out. 1 lap straight away, goes quicker. And I do like to try and look and see who does a lot of laps and then who does longer runs as well. We saw a bit more of that yesterday.
True, but longer runs are when you're getting the bike there, because then you're trying to see how the tyres wear and everything else. Until then, it's the 5 laps, change this, 5 laps, change this. When you've got somebody putting a run together, it's okay, we're there or thereabouts. Now, do the tyres last?
Yeah.
Does something else fall off after we do 12 laps, 13 laps? Because obviously a race is not longer than 5 laps. And at some point, you need to test that.
Let's talk a little bit about rookies as well. I know that we're going to go into the pit lane. That's Wes is back up for that. We may have another roving camera, just to let you know. We might go in the pit lane, but we're going to just touch on this as well. We've got quite a few rookies in it this year. And, you know, Ryan Vickers isn't a rookie. He comes back. He knows what he's doing. But the likes of Rhys Irwin, who I think is a fabulous addition. He comes up from winning the Quattro Group Supersport Championship with Ben Wilson's team, who Ben Wilson is now the chassis technician for Rory Skinner. Yep. So I think that's a great thing. But, you know, we've got 2 hungry young rookies down there in the Master Mac Hawk garage. You've got Rhys Irwin and you've got Eugene McManus. The McManus name goes back a long way. Yep. You know, Eugene, Dad was a fast racer in his own right.
And what I like about both of those riders is their rate of improvement. Yeah. I mean, if you want to work out where if somebody's good, it's not just are they fast, it's how much faster than were last year. You're looking at the rate of improvement. And both of those riders, and it says a lot about their team that they've spotted that and said, right, you're on a bike, let's go for it.
Well, Eugene McManus, 15th place, bike number 15, only 1.6 seconds away from a fastest time by Bradley Ray. And that's, you know, he's done a tiny bit of superbike riding.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he's only going to improve. The important thing right now is that he balances going fast and learning stuff with not stepping off it. Yeah. Yeah. Because you need to be building confidence. You don't need to knock it around a bit.
Now, your old mate Sylvain Gintoli is here testing this weekend. Ginters is out there, stepping in to help Peter Hickman's squad. Bit of BMW affiliation there that he has got for Sylvain.
I will be honest and say I hadn't actually spotted him. I'm looking at the name thinking, oh, that's a coincidence.
I think I've spoke about him in Grand Prix before. Yes. But, you know, we feel for Davy Todd with the injuries he sustained when he was at Daytona at the start of the year. I think it was femur on one leg, a tib and fib on another leg, and maybe even a foot and various other pieces. Get well soon, Davy. I did see his social media last night, and he's already hard at work in the rehab. You know, when it's one leg, it's bad enough, but he's having to rehab both legs. So he's on the bars, and he's trying to walk and do a little bit of what looks like painful physio. But that's how dedicated these guys are. Spalders, me and you, we'd sit on the couch with a cup of coffee, with our feet up for 6 weeks and let nature take its time.
Standard process.
Yeah, absolutely. even you cut a finger, that's standard process. But these guys are different, you know. Davy Todd's, the big picture for Davy is his international roads. That's where he wants to get back. He want to get fit for that. But also, this is big for him as well because he's a team owner in this. Yep. He and Peter Hickman own these bikes. Peter obviously is now kind of more or less fit after his as off that he had last year, but it took a long time for Peter to get back into some sort of shape. But is it difficult in your eyes to be a team owner, team boss, and the rider, or does he have to kind of at one point separate that and let the team guys run it and he's just the rider? For both those guys.
I think if you own it, you've actually got to hand it over to somebody to run it, because riding, there's only room in your head for one of those jobs. Yeah. And so you've got to have people around you who you totally trust to run it for you. The fact that you happen to own the thing, I think, has to be second.
Yeah, okay.
Because otherwise you can start saying, well, I can't crash because I've got to pay for it. You know what I mean? And you can't have that mindset, not at this level.
You're going to have that mindset. You would have that mindset.
I totally would have that mindset.
You've been there, haven't you? You've been there with that mindset.
I was there long enough to work out I couldn't afford to do it.
Yeah, the great Kenny Roberts statement, if you want to make a small fortune, start off with a large fortune. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Brilliant. No, but I do think it's great that Peter, that is commitment to go and put a team together and make sure that you are in place for what you do.
But it also says something about both BMW and the team and Ginters that this arrangement has happened and he's here to help.
Yeah.
That's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, because we did have a few more BMWs in it last year, but not any longer. Dom Herberson's getting told he has an intermittent signal on his transponder. Now that's not what you want, because you don't want it to not pick up as you cross the line, but we'll let him away with that.
But you can get some very fast lap times.
You can, yes, you can. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Why did I think you'd be involved in that? An improvement for Charlie Spud Nesbitt goes into the top 10, just pushes Joe Talbot out of the top 10. Now, Spalders, if it's okay with you, we're going to bring Darren Fry in just for a minute, if that's okay. Yeah. I'll see if Darren would like to bring himself across here, and we'll get Darren in sound and vision as well. Almost looks like he doesn't want to come over, and I very much doubt that. Very much a face for screen, that's for sure. We'll let you get in. So if you're standing in front of this, you'll also be in vision for everybody to see Darren Fry. And a very good morning and welcome. Thank you for stumbling into the commentary box. You probably heard myself and Spalders waxing lyrical about what we think of the Bimotors and how they're going. But from a team side of things, you are the F and FS3 on the AGN steel stock side of Bimotor. You've got to be happy.
Yeah, over the moon at the minute. I had to come up here, my two favourite people, of course, and see you. But no, over the moon at the moment. Obviously, there's been such hard work going by all the team from basically the day of the last round last year. And it's definitely caught up with me this weekend, that's a fact. And you're talking about, I just overheard you talking about, the guys that are racing and trying to be team managers and owners and whatever. I'll take my hat off to them, because it's extremely difficult to do everything. But yeah, I can't say enough about how proud I am of the team and everything that's gone on over the winter. It's been extremely hard work. KRT team have been amazing. Kawasaki UK have been amazing. Bimotor themselves have been absolutely fantastic. And none of this would have happened without AGN Steel Stock and Alan giving us the go-ahead to do all this. And, from all our partners, I mean, we've got some amazing partners with SafePack as well that do all our logistics. It sounds like a massive shout-out, but genuinely, what I'm trying to explain is, without those guys and those partners, Matt's here from Renault Trucks, just the dashing about in vans over the winter, it's just been amazing. Yeah. I can't say enough. So yeah, to see him at the top of the time sheets or near the top of the time sheets is fantastic. And Max is just beaming from ear to ear, and I'm immensely proud of Joe. He's beaten himself up already, and I sort of had a bit of a pop at him yesterday afternoon in the nicest way and said, mate, if you're anywhere near the top 15, that we're over the moon. Yeah. And you've seen our team develop over the years, and everybody goes, they only take young riders because they're cheap. Well, you add up the crash damage, they're not cheap.
No, it's not.
It can be cheaper to employ a
big name, yeah.
A big name. And so it is a risk, but do you know what? It gives you so much satisfaction to see the likes of Max, that seems 5 minutes since he had his first go on a track day at No Limits round here on a lunchtime.
Yeah.
And, and to see some of our other boys up there, Rory, has ended up a great friend.
Christian, who was with you last year,
Christian,
so
exactly.
strong.
Yeah, exactly.
Did Christian know about the Bimotor opportunity, or was that after he'd already announced to you, look, I'm going to... Because that was a difficult decision for Christian, wasn't it?
He did know. the actual confirmation came very late. It was actually the day after the Donington round here. And yes, he did know, and we made him as absolutely aware of all the possibility. I don't think any of us were aware how much support we were going to get in the end. Yeah. And Bamota definitely would have liked him to stay because of his history with them. But I've fully understood his rationale and his thought process. You know, and the family have been a great family to have on board last year. Christian was a great teammate to Max. I think Max learnt a lot. So it's part of the process. We move on, and we wish him all the luck. And once an FS3 rider, you're always we're always cheering them on one way or another.
Once you're in the fan, you never leave. It's like Hotel California.
Yeah,
you can check out, but you can never leave.
Exactly. And
I think that's testament to young Max Cook, who's just gone top of the times. Okay, calm down. I know it's testing. I will get excited for you. 27.398, 2/10 up on Bradley Ray. It's a step up for Max now. You know, he's always had that more experienced teammate. He's had Christian in him. He had Jason O'Halloran, you know, when he first came in. Max is now that de facto #1 in your team, and it looks like it's fallen on his shoulders with great ease because of the environment you have down there for him.
Very much so. Sitting down with Max running up to the end of the year, and obviously, you know, he's been riding very well and he had options and whatever, and I said, look, you know, we're never going to be somebody to stop you going where you want to go or doing what, but let's go through all the options. And now to sit there, and he's got Marcel Dunkers here from the KRT team. He's actually bought chassis parts with him, you know, more updated chassis parts. Alex is in the garage, and I said, look, you got to look at the big picture now, you know, because people are going to be watching you on this bike. The bike's going to create a lot of interest, and if you show some loyalty to the team, the manufacturer, you know, the sponsors, they're all going to be watching you. You know, I've got Beal and Gwym on from KRT saying we're watching every lap, and that can only be good for Max.
Yeah.
You know, the bigger picture is much better with the continuity.
It kind of falls back to where I think you wanted Rory to be. Yeah. You know, but Rory got the chance of Grand Prix, and it's always going to be difficult to turn that down. But you were the same mindset. You know, if you stay here, Rory, if you do the right thing, the good thing, they're watching, and there will eventually, hopefully, be a route. So
it's extremely difficult because the riders want to go as fast as they can, as quickly, and get to that point of achieving in the fastest direct route, which can mean jumping around teams. But if you actually look back on the history of it, it never actually works.
Yeah.
It's the continuity will eventually lead to the bigger things. The continuity and the, well, look at Mick Doohan.
I was going to say Wayne Rainey never left Yamaha. Mick Doohan never left Honda. Valentino Rossi was long-time Honda, then long-time Yamaha. Jorge Lorenzo, these guys, you know, you're right.
And the long-term relationships with the teams and the members of the team and the manufacturers and the sponsors, they go a long way. Go a long, long way for their future career. And Max can come across as lovely and cuddly and whatever, but he's not stupid.
No,
he's not stupid. He can give a good impression of stupid, but he is not stupid, that boy. And he sees the bigger picture. And I think when we took them over to the World Superbike test as well, the reaction, he could read the room. He could read the room. And everybody forgets, he was in the HRC program from 14 years old. He's done the hard miles. He's sat in front of Puge and had the wrath of Puge, you know, telling him he's not good enough and he's losing his ride. And he's been through the hard knocks and running out the back of a van again and got back to where he is. And I'm immensely proud of him and the team.
He's about to, is that him leaving the pit lane? That's actually Peter Hickman, I think, leaving the pit lane. But, you know, he's top of the times right now from Bradley, from Danny Kent, Ryan Vickers, Rory Skinner and Kyle Ride. You know, I'm sitting here talking to you. It's great that we're in sound and vision. People can see you. As a friend, you know, I can see it's taking its toll on you, you know. You need a holiday, mate.
I do.
You do.
I do.
I was speaking with Ian yesterday on Thursday, and I said, how's things? And Ian goes, well, this will be a big test for us. I'm like, well, I hope it goes well. He goes, when's the lorry arrive? Darren's arranged that. That's all he said. And I said, okay.
I was still putting graphics on it to keep sponsors happy at 5 to 5. Then I'm watching the map to get here, and then I said it was ETA's at 10 to 6. Then at 10 past 6, it still wasn't here, and I was like, oh my God. And then 6:15, it was here, and you know, Troy got it here, and with the the Renault boys and the Safe Pack boys, and they've been amazing, like I said, and yeah, and we're all here, and it's all worked out. But yeah, I could do with a holiday.
But what people don't realise, Darren, is you run a very successful team, FS3, yourself and Nigel. You've also got a business to run as well, which you know, it's how do you spin all these plates and keep kind of calm.
Definitely this winter's definitely tested me. I definitely had a couple of moments where I was sat at the desk and gone, I've definitely bit off more than I can chew. And then at the last minute, sort of 8 weeks ago, we decided we needed to change the hospitality unit. So I've been ripping that apart and doing that in the evenings. And yeah, you just do it because you're passionate about it.
Yeah.
And the whole bigger picture is that everything will come together, and it will all come together. We got O Sport down in Silverstone. They're making bodywork for us because we can't get the supplies. Obviously, the motor being a very unique bike, there's only so much supplies, and we don't want to take any of that supply chain away from KRT. So we've been running around having tanks made by MCS down on the docks in Brightlingsea by hand, and the fantastic lads they are that you just forget.
That's a good point, actually, yeah.
What's in the UK.
Yeah.
And then we've got O Sport that stepped in, and they're making all the carbon fibre, and they literally sent me videos yesterday. They said it's like an FS3 factory in here, making all the bodywork. And got Josh Day here that sprayed the bike for the photographs, and his boy's just gone, H has just gone the fastest, and we're helping him out, or I'm helping him out with the bike as well. Yeah. So, and obviously Spalder's being a good friend as well. He's supplied the bike for me and whatever. Sorry, took a load of money off me.
Yeah,
I got confused there.
Invoiced.
Yeah, so, but on the way here, and I see him, great big beam on his face, and then it's all worthwhile.
Yeah, it's and what people need to realise as well, you're a former racer. You were the guy that didn't care about that backroom stuff. You were the guy that used to put the helmet on and go racing, and it's amazing how it kind of works full cycle. Now we've got somebody walking away from the side of the track down there that looks like it could be Richard Kerr sliding off going through the Craner curves. Richard up on his feet, or the rider up on his feet. We'll wait for confirmation to come back, but a lot of youngsters getting caught out through the Craner curves earlier on in the cold conditions. Let's have a little check and see what the track temperature has gone to with this remote control. And have we got a red flag? We have got a red flag there. I don't believe that television screen that I've got there. It still says 7.5 degrees, but the red flag coming out with 11 minutes to go. A shame for that. We'll wait for confirmation to find out who it is. Yeah, number 5, Fowler at Craner Curves, rider is okay. So any Richard Kerr fans out there, Richard coming back with a brand new team, which is lovely to see him back here. And a lot of Billy McConnell's team have ended up in that garage, which I think is good, because that was a worry when the Fairburn team decided that they were no longer going to be part of it. You think, well, there's a lot of good people in that garage. You know, where are they going to go? You're very lucky with your staff. They've been very loyal to you, and it's a really good. It's a fun garage to go in. I'm always a bit worried about who I'm going to speak to in your garage. You know, I want to stay away from Dan. I can get a good word with Ian and Bear, with Jason or whoever he turns into. You know, you always kind of just watch who you're going to speak to. But
you do look scared when you walk up.
Well, it's not scared. It's intimidated more than anything, to be honest. You know, I made the fatal mistake of interviewing Dan in a pit lane at Snetterton, and I said, you know, I was very, very loud, a lot going on, and I said, what have you done to the bike to make it so much faster in session 2? And he said something about a banana hammock to me, and I couldn't quite hear it. So I said, "What was that?" And I went back in, and I thought, "Oh, good grief!" So
yeah, you did blush.
They do like a wind up. But
do you know what? It's great as well. I sort of got on the phone to those guys as soon as I knew exactly what was happening after the last round, and they all went, "We're in."
Yeah.
And to get the whole crew back together was amazing. And again, I can't thank them enough. And Dicko and Dan are both full time, and they're literally. I mean, Dicko stops over at the workshops most nights, and I have to tell him to go to bed because I can see him on the camera still working at 11 and 12 o'clock. And it's just they're so passionate, and to see the screens is amazing for them.
It's new for them as well, so it's exciting. You know, it's like, wow, we're getting to work on that.
It's brought a whole new enthusiasm. It was interesting actually. We went to obviously the World Superbike test when it all got confirmed, and we got invited to that, and Beale and Gwyn were just amazing, and sort of they actually stopped the team working and said, as far as anybody's concerned, these guys are part of our team. They can see anything. You can show them anything. They can be on debriefs, etc., etc. But again, for that level of support for my guys has been amazing, and you know, to the level of interest that they've got from the team. And when we went to the test in Portugal, we had the lead designer from Bimota in their garage most of the time, the lead engineer in there most of the time. They had to keep fetching them back to do World Superbike stuff. And then all the World Superbike team have been amazing. And yeah, I just can't say enough of how it sort of progressed. But for my guys to then speak to those guys, and they said, look, it gave us a whole new lease of life from working on the same bike for quite a while. Yeah. And you're seeing that in our garage now. It's like we've just started again.
Yeah. Yeah, familiarity can sometimes take somebody's eye off the ball, but not that that ever happened in your garage. No. I'm not saying that, but it also,
it's enthusiasm, isn't it? You know, at the
you've
end of the day,
ignited everybody again.
Exactly. And Nigel as well. You know, it's like
he was bouncing about the garage yesterday like the joys of spring.
I haven't seen him this enthusiastic about racing since we started the job, and you know, we've been through the mill, like every team has. But to see him so enthusiastic about the whole job again, it's amazing. You know, that guy's pumped so much money into this. It's
also for Nigel, it's the fruits of his labour. See this man here who's top of the times, because Nigel has been a supporter of Max Cook from
2008.
2008?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know it was that long.
Yeah. So, you know, helped him out. And I see a lot of, just nipping back to Harrison, I've just been in the tent and he's bouncing around because he's just, you know, done. But his dad's already straight onto him. And Josh is a great lad that Deo paints our bikes.
Good rider as well.
Very good rider.
Racer.
Had a big accident.
Unfortunately,
and sort of. But he's already like, watch Craners, do this, do that. And he's getting all that input. But I see a lot of Max in Harrison.
Okay.
And I said to Spalding, I said, he'll end up on one of our bikes if we're still running by then.
Yeah, brilliant. So yeah, I think it's good for Josh Day. I mean, I saw the name, and I thought, but I didn't want to say. I was going to go and find out, but you've confirmed that for me. Josh was a great Ducati racer, wasn't he? A great racer.
And done Superbike and Super Stock and Super Sport.
But the last bit of his career before the injury was Ducati, and you know, he said some of the greatest paint jobs ever.
Oh,
great spray painter. But his son arrives in the RNG Moto4 British Cup, and
he's fast.
On his second test he goes top of the times. Now, we saw this last year, myself and Larry Carter, who's just popped up into the commentary point. We saw this last year with Ethan Sparks and Jack Dunnaby. They arrived in Talent Cup, as it was back then, and just kind of reconfigured how rookies arrive. And that's what we've seen on the world scene as well. You know, these rookies that come from the Junior World Cup who go into Moto3, it's like, wow, where did that Piqueras come from? Who's this guy? And they go straight to the top, they move on to the next class, they go straight to the top, and then that's how kind of how careers work.
Yeah, keeps going. And to have his dad with all the knowledge that his dad's got, and you know, and the support that he's got in the paddock. I just walked away from that tent with a big grin on my face, and I thought,
Nigel, get the contract ready.
Yeah, but I'd love to be in his shoes again. But you know, seeing young Joe come through. You know, I've known Joe for a long time, even when I'm doing endurance racing at No Limits. Seeing Joe come all the way through, and to see him on one of our bikes now that's made me so proud. You know, and he's got from a lovely family, and he's the same as Max. He's got good ethics, good manners.
Yeah,
go a long way.
And that's a big thing for you and your team.
Massively. You know? For me...
You're not looking for somebody who's going to throw a helmet about the garage and start shouting. You're not that type of team. And if it is that type of person...
Once.
Yeah, they won't do it again. They won't be there.
No.
Yeah.
So, to see young Joe in there is amazing. It's actually quite funny, though, as well, because obviously both Max and we sort of we helped Max get the bench ride when he was sort of coming back through, and obviously Joe's been with Binchy as well. On the way
your team now, is it?
Yeah, I just said to Binchy on the way past. I said, "Who's next? Then who you got for us?" So
because you've got Harrison Day for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Brilliant.
But as daft as it sounds, stupidly that works.
Yeah,
right. Because you know he runs a fantastic team.
Yeah, he does.
And you know that would be a good place to place somebody with the thought process of and he's got Carter Brown has gone there now. I think a lot of Carter. I think he's, again, good lad.
Yeah.
Good. I think he's got a lot of potential. And I think, he'll do very well in Binchy's team.
Are you strong enough to take on Oliver Barr?
Yeah, I can handle him, no problem.
Absolutely.
He might outdrink me on a bottle of red, but yeah. But no, do you know, Ollie's a great lad, and he's absolutely got so much talent. It's unbelievable. Loves life, that kid.
Yeah.
And do you know what? There's a part of me that I prefer to be like him than this. But he is a fast boy, and I'll tell you what, everybody's going to have to look out for Ollie this year, because I think he's going to surprise some people.
Darren, thank you very much. This has almost been like a podcast rather than a test session. It's been fabulous to have you up here. Spalders first, you second. I know there's only 3 minutes to go. I will do a bit of coverage of the session, but I want to bring the other man who's just stopped in the back of the commentary box. I'd love him to come and join me for a quick second and just say hello to everybody, because he's the other voice. He's the other half of me, if you like it. That sounds a bit wrong, actually. But Larry, you're going to have to sit here, and you're actually going to be in vision, OK? So you've done your hair. Thank you very much. Larry Carter, have a seat. It's good to see you. Welcome to Donington Park. Welcome to 2026, the 30th year of the British Superbike Paddock. How are you?
Yeah, all right, Dunk. How are you? Have you wintered well?
I think so. I'm not too sure, Larry. I'm not too sure.
It doesn't seem 5 minutes since we were at Brands Hatch, does it, for the culmination of the 2025 British Superbikes. And here we are, 5-6 months later on, here at Donington Park in the sunshine. It's a bit cool out there.
Yeah.
A little bit cool out there, and I have just headed down from the frozen north, and there was 1 or 2 rain showers just a little bit north of here, but hopefully it doesn't come to anything. But yeah, ready to go again, I think. It's similar cast to what we had last year as far as BSB is concerned. 1 or 2 returning heroes which have a bit of unfinished business, don't they? The likes of Ryan Vickers and Jason O'Halloran. And it'll be interesting to see. There's a Frenchman out there which I was very interested to read, was coming to the test, a certain former world endurance champion Sylvain Gantoli. And with the doubt over Davy Todd, Davy who broke both legs at Daytona just a month or so ago, I think there has to be some doubt as to whether Davy will make the start of the season. There's all sorts of conjecture as to whether his 2 major paydays at the Northwest 200 and TT might be in doubt. But I haven't spoken to Davy, but I do know that he is well on the road to recovery. But it begs the question, doesn't it, Dunk?
I asked it yesterday. Somebody goes down at the Fogarty. Yes, he's there. Just saw that on the CCTV. We'll come back to that in a second, Larry. We'll get a confirmation. Port West Racing Marshals in attendance. I kind of asked an open question about that one. Is Ginter's here? Will we actually see him maybe doing the first couple of rounds? Because I don't think Davy will be back in time. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. I've seen social media with Davy already in rehab, but you know, 1 leg I think I said earlier on is bad enough, Larry, but 2, that's a big thing to come back for. And you're very right, his payday is those two events and over on the road. So number 15 is unfortunately one of the rookies we were just talking about there. That's young Eugene McManus, who's slipped off the Hawk Honda just going in there. I actually was watching the screen, Larry. He just got to the first curb. Don't think he clipped the curb, but just folded the front and down he went. For the rookie, who's going very well, that's the first little mark on his copybook, and that's no mean feat, by the way, for what he's done this week so far.
We've got to get used to all these new colour schemes, and
it's when everybody comes out in black, Larry.
Everything else, don't we, Dunk? You know, Danny Kent will be still riding a different manufacturer at some point in time during the first part of the season. Charlie Nesbitt's changed teams, of course. And of course, Carl Ride, the only member of the Nitrous competition squad, of course, missing Glenn Irwin, of course, Scott Redding, due to well, if you read the facts and hear them, they're still in the process of
building bikes,
sorting bikes out for the start of the season. And I know that the new Ducati did need quite a lot of work doing to it to make it eligible for BSB specs, so a couple of Ducatis just missing this weekend.
Well, both PBM and Nitrous went to Italy. Glenn's in Italy just now with the team. I think they finished the bikes yesterday, and I think PBM were maybe the day before that. But you know, you're saying that we talk about new manufacturers. There was a couple of Batham's BMWs on track yesterday quite a few times, by the way, and their Ducatis, and it's so easy to fall into the trap. And you know, it's getting all the sponsors right and saying the correct thing for the British Superbike Championship in association.
Well, we'll get it right by the end of the season. What we've done, usually by Brands Hatch, we were about ready to go for a little bit like me when I do a rally SS8, the final stage of the day. I'm about ready to do
pumped up and ready for it. So it's good to see you, though. It's good to see you.
Yeah, I just popped down, flying visit, literally a flying visit, not on official duty this weekend, but yeah, looking forward to getting back into it. We've got the privilege of producing all 11 race programs again this year for MSV. So there's a little bit of consistency there that we're looking forward to doing. And as far as God's willing, I shall be at all 11 rounds of the British Superbike Championship this year as well. So
fabulous. The programs are such a huge part of it. You know, people still take them away. I've got every program for every event that I've done in this job, and it's almost like a spotter's guide, Larry. You know,
we might even throw a Duncan Vincent guest column in for the Knockhill one.
Do I have to write?
If we can afford you, of course. We might have to go through the agent for that one, might we?
Chat GPT is a great thing, mate. I'm using that. Describe Duncan's Knockhill BSB. But no, Larry, thank you very much. Max Cook, fastest. The Bimotor has arrived.
Doesn't surprise me. The fact is that the consistency is there. The Bimotor chassis, the Kawasaki ZX-10 engine inside. That the consistency with the AGN steel stock FS3. You've just had Darren Fry up here, of course, talking about that. And I think that Max is one of these riders, isn't he? He's got 100 Superbike starts to his CV now, and he served his apprenticeship, and he's one of these guys now that he's looking forward to kicking on. He doesn't just want to rack up an odd podium at Thruxton, his local track, like he has done over the past 2 or 3 years. He now just wants to say, you know what, I'm in with a shout at this British Superbike Championship as well. So I think everybody just needs to keep an eye. He needs to get a few results under his belt, not do anything silly in the first 2 or 3 rounds, and get some points on the board and see where it goes from there. But when you consider that the start of the season is always a little bit of an unknown effigy, as it were, because this time last year, of course, a couple of days ago to the year, we'd lost 2 of the major riders in the championship, hadn't we? The fact is, it was announced on April Fool's Day last year that both Brad Ray and Carl Ride didn't have a ride for the season. And they ended up finishing 1-2 in the championship with different teams, as it were.
That's a good point, actually.
So you know, you can't write too much into. Let's not write too much into the pre-season stuff. And Max Cook, if he's top of the times at Alton Park, and then top of the times when we come back here at Donington in 6 weeks' time or whenever it is, then we'll start believing it. Testing is slightly different. The fact is that everybody is still getting up to speed. And but I'm interested to see what the Bimotor can do this year. It's certainly not disgraced itself on the World Championship stage, has it? So.
100%, and you'll be up close and personal with that in the pit lane, in the podiums, and on the grid, Larry. You'll get to, it's such a good-looking bike, and it's nice to see something fresh and different. Yeah,
that's the plan. So hopefully we'll be able to get up close and personal to the various riders throughout the course of the year. And do what we do down there and try to make it as entertaining and as interesting as we can. Because, as we say, Doug, about me and you, we're not very good, but we are cheap and available, aren't we, mate?
And you're going to be in Sound and Vision this year, Larry. Give everybody a wave. We're streaming live on YouTube.
This is a little bit. I mean, I'm worried about the vision element of it, especially given my face for radio physique. So certainly not looking forward to that. But,
not at all.
But I'll love you and leave you, Doug, because I know you've got lots of work on. I've got 1 or 2 of the jobs to do, and then I'm heading back up to the frozen north before we do it all over again in a month's time at Alton Park.
I shall see you at Alton Park, Larry. BSB Radio presented by Kawasaki. We'll be back, and we'll have Alan Hyde as well. We'll take a big break, and we'll come back with some action from the pit lane. So you join us down in the pit lane here at Donington Park, and Superbike session finished, Super Sport session on with Super Stock. But let's catch up with Andrew Owen, who takes the sheet out of my hand. It's not a bad sheet, it's a good sheet. So you've done a day yesterday, full day getting used to the bike, getting used to the team, bedding yourself in, lots to learn, lots to do. Give us a summary of how the day went for you, Andrew.
Joe, yesterday we started off every session. I think I went 0.9, 0.9, 0.9, faster end out with 28.3. This morning was one of them sessions where, yeah, we didn't make a step, and also it wasn't. You're always going to have one of them sessions. I feel, not every day, not every session can be brighter and brighter, or else the lap time becomes ridiculous. But we didn't make a big step this morning. We went backwards, to be honest, but we actually didn't really change the bike much. I think I was just a little bit more aggressive, and then being more aggressive, you run into some problems. But to be honest, it's a completely new team, new staff. Nobody's worked together before. So this test, I said this yesterday, is about putting everybody together. And I think we've built a fantastic team. So it's a credit to MET and Funacab for pulling it all together. And let's see where we end up today. I think the wind is going to pick up is the only thing. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I'm loving this experience. I'm loving being back racing, and I feel like I've got a massive smile on my face again. And I know I'm not fast enough yet, but I feel like I'm getting a bit of a mojo back, where I've got a bit of like happiness and smiling, and I'm really, really excited.
I think yesterday was a fabulous day for you. Watching what this team has become and where you managed to put the team, I think you should hold your head high. Everybody in the garage. And you said yesterday, we need to be considered. We are serious, and we saw that yesterday, and we've seen that today as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you're putting yourself down, so you didn't make a step, but, a lot of people have gone down the road today and made errors. You haven't done that, which is good, and that's what you've got to do. You've got to focus on this bike. Yeah,
exactly. We have to learn the bike as a team as well, and, we're taking step by step. Dave, the crew chief, he's never worked with Ducati. Kia, who's here this weekend, has never worked with Ducati, so it's putting everything together. The mechanics haven't seen the bike before, and that's what testing's for. It's putting everybody together, not just miles on me, not just miles in the bike. It's time for all the staff. So, whenever I rang them with this idea, they probably thought Andrew Owen is this mad pipe dream, and we've been able to make it a reality, and it's definitely not been the easiest of 3 months, but honestly, I think I've thrived throughout it. I love being busy. I'm a grafter away from racing motorbikes, and this is what's kept my focus for the past 3 or 4 months.
I think you're also one of the best turned out teams in the paddock for being so young and so new to it. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. It all came together really well. I had a lot of people message me saying people knew I had something together, but I couldn't really say what. But I wanted to wait until everything was done. We had everything together. We had the truck done, the toolbox is done, and I think we're presentable. And we look professional. Let's be professional and let's be fast.
Okay, I need to talk to you about the gravel at the Melbourne Loop. What happened there? Was that just a little bit too late in the brakes? What went wrong?
Honestly, I thought the yellow bike was going to get a little bit of gravel rash, but I'm sure the belly fan has a bit now. But yeah, honestly, it's just finding the limit. I have struggled there. Like yesterday, I lost all of my time in the last sector. So I've been trying to take a step. I've got Scott's data, Glenn's data to look at, and I was trying to do what they do, and I'm just not able to do what they do yet. So whenever you look at the data yesterday, and it's like, Andrew, you need to brake a little bit later. So I braked a little bit later, but I ended up in the gravel. But, we kept it on 2 wheels, reared it back and continued. But it's not always simple, is it?
Yeah, no, it wasn't on TV, but I did watch it. So I did saw it with the naked eye. But listen, congratulations. I'll let you get back to the work.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you, Andrew Owen there. Fabulous. Great to catch up with Andrew. Now, the Richard Kerr bike has had maybe a little bit more gone wrong with it than it would seem. There's quite a lot of extinguisher dust down here in the pit lane, which is never the greatest. Andy Jameson working the bike. I'm going to go off mic for a minute just to make sure I can chat with these guys and see if everything is kind of okay. Yeah, so extinguishers getting replaced in the pit lane for the Richard Kerr bike. The fuel tank was leaking, then there was a spark, so there was a little bit of a fire, so that has been extinguished. But unfortunately, Richard's bike looking just that little bit second-hand, guys. So there's quite a bit of work to get done at that bike for Andy Jameson and co, who are very much on it just now. You know, somebody who we never got to speak to yesterday is Christian Idden. See if you can maybe come and have a little word with me. He says, yeah. Pete Jennings says, no, go away. That's a little bit nasty. Good to see you, my man, and so happy to see you going well on this Yamaha. I think I saw your leathers going about the place yesterday. New leathers? But still wearing the black ones?
No, I've got them. They just turned up a bit late, so then I missed the photography thing on whatever day we're on today, 2 days ago. And then I just gave them a bit of a run out yesterday just to bed them in. But
you looked good.
I appreciate that. But yeah, Alpine Stars do always just such an amazing job. So I think we were talking about it before. I got measured in 2018 and I've not been measured since. So, and they're always bob on first time out.
Okay, so talk us through the Yamaha. How are you getting on? How are you feeling? Feeling you've done a lot of laps this winter.
Yeah, I've done a lot of laps on an R6, like done lots of riding, which was really good. We had a test on the Superbike a couple of weeks back, which was really good out in Spain. Standard going to Spain and then come back and the bike feels completely different because the track's so different, the type of tarmac's very different. So yeah, you always feel like everything's upside down in comparison when you come here. So yeah, it's thrown a spanner in the works or two. Yesterday I didn't feel very good at all, but I went reasonably okay in, compared to the rest of the pace that was going on. Yeah, we're just learning really. There's obviously there's a lot for me to learn, but also a lot for the team to learn. So we're trying to understand the bike together and find a point where I can get comfortable.
And what do you do moving forward from here? Because I know I get excited looking at times, and I shouldn't get excited looking at times, but you're looking at the bigger picture. Are you making the progress you're wanting?
Yeah, at the moment it's a little bit stagnant because we're just trying to go through the motions of trying to understand things a little bit more. So, yeah, like I said, yesterday was odd because I didn't feel good at all, and I was, compared to the other guys, because that's your reference, I was P4 on the day, which is half decent. And then, yeah, that session then it was just a little bit hit and miss actually, because I went out on some old tyres, then when I put a new set in, the drizzle came, and then the red flag. It just, same for everyone, like, but just my exit timing didn't really seem to work out. And I never really got into a rhythm, so yeah, as much as it's an hour-long session, it goes very fast, especially we changed a pivot then, which it's not a long job, but it's not a 2-minute job either, so you inherently lose 15 minutes, and before you know it, the session's done. So yeah, 2 more sessions, hopefully the weather stays half decent. I know it's due to get a bit windy again later, but yeah, it looks like the middle session should be half decent anyway.
Did I see you changing the pivot yesterday as well, when the bike was over the other side of the garage? I came in and there was something going on in that area.
Yeah, the pivot was all the way up yesterday, and now we've gradually moved it down. As I said, it's just us as a team, as a rider, understanding a completely different bike, and I've always been a rider that enjoys a harder feeling rear of the bike, which is a pivot up scenario. But if the bike doesn't like that, then there's no point sort of going in that direction. You know, this bike is proven with its pedigree, so I'm not going to try and reinvent the wheel and make it do something it doesn't want to do. So yeah, we went that way in Spain, and because I did so many laps on it, I think I got used to it and went half tasty. But then when you come somewhere where time's a bit more short, then you need to do what's right for the bike.
Christian, thank you very much. Let's get back to the data there. I like that. That's really interesting. That's a seasoned pro, not trying to make a Yamaha feel like a Kawasaki or a BMW or what he's been on in the past. He's not trying to re-engineer the bike. He's very much aware that no, that's not how it works. This needs to be doing this. It needs to feel like this, and that is what we want. So yeah, I like that. Yeah, a few garage doors down in the pit lane. I did want to come and try and have a word with Eugene McManus, but I think that garage door is closed. I just want to make sure Eugene's okay more than anything, to be honest, because we did see him slide off in that session. In fact, the door's open. Both bikes are back. Both Master Mac Hondas are back here. I can see Eugene's helmet there. He's actually having a bit of a chat right now with the data engineer, so I'll just wait a minute or two and then I'll see if I can maybe grab him. But we're trying to be very, very cautious about this because there's a lot of work getting done in here. Always a busy garage, the Hawk Master Mac resurfacing garage. Two super bikes on one side, you can hear the tools clinking off the ground, and two super stock bikes on the other side. Dan Brooks with two super stock bikes at his disposal, which, or is that a kind of super bike hybrid thing? I'm getting thrown at the garage. Can I have a word to you, actually? Are you throwing me at the garage, Mr. Hicken?
Yeah.
I like that.
Never got the invite.
All right, I never get an invite, but I'm always here. I wanted a word with Eugene. I just want to make sure he's A-OK. As far as rookies go, very impressed with how he's performing on your bike just now. Unfortunate, a little tip-off, though. Is he OK?
Yeah, he's brand new. Luckily, he managed to ride it back, which is always a bonus for him. Just a shame, really. It'd have been nice to have seen what lap time he was going to do there, but look, we shouldn't really be chasing the lap times as they got a little bit giddy there with a couple of minutes to go. But look, I think he was like 0.5, 0.6 under, which would have been impressive. The two lads have done a great job in the Superbike at the moment. They're going faster than probably what they should be, but yeah, we'll keep rolling, we'll keep going.
Got Dan Brooks just going out here. He's going to have a quick take the tyre sticker off. Steve doesn't like a tyre sticker going out. A brand new SC1 on the back for Dan Brooks here. New sticker tyre there. Dan about to throw his leg over that Master Mac Honda, and keep your eyes on timer screens. New sticker tyre on the back. Now, I like what you did there, because I hate seeing a tyre sticker going on the track.
It's just it's bad practice, isn't it? So someone's in for a bollocking.
Oh, you go. Oh, Steve Hicken. Tongue-in-cheek moment there, or maybe not, actually. I wonder if we could have a word with Brooksy. You can see Amy doing a little bit of filming at the front of the garage here. A lot stripped down on Josh's bike just now. Very much garage setup in that. Here comes Lee Jackson. He's doing a bit of a. Are you busy? Are you doing a garage tour?
Not really. I'm kind of doing. Yeah, I'm doing a garage tour at the minute, but not busy at all.
I love the hair.
Thanks. Everyone said, well, it's mixed opinion.
Oh, the team photograph. I thought, wow, he looks great.
Oh, do you like it? I'll keep it going then.
Definitely. I'm just jealous. Mine's is going too thin for that now. But how's your winter been, and how are you looking forward to 2026?
Yeah, winter's been pretty good. Obviously, recovering from the back injury towards the end of last year, so been a case of getting myself back up and fit and running and all the stuff that comes with that. But got a new crew chief my side of the garage, new data guy as well, so it's been tricky in the winter just trying to get up to speed. And yesterday wasn't the greatest of days. We didn't really go the right way with the setup, and changed it right after the last session. It was a lot better, and then this morning, we tried a new component. We've got a new suit of swinging arm, which seems to be pretty good. Just still learning. The data guy still just trying to understand the engine brake and the characteristics of a BSB bike, so that was a bit tricky, but yeah, all things are going in the right direction.
Listen, I'll let you get back to the garage tour. Good to see you. Love the hair. Don't change. Sorry, Amy. Don't want to step in front of that. Don't want to ruin that. I'd like to see if the team, Johnny Bagliff, could just nick Johnny just now. It's always good to speak to the rider, but then you get the truth from the team boss. So, good to see you, my good man. Are you well?
I'm fitting well, still here and breathing.
Well, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. How about you?
Oh, well, like you, I've made it through the winter and I haven't put on too much bark. I'm happy.
That's a good sign.
It is. Right, I want to know an update from you. Lee tells me he's got a new data guy, new crew chief. Josh's side of the garage looks pretty similar with Ben and what's around that table. So why the change? What's happened?
Just circumstance, really. There was no sort of direction from me on that we needed to change some things. It was just some obviously some people moved on and bits and pieces, and obviously we filled the gaps. So I don't know. I wonder if Lee's upset them all, but I doubt it. No, it's just one of them things. People have moved on, found somewhere else, and obviously we've filled this side of the garage, and it's good to get some testing in. Like I say, we're out in Spain there and back here, and as much as the bike's testing and Lee's testing, it's obviously testing the crew and getting them all to amalgamate together.
Do you think Lee's morphing into Josh Brooks with this hair?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think it's maybe going for the tradesman look, isn't it?
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, Mr. Plumber, and he's about time for a clip out, I think.
Is he still a plumber, or is he now a professional full-time rider? Does he do plumbing for you in the winter?
No, I think he tells everyone he's a plumber, but yeah, we class him as a full-time rider, yeah.
Absolutely, and let's look towards 26, bit of continuity, same riders, same bikes. Bikes look fabulous, by the way. Love the team launch. You must be quite excited. There was a good few boxes ticked last year, podiums, top step of the podium as well. You know, it's all been there.
Yeah, I mean, last year, I can't hide the fact we weren't really too pleased with how it went. You know, it wasn't sort of where we wanted to be for the effort that's been put in, and the riders and the team will all speak for that. You know, we don't come here for sort of second place. But it was our first year on the Honda, so we needed to start somewhere. We've got to learn the bike. The team's got to learn the bike. This year, we've changed quite a few things, not only personnel, but things with the bike. We're sort of taking it our own direction with our own experience. A few of those things are paying off, and like I say, while we're here, we're just running through our testing program, you know, trying out different things and bits and pieces we put in place and seeing how they go on track.
busy year as well with the return to the roads for Josh.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, I think that news came out and the owners are dead excited to go back to the Isle of Man. So, yeah, it's definitely going to be a busy few months, so I won't see home for quite some time, but it is what it is and we're looking forward to going back.
Johnny, thank you very much. We'll let you back to the garage there. Johnny Bagnall, team boss for the Dow Honda concern. As we come down towards the Beetham's Ducati garage, let's now stagger in towards what is Bemotaville, Bemotaland. We've got Joe Talbot still there sitting away, chatting with Alex Lowes and his crew chief Jason Brown. On the other side of the garage, Ian Prestwood. I don't think Max Cook is still there, actually. Max seems to have gone, so kind of looking for Max. But I don't want to interrupt Joe Talbot because he's a rookie and he's in the hot seat right now with the current World Superbike rider crouched, basically sitting on his lap. And you just can't buy that, so there's no point me interrupting that just yet. Let me give you a rundown of what's happening on track. Fastest in Super Stock, fastest overall in the session is Cam Dixon, and then Jack Kennedy leads the Super Sport in second place. Jack Bednarek, Harry Truelove, Ashton Barnes with Carter Brown, Declan Connell, Dan Brooks with his new tyre run, Lee Johnston and Ben Curry, the top 10 as it happens on track at this very moment. Michael Rutter steps out the garage. He looks like he's a man on a mission, so we're not going to interrupt him as well. We're going to make our way slowly down, and we stumbling towards the Cheshire Moulding garage. Now this is Danny Kent's bike on the left hand side and Roddy Skinner's bike on the right hand side. Papa Stu is Roddy's crew chief. He's still very much head in a laptop, and that's Mike Skinner, I think, who's doing a bit of work on Roddy's bike, so that's nice. Mike's managed to find himself a home in the garage, a renowned mechanic, Mike Skinner would say. Skinner Motorcycles in Perth, a bike shop which a lot of people do use. If you don't use it in Perth, it's maybe a good place for you to go to. Now, Jeff Lapworth having a bit of a chat with the boss in the Honda garage here. Back in a second. And let's have a chat with the boss, Scott Hargreaves. Honda UK, the might of Honda UK. And I've got to say, your bikes look fabulous this year. I love the new upgrading colour scheme. And you've got an exciting time. You've got a returning rider, and you've got a very fast, hungry Ryan Vickers in Superbike.
Yeah, exactly that. We have it's a good time to be a part of Honda because, like you say, we've got Jason coming back. You know, Jason was with us years ago, so for him to make a return to us, it feels like for him slipping an old set of slippers on, really. And then also, yeah, with Ryan, we've got somebody that's returning back from World Superbikes and young, hungry, and determined as ever. I think between the pair of them, with experience and young and hungriness, it's like we've got everything that we need. Both of them are really, really happy with our winter test, and we feel that we're in the right window with the Fireblade, and we feel like we can do something with it.
It's going to be a busy year because you've got the 2 Superbikes, you've got 2 Super Sport bikes, you've got a TT program to run as well. How do you guys fit it all in?
Yeah, I've inherited a big job. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the start of the year for us up until the roads is ridiculously busy. Like the logistics, the team, everybody's working all of the time, trying our hardest to get everything together.
Yeah, we just saw 2 Hondas coming, so we thought we'd move.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, like I say, it's really, really busy. But yeah, we've got a good team around us, and they're the guys that do all the hard work, do a lot of the pushing. So yeah, we're ready to go.
Jason, as you say, returning, puts on a set of slippers, feels comfortable. The hungry Ryan Vickers is an interesting one for me, for everybody as well, you know. I know I shouldn't look at these. I'm holding a time machine here. I know I shouldn't, but it's hard not to, and it's great to see Ryan already at the sharp end.
Yeah, Ryan. I say after our winter test, he was really, really happy, and that's reassuring for us as a team because you know Ryan's ridden a Ducati, which is a good bike, the Yamaha as well, which also has really good traits. So he feels that with the Honda and the package that we've got at the moment, he feels that we can do something with that. So it's good.
Good atmosphere in the garage as well. Lots of smiley faces. Lots of people looking like they're excited for the year.
Yeah, we've got a big team. As we've mentioned, you know, we have so much going on in the garage now: Super Sport, roads, and the 2 Superbikes. So it's a lot of people to keep happy, but we do have a really, really good team.
And what about this legend here? John McGuinness set a personal best lap time round here yesterday. I said on air if he got inside the top 10 I was going to buy him a pint. Thankfully he finished 11th, but I mean, the living legend.
Yeah, PB yesterday for him, so which is good. I mean, John's obviously, he's not getting any younger, but he still enjoys it, and I think we've always said to John, as long as you're smiling, you're enjoying it, that's what we'll keep him going, because John is a massive asset to the team. He's got so much experience, and it's John. He needs no introduction, does he?
You know what he did yesterday? He gave me an overview of the team, and I thought halfway through the chat that he was doing, I thought, my God, you sound like a kind of team manager here, John. Surely not. I wouldn't have thought so.
yeah. I mean, it's John, and he's just a great guy. He's a good guy to have around the team.
Scott, thank you very much for your time. I'll let you get back. You're a busy man. That's Scott Hargreaves. He's the man who is now heading up the Honda UK programme in the British Superbike Championship. So, lovely guy. Very, very open to having a chat with us as well. And I went and introduced myself. He goes, I know who you are. So I'm sorry. But yeah, fabulous stuff. Now, Bradley Ray's down here, and he looks like he's in set of civvies. What's going on? Can I come in? Can I be in your gang? What's going on in here?
Just doing a bit of tinkering, ain't we?
Yeah, but you're not going to be riding no bike dressed like that, son.
Nah, still in my pyjamas, ain't I?
You are actually in your pyjamas, aren't you? But how was the session for you? All good? Happy?
Yeah, right, mate. Yeah, not bad. Just throwing things at the bike. Obviously, we got a good base with the Yamaha, so this is a time of year to try and find some small improvements. So we're literally just chucking everything we got here, trying to see if we can find a little bit of time.
You feel at home in here. You like this environment, don't you?
Yeah, it's nice. All these boys, obviously, I've got the same team and the same crew as last year, so a bit of continuity is good, and we have a good crack in the garage. It's all about having fun, and when it's time to be serious, we all crack on.
Right, name them. We all know Brains, okay? We all know Brains, but name the rest of your team for everybody who's listening.
Cool, I'm not very good at names.
Oh dear.
We've got Brad.
We know Brad as well.
Brains' son. We've got Tony, Jensen, Tim, Steve, Tom, Matt. And that's all my crew.
Yeah, everybody else is super sport.
We've got Baz, I know Bazzo a little bit. Jamie, obviously. Jamie used to ride back in the day in super sport. Dan, truck driver and tyre man. So yeah, a few of them are new, so I don't fully know all that.
The garage is expanded. Go and just come out here a bit. We're getting a bit of hiss on the microphone. I said hiss, in case anybody heard that wrong. They're obviously the super sports side of the garage. The garage is expanded. It's doubled in size. For you, that doesn't matter. That's another race program. It's not getting in your way, but it's good guys that they've got around there.
Yeah, very good guys. They've put a proper crew together for Ben and Harry. I think from yesterday it looked quite strong straight away. They haven't done a lot of time on the R9, so yeah, I think all is positive on that camp. Obviously, as a racer, you want to be at the top straight away, but I think there's a lot of potential in the bike, and with Steve and the boys behind him, I think they're going to do a good job.
And for Bradley himself, are you happy with how your testing program's going? Is everything kind of? Do you have a plan, or what do you guys do when you come to a test?
Yeah, we had a plan. We're running through everything basically. It's difficult to do a bit of testing when you're at a racetrack. So at the minute it is a case of chucking in everything that we've got, sort of component-wise, and trying to find a little bit with the bike. The bike's good anyway, as you know from the last few years. The Yamaha's strong, so if we can find 0.1 or 0.2 in some tracks or some areas, then that's what we're trying to find.
Brad, thank you very much. And from one Brad to another Brad, we're going to have a quick word with Brad Woodage here, son of Brains. Brad, you want to say hello to the fans?
It was about a year ago that we did this again, weren't it?
It was a year ago since we did this, yeah, but radio time's never a bad thing.
Oh, it's so good, isn't it? You know, we're here, we're having fun. That's what it's all about.
You enjoy it? I mean, your dad's the kind of crew chief of Team Boss. Is there a bit of pressure that comes with that?
Nah, usually I'm his boss, to be fair.
yeah, he saw you saying that, by the way. Thank you very much. Yeah, good stuff, that. Brad Ray in a fine state of play. And everybody else. Leon Haslam's garage is pretty busy in there. Kyle Wright's garage is always one of the busiest. There's Ryan Rainey having a chat with Kyle Wright. I wonder if we can maybe mosey on in here and see what's happening. We step over the pile of leathers. Hello, chaps. I'm going to have a quick word with Rainbow first, if that's okay. Ryan, how are you doing?
All good, all good. I was going to come up and see you later.
Well, I've found you first of all. Obviously, Nitrous Competition's busy building bikes, so you're just here kind of a little bit of fact-finding and a bit of a busman's holiday?
Yeah, just overseeing a few guys before we get sorted for the Oulton Park test. Obviously, the guys are still out in Italy building the bikes, so, you know, it's a pity we're not here, but it is what it is.
Yeah, you'll be back for Oulton Park. But how's your winter been? All good? Bearing in mind you're the crew chief for Glenavon. I should mention that for everybody that's listening.
Yeah, I've been eating plenty of biscuits and crisps, so.
Have you really?
Yeah.
You're looking like you've lost a bit again.
No, I think I put a bit on.
Oh, never. Speaking of stars, let's have a quick word with the defending reigning champ. Now, we'll take him out the garage so we don't get any hiss on the microphone. You look like you're packing up. What's going on here?
Well, she's done 1,200 miles now and the clutch started slipping, so she's ready to go back to the shop under warranty and hopefully get a new clutch.
You've broken her, haven't you? Well, you like you bad boy, but you've had I mean, it's a different type of test for you. It's all just about getting on track, getting back used to Donington and feeling back in the paddock.
Exactly. Everything's been a win-win. Obviously, the weather to start with was a massive green tick just to get some laps, because I'm not going to ride a bike in the wet when it's my bike and my money. I didn't want to risk, obviously, throwing it up the road, costing myself a lot of money. So, yeah, the whole, like we said the other day, that the whole invest is a massive thing. And I've made it to the checkpoint now where I've not fell off the bike. It's just about give up, the clutches gave way. So, yeah, all I did in that last session was use the tyre until it had done 20 laps to see what the feeling was like on the bike, on the same bike that did a 27.6 yesterday. So it was obviously really good with new tyres, and I didn't really feel like it was much better on old tyres. So, yeah, the last 8 laps was putting new levers on, bed them in, hopefully get a few pictures for all the sponsors, and yeah, she's on the side stand now, ready to go home.
Is she for sale? The defending reigning champion Kyle Rides Ducati's now for sale.
It's for sale. It's yeah, going back to have a new clutch in it, and once that's done, it'll be going straight on social media if anyone wants to buy it.
Are you looking forward to getting to Oulton Park and getting on the real race bike?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, it's a good sign to come if we can be within a couple of attempts on a bike that's come from the shop. So, obviously, it's a good bike. But like we said in my interview yesterday with BSB, I feel like I could ride anything around here. So it's obviously my favourite track. So I think that's made me a little bit closer. I think if we went to Oulton on this bike, it'd probably be a second or a bit more. So, which is still amazing for a bike that comes from the shop. Obviously, Ducati have probably built the best road bike you could ever produce by a mile. So I'm very happy with what I've done over the winter. I'm proud of myself for doing what I've done. And yeah, just happy to get to the checkpoint where now I can relax and not have to worry about any more money.
I just like seeing you smile. It's great.
Yeah, it's good. I'm really enjoyed it. So yeah, thanks everyone that's commented and sent me best wishes and whatever. And yeah, hopefully see you at Oulton Park Test and round 1.
A happy champ's a fast champ.
Try my best.
I'm going to grab a word with Shannon if I can here. Can I just can I have a quick word with you? The team, the real boss. Okay, so Shannon Etheridge, the crew chief for the defending reigning champion, double reigning champion yourself, actually, I should say that. Congratulations. What can you learn from this bike that you can take towards the race bike? Or is this just you being here to be with Kyle, to get yourself back in the groove and get things kind of ready for 26?
Yeah, it's mainly, there's a few things we can take away from it, just with how the chassis works, because effectively the chassis is pretty similar. How the new tyre works was the biggest one for us here this week. So we haven't used the new rear tyre that we got in BSB this year, so we needed to see what the consistency was like, what the grip was like, and then we can then make a plan when we do get the new bike of what we think will work, what will work, and what won't work. So it's just mainly to get him out riding here again in the UK, because he's done a lot of riding in Spain, and get used to the colder conditions and the UK climate. And I think it's been pretty good, and he's showed that the new Ducati looks like a real good bike, and he's very comfortable on it.
What are you finding out about this new tyre? Tell us a bit about it.
It seems really good, to be fair. It's very consistent, especially in these cold conditions. You can come into the pits and come out of the pit, and the tyre don't tear. Like the tyre that we used this morning, it had heat cycles from yesterday, and it had done some laps yesterday, and it did the whole session then. So yeah, it's got a lot of wear on it now, but the lap times were still okay, and it seems like a really good, consistent tyre from Pirelli.
You excited to get the race bike?
I can't wait. It should be fun.
I can see you and Ryan Rainey having a bit of chat there. Best of luck. We'll see you at Oulton Park.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I want a word with Cam Dixon, because he buzzed me in the pit lane yesterday. Flashed past me so quickly, my jacket moved, and I thought it was funny. I want a word for you. You buzzed me yesterday in the pit lane when I started having an interview. I was like, whoa, what was that? And it was you. So you're having a good test. You're having a fabulous test. It just shows the transition from Yamaha to Honda, Cam, is fabulous.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I think last year when we got on the Honda, I was still riding it a bit like a Yamaha. So the last few rounds of the year, I did go quicker, but I wasn't really riding it in a nice way. And we spent 6 days in Spain. Yeah, and I found something really nice, the way to ride it properly, sort of like a Honda. And we've come back, and although we're not that quick because of conditions, actually the way I'm riding the bike's really good. And I mean, compared to everyone else, I think that put me second overall today. So I'm pretty happy with that.
A really successful test, you would have to say.
Yeah, definitely. We've tried a few things. Track conditions, it's very, very windy. Not as bad as yesterday, and the track's really busy as well. But apart from that, every single session we've tried something, and whether it's worked or not, we've been pretty happy that we've tried it. So definitely a good test.
Just be careful, because if you get that close to Larry Carter in the pit lane, if you clip him, it'll be like hitting a building. You know, I'm slightly smaller.
Yeah, he might have a heart attack.
Listen, thank you very much, Larry. I'm just a joke, Cam. Thank you very much. But Larry did actually, one of his great stories for me is when he actually got run over in the pit lane by James Ellison up at Knockhill. And I think there was a broken nose, there was a few twisted fingers, there was all sorts of bits facing the wrong direction. And yeah, when he was bandaged up and sent on his way. John McGuinness, who set a personal best around here yesterday, is just going to make his way out and have a bit of a chat with us. I'm honoured that I can call this man a friend. I really am, because he is a living legend. And for anybody who can call, I'm just saying, I'm honoured I can actually call you a friend. And yesterday I was getting all excited when you're sitting P5. I'm thinking, this is looking good. And I said on the radio, if he gets inside the top 10, I'll buy him a pint. Unfortunately, we finished 11th, but it was a personal best, John, in conditions that were far from nice.
Have you just made that up now? You were going to buy me a pint?
It's on social media. Somebody actually sent me a message. It's on your Instagram. The guy actually commented on it, and can't remember his name, but I replied to it.
If I'd have known that, I would have dug a little bit deeper, honestly. Do you know what? I'm just in a. I said it yesterday on the radio with you. I'm just in a good place. Bike's good. We're in Spain doing some riding. We've got a couple of new little tweaks and bits and pieces. Ewan's on the spanners. We're in the garage this year. We're, you know, like with the test, I feel part of the team. And yeah, I did a PB yesterday in them sketchy conditions. So yeah, I've never been around Donington as fast in my life, you know. So Ewan put a P3 on the board. I thought there must have been a 2 or a 1.
Must have blown away.
Yeah, there must have blown the number off the front of it. But I saw P3 in my class. I was like, yahoo! So yeah, I mean. Yeah, what a buzz, you know, I mean, I still pinch myself that I still get to play on factory Hondas with the factory team, and it's a really nice atmosphere in there. Everybody's buzzing, enjoying themselves. Jack's fast, you know. Dean's never took a breath, you know what I mean? He just flat out gibbering away all day. So, yeah, no, it's we're in a good sweet spot, yeah, happy.
You almost got a pint out of me, you know that, almost.
What about, can we have a deal now live on the radio, like, for the next session, do we?
Yeah.
So it's top 10. You're buying me 6 pints.
I'll buy you something. I'll buy you a nice bottle of McGuinness gin if that's still about.
It'll be Tunnocks. We being a Scotsman.
Not a problem. I'll bring you. If you get a top 10 in this next session, I'll bring you a tray of tea cakes for the next test.
Perfect deal.
Lovely. Good luck, John. Thank you very much. It's going to cost me that. He's going to put new rubber front and back, and he's going to go. He's going to go all out here, isn't he? No riders in the Cheshire Moulding garage just now, but. A lot of work getting done on the bikes there. Tell you what, it's got a little bit darker overhead, to tell you the truth. Let's hope that the rain doesn't come too much, and my lovely Alpine Star rain jacket isn't actually going to get used. When Christian Innan was waxing lyrical about Alpine Stars, I 100% agree. The new clothing that we have got for 2026 in the British Superbike Championship is fabulous. Jack Dunnaby's fastest for the RNG Moto 4 British Cup, which is on track with the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. Dunnaby, Frost, Day, Harrison Day, the son of Josh Day. And just as I say that, out pops the rain flags and rain boards, and we have got drops in Sector 1. Now, Sector 1 goes from where we are in the pit lane all the way down towards Craner Curve. So I did mention that the skies have just got that little bit darker, and they've deepened a bit. And that's what looks like is happening now. So yeah, a lot of action now preparing in the pit lane for us to expect some bikes coming back in from that session that is on track. Ray Stringer makes his way back into the Batham's Racing Garage, Batham's Ducati. They were riding their old manufacturer for quite a lot of the time yesterday, as I was getting a little bit confused, but it rolls off the tongue, and Larry Carter mentioned that, and it does, you know. We've got to get used to new names, new manufacturers, new everything, and it's when you're kind of set in your ways, it can muddle up. It can muddle up absolutely everybody. There is Eugene McManus. I came in to have a chat with him earlier on, but I'm just going to see if I can have a quick word with him now. You always feel you can burst into the garage at testing because it's not serious. Young man, I just wanted to come and make sure that you're okay. We were watching all your session there. I'm so impressed with how you're attacking this rookie year, but talk us through what happened going into the Fogarty S's.
Yeah, made a wee slip up. We're just here learning yesterday and today, and making improvements each session, just trying to get slowly, bit by bit, quicker, and I'm learning the bike, and yeah, I was starting to get confident in that session, and everything's going all right, and I was getting quicker, and I was on a decent lap whenever the red flag came out, and then I went back out, and I was on a pretty decent lap, to be fair, and yeah, just tucked the front. I got a bit giddy, tucked the front.
That's exactly what Steve Hickens said. He goes, we're getting giddy looking at what the lap team could be. Then thought, we're testing, we need to calm down. We shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, but yeah, no, you have to have a wee bit of a goal each time you go out to try and get a wee bit quicker, just to help the improvements. So
how does it feel to be a British Superbike Championship racer now? I mean, you've served your apprenticeship. Let's look at that. But you've come through all the feeder series, Super Sport, you know, in various different manufacturers, and now you're a bona fide Superbike rider. How does that feel?
Yeah, well, I'm not a racer yet. I will be soon.
You are.
A few more weeks, but no, it's brilliant. Yeah, it's pretty nice to be in a Superbike garage. So it is. So.
Is it a pinch me moment sometimes when you walk in and think, well, that's my bike, this is my team, it's for me?
Yeah, no, it is. It's a wee bit, but then again, there's. I think like me and Reese and Joe Talbot, we've all came through Super Sport, and we've earned it really. So
served your apprenticeship well.
Yeah. So we're here, and yeah, we have another apprenticeship to do.
Yeah, big one now. Got to try and keep this man happy. Yeah. It's one of the hardest jobs in the pit lane. Good luck. We'll catch up with Reese later on. Thanks, Eugene. That man I was pointing there is none other than Steve Hicken. We've got young Jack Dunleavy's bike getting a little bit work done into here just now. The kind of RS racing stable is here. We've got Jack Dunleavy, we have got Clayton Evans, we've got Luke Fitchett as well, all very much in the mix of things. Making sure that they are up to speed. Tyler Humphreys there as well as one of the planes takes off. Now that rain that was kind of just giving us a little bit of a shower does seem like it's kind of maybe gone now as young Jack Dunleavy comes over. There's a wee thumbs up, and there's a wee thumbs up there, a little thumbs up, and there's a wee look in the toolbox. What's he needing? He's needing, yeah, little wipe at the visor to make sure everything is A-OK. It's got to be one of our championship favourites this year, is Jack Dunleavy. You really must be one of the championship favourites when you look at what we've got in front of us. Here comes Tyler Humphreys, countryman. I'm down to have a little bit of a word with him. We'll kick Tyler up the bum and just see what he's got to say for it. Good young man. I'm going to have a quick word with Jack. Jack, going so well, test, everything, all the boxes are getting ticked. How are you feeling?
Yeah, obviously I topped the times yesterday by about 0.4. Yeah, I'm really happy. The team's working well. I'm feeling good on the bike, and yeah, looking forward to the season starting.
Yeah, good stuff. You're going to be definitely at the sharp end. Tyler Humphreys, welcome to the RNG Moto 4 British Cup. How are you feeling?
I feel great. I'm just hoping to do a bit better. The rain's starting to spit now, and hopefully it stops so we can get a few more good laps.
In with a good team here, and obviously you've got your countryman Jack Dunleavy to learn from. It's a perfect place for you to be.
Yeah, it's great. Emla's been amazing, and yeah, I just hope we can do a bit better now. So yeah.
Yeah, listen, good stuff, good stuff. We'll catch up with you later on. Yeah, he's Emlav. He's not Aris. He's not Jack Dunleavy's teammate at all. Getting far too excited was Duncan there. Is Peter Hickman back in that garage? There's somebody sitting there who doesn't have much. No, it's not. Sorry. Just having a quick look up the garage. But no, Peter Hickman. It would have been good to catch a word with Peter to see exactly what his thoughts are. But yeah, Tyler Humphreys is with Emlav. Should have said that. He's not Cavara Projects, in case anybody's listening on there. In case I've just maybe upset a few people. Speaking of being upset, here's Lewis Rollo. How are you getting on sitting at the front of the garage here? Number 88. It's almost a flashback in time. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I know. Mega to be back out on a bike and spinning laps there. Just done 17 laps in that session. So, really pleased. Good to be back out. Obviously, last year was horrible for me, sitting on the sidelines, but this all came together quite late. The team's been brilliant. They got the bike all built, got out to Germany. I'm not dropping in now. It's still not been released fully yet, but got out to Germany, got 2 days in Spain last week, and clicked with the bike straight away, clicked with the team. I'm feeling good, feeling fit, feeling healthy. So right now it's just getting as many laps in as we can and get this test out the way, Olton, and get ready for round one.
It needs to be released. It's on the entry list, and I've been shouting about it since yesterday. You got to announce it. But it's good to see you back. That's the biggest thing, and it's good to see you back fast.
Yeah, I know, definitely. Yesterday, I went out and I obviously seen my lap times, but I never knew what position I was in. And when I came back in and looked at the times and seen we were right up there straight away, I thought that's mega. Like, we've only had 2 days on the bike last week. We only met each other last week. Me, my mechanics, my crew chief, and then even just yesterday was the first time I met one of my new mechanics. So everything's really new. The bike's still new. We're still working through loads of things and just chipping away. So I know, well, obviously the speed will come, but there's no trophies just now, and especially after last year's winter testing, I'm kind of holding back a wee bit.
You can tell when somebody's smiling on radio when they're talking. Thank you very much, Lewis Rollo. He's smiling all the way through that interview, which is fabulous for everybody who's concerned with that, because that has been a tricky transition for Lewis from meant to be racing superbikes last year to having that pretty nasty incident, and that really did put play to anything that he was actually planning on doing. There's Dom Herbertson. Quick chat, Dom. You ready? You fancy a quick chat? Aye, man.
How we doing, my man?
Did canny you?
That accent's got no better. I'm not going to lie to you.
That was my maximum Geordiness there, like.
It works, mate. How are you? You look good, mate.
Oh, you look better. I'm fine, thanks.
People are getting sick listening to this now.
They've turned off, haven't they?
It's worth it. It's worth it.
Well, let's talk about you in 2026. You're here. You're one of the invited guests, which gets to come along, which we are delighted to have you. You had an intermittent transponder signal in that last session, just to let you know. It was on the screen.
Yeah, well, basically, I had the other half, Lauren, right, with a string with a transponder on, and obviously she mistimed it. She gave me a really bad lap time, which is really unfortunate, but it's no, we've put it on charge, got a little bit excited, didn't charge the thing fully, and hopefully she'll work, and I won't get a slap on the wrist.
Are you looking forward to 2026 with KTS and the guys?
I am really looking forward to it. So it's we've got the old, well, I say the old bike, it was actually Josh Brooks' stock 1000 from 2024, and it was a bike that he set a very, very good lap time on, and and there's nothing wrong with that thing at all. But Kev's actually went and bought the brand new 25 bike.
He doesn't muck about, Kev, you know.
No, that man does not mess around at all. It's we were actually coming back from Slovenia. We went to the Acro factory. It's actually, do you know how to pronounce?
Akrapovic?
No, it's Aprokovic.
You see, I used to say that and got told it was the other way around.
No, but everyone in this country would just say Acro Systems, you know what I mean? But I look like a right divvy. Some Geordie fella walks into the head of R&D and went...
Well, Dom, you've said it there, thankfully.
I know, it's amazing. They've all got a good sense of humour over there. But
say it once again for us.
No, no, you'll have to replay the tape on that one. I feel like I'm getting it wrong the way you're looking at me. But no, so we were driving back from Slovenia, and it was like, Kev just went, nope. Right, let's just upgrade. You know, bikes are moving forward, especially the stock 1000 class. Every year, they upgrade quicker than iPhones. Yeah. You know, it's like even with the Gen 2 class, you've almost got a nice window of going, well, they're the rules. That's what you've got to play with and adapt to it. But with stock 1000, every year, just Honda, Fireblade, everyone, the BMs, they're just upgrading the bike so quick, and you've got to roll with the times. And Kev's no different to that. And
Kev Watchett knows exactly what he wants, and if he wants it, he will get it done, that's for sure. Do we see you for a few rounds up and towards the TT? Is that the plan, that we're going to see you doing some British stuff? Keep you kind of up to speed? Because that's what he done the last time.
Yeah, so we're here, obviously, at the test, and we're literally just speaking to my friend Andy there, and this test at BSB drags you on to a different level immediately. You know, you can go to Spain, and you can go to, like, you know, your Crofts, or you can go to any other meeting. But here, it's the deep end. You've just got to bite the screen, and you
can't hide here, can you?
No, you cannot hide. You know, I was just saying, some lad on a stock Ducati came past me.
Some lad.
Yeah, some duct tape on it. Number one.
Yeah,
Yeah, something like that. You know, look, very. I tell you what, you think you're braking late, and then car ride just
in a road bike passage.
Oh, honestly, it's just the privilege of actually being out in the class with these lads, and you're thinking, but that. They're teaching me lessons that you think, I'm braking late. I'm not. I can brake a lot later, and it's fantastic that I'm even allowed to go out. The fact that they've let me in through the gates is phenomenal.
Invited guest.
I know.
In the superbike class.
I know I've got to pay a lot of money for that privilege.
Yeah, but it's good to see you, and I hope it works out well for the testing programme, and hopefully we see you doing a few BSB rounds up and towards your road.
Well, we're going to be doing the Alton tests, and then the plan is after the TT. The TT is the main goal of the KTS team. and we're going to get there, but then everything after that's a bonus. But I'll be definitely back here at Donington because Donington means a lot to me.
I know that, yeah.
So it's we'll be definitely here as a wild card on that. Come hell or high water.
Do you like the colour of the microphone?
Sorry, mate?
Colour of the microphone. Pink.
Microphone?
Do you like the colour of the cover on the microphone?
I didn't hear a word you just said. I do apologise. I thought you were playing the mute game with me. I'm thinking, what's wrong with the microphone? No. It's a hell of a good colour, that, mate. And obviously, Chrissy pink on that side. It means a hell of a lot to us all in this paddock.
Does that? Thank you very much, Tom. We get back in that garage. Yeah, didn't hit the mute button, did I? Quick stab in the dark. Wow. You need to come to me. Going to try and get Rapid Honda and do them all in the one. Right, Brian, how you doing? Good to see you. Right. It's like the good, the bad, and the ugly, isn't it?
Yeah, I can, eh?
There we go. Declan Connell, Ash Barnes and Dave Houston going to come out for a bit of a chat here. Right, we'll start with Deco first. Looking good in team gear. How's the bike going for you so far in this test we've got at Donington?
Yeah, meant to be fair. Obviously, weather's not been great, so we're riding to the track conditions. Bike's feeling good, working away with it, and yeah, just plodding away. Lap times are coming easier now, and yeah, getting on with the team, learning the team, and yeah, happy.
See, the team gear looks fabulous. I really like what you guys have dressed up. Matt's done a great job with you guys.
Yeah, it sure is, doesn't it?
So what's planned for the rest of the day?
So we're going to try some different power modes, see what the weather plays, if the wind gets worse, and I don't know, we're just going to try bits and bobs that we can get away with without the wind affecting us. So just try and improve the bike step by step. Like I said, it's only a test, there's no trophies for testing, so just plodding away and see how we're getting on.
I love the hair, by the way.
Yeah, well, it's a bit messy at the moment.
You're looking good, dude. I'm just jealous. Ash Barnes, I'll ask you the same questions. How is the test going for you? If I look at the timing screens, I get excited at that. And you're obviously, you guys are both featuring at the sharp end.
Yeah, no, it's been good so far. Just trying a few little things like we did in that session. Yeah, no, it's been good. Right into track conditions, obviously, track conditions aren't the best at the moment. But yeah, no, the team have been really good. You know, everyone's gelling. Rob's busy down there.
I love a relaxed mechanic. You know, you can't look any more chilled working on a bike than Rob.
No. Rob's absolutely mega.
Can you get him a pillow, actually?
Say again?
He needs a pillow.
Yeah. He needs some knee pads as well because he can't lay on his knees anymore. They're gone. But no, yeah, it's been really good. Yeah, try a few more things for next session. See what the weather's saying for the last session because I don't think it's looking too great. But yeah, no, all in all, everything's positive, and yeah, we're making good progress.
Right, I'm going to get the truth from the crew chief now, if that's all right. Thank you very much. Dave Houston, you have got two young hard chargers this year. Rapid Honda is officially back.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, last year was a tough year, obviously, and then we're quite excited for this year coming in with Ash and Deco because they're both young, they're both fast. But interestingly, having worked a bit with them both last year, we knew they did things differently. They made their lap times in the different places. And so it's been really useful already to have them out on track together, seeing the data and even in the debriefs chatting through what they're doing and what they feel they're getting from the bikes and the differences that they want. The bikes setups are actually very, very similar. And it's just been really useful to be able to look at the data and each rider can find hopefully a little advantage from what the other one's doing, and I think that's working already. And so far they're not falling out by going at the same speed, but it is only testing so far.
Yeah, but it's great for you guys because we all know how tricky last year was, and it was Rapid Honda, but it was also a bit of Rapid Aprilia. But now it's back to being exactly what Matt brought this whole ethos together. It's young riders. It's bringing these young riders forward.
It is, yeah. And for Rapid, being a rider coaching company, to be able to do a bit of coaching work with the riders as well and get them working together, and I think it's going to benefit everybody in the team and both riders, and it's just really exciting, and the environment's really good. And obviously, yeah, it was a tough year, and especially with Harley last year on the sport bike. He was having to learn a lot last year, whereas these guys, they're obviously a bit further into their journey, so they sort of jump on the bike and we know they're fast straight away, and so the lessons we're learning, the bits we're going through are a bit different as well. But yeah, it's just for the whole team, it's been really positive so far. So fingers crossed, they keep playing nicely together.
Well, that'll last till Oulton Park.
Oh, undoubtedly, yeah.
Dave, thank you very much for your time. Just going to have a quick look at the television screen and say a few names that are out there on track. We have got the RNG Motor 4 British Cup, and we've also got the 1P Mobile National Junior Superstock Championship on track. Jack Dunnaby fastest from Henry Ross, from Tyler Humphreys, Jack with Ryan Frost, Mason Foster, Harrison Day, Ben Jolliffe, Clayton Edmonds, Luke Fitchett, and Jack Burrows, the top 10 on track. I'm going to get out of that garage because I don't want to make too much of a mess of things, and that's kind of what I was doing, to tell you the truth. So try and step out of the way. Past the Triumph garage, past the Astro JGR Hippo garage as well. MMB, the bike's very much stripped down there. And then we've got a garage with Luke Mossy. Padgett's are in there with Team Totley on one side as well. We then come up to Josh Davis Motorsport, very busy in there. We've got at the back of that we can see TJ Tom's there, and the Binch garage just next door to that one. Let's get Dave Binch come and give us a bit of a chat. We've got Carter Brown deep in touch chat. We've got Alastair Seeley as well in there. Mr. Binch, you're going to be a busy man this year because you've got a little bike with a green number plate hiding up the back there for Alastair Seeley as well at the Northwest.
Yes, we've been lucky enough to sign him for 2026. He's going to ride the sport bike and the V2 and the Ducati in at the Northwest. So yeah, should be good fun. We've got the old lad out of retirement, and he's doing a good job for us.
Just lucky he can't hear you. I was actually put over the comments yesterday and asked if Ian Barr could find enough budget to put him out for the whole year, because sport bike is just what he would get into. Elbows out stuff, aggressive riding. I think he'd fit in well. But tell us about the super sport side of things, because we've still got Oliver Barr and we've got Carter Brown.
Well, first off, I couldn't stop suggesting things like that to Ian Barr. Yeah, because if Seeley does get hold of that, he will be mentioning it to the 3B gang. Now they're doing well. We've got Carter on board this year. He's replaced Joe Talbot and doing a really good job, settling in nice and getting used to the guys. And Oliver's back for another season. Load of training over the winter and really done well. In fact, we've done too much training. The guys are a little bit tired. They've been riding the bikes too much. So, yeah, we're just taking it nice and easy and building into it. And, yeah, looking forward to a really good season.
Oliver has got to be a threat for the Super Sport Championship this year. I know I wouldn't say that to him because he wouldn't like it, but just the way he developed last year, and, you know, even Darren Fry was saying that to me this morning, you know, people need to look out for this kid and take him seriously.
Who said it? Darren Fry? Yeah,
because you're technically the FS3 junior team. You realise that you feed FS3 riders.
Yeah, we're on a big retainer with FS3. So yeah, we're providing their team for the. We're doing well with Max and then Joe go in there. But no, Ollie's flying, absolutely flying. We've actually got to calm the lads down a little bit. It's a long time. We don't start racing till May, so we're still playing. We're getting used to them. We're getting used to them. They're getting settling in. So yeah, excited about it. But yeah, no pressure on Ollie. But yeah. Crack on, Ollie, get on with it, get it sorted out.
Yeah, I'm going to grab a quick word with Alastair if that's right. Thank you very much, Dave. If Alastair could just pop out for a second there. I think him and Danny are maybe listening to the interview there. He's probably heard that now and he'll be putting a clause in. It's good to see you back. How are you?
I'm good.
Little Aprilia?
Yeah, all came together pretty last minute. The deal was at the beginning to ride the V2 Ducati, and then Ian Barr and his brother, I think, banged heads together and decided we have an Aprilia twin there. It's had a bit of work done to it, so we'll get Alastair to have another spin out of the Northwest. I'm kind of glad in a way, because when we go to the Northwest, I've been so used to doing super sport, super stock, superbike that, you know, you're quite busy, and then it would have been down to just riding a super sport bike, and I'd have been twiddling my thumbs, and one race on Thursday night, one race on Saturday. So to add the Aprilia in as an addition is quite good. It'll keep me busier, and obviously you'll get a look at the track more often to see what way the conditions are. So yeah, things are going well. I've actually gelled with it quite well, just trying to tidy up a few wee sort of niggles that you do as you first jump onto it, and then we go to Oulton in the end of the month and climb onto the V2 and get out with Oliver and Carter for a spin.
I did put out over the air yesterday, and Ian Barr will hate me for this, and can we not just find a little bit more budget to put Seeley in the championship for the full year, because the nature that these kids ride these sport bikes, the aggression, you know, it's just got you written all over it.
Yeah, I don't mind a bit of bar banging, and you know, obviously I've been asked by Dave to come back this year after the Northwest, obviously concentrate on me to that point, and then I'll be coming back to help the boys from first round right through to the end of the season. Doing the same as last year, actually very enjoyed it. The mentor, coach, doing the spotting, and you know, for me, I tick the box and enjoy getting the boys up to the front couple of rows qualifying, and then obviously to see them on the podium at the end of races is obviously job fulfilled for me, and it's nice to see progression. And new kid in the garage this year with Carter, been to Spain, Valencia, spinning laps and spending time with them, so everything's gelling well. They're doing well, and they're not chucking out of the scenery, so it's all working out well. You know, likes of me telling them wise head on his shoulders and stuff like that. Just calm down. No points for being fastest in testing. Just chip away at your work program and come to the first round. Can't be won in the first round, but definitely can be lost. So get some solid points on the board at first round and then move on from there.
I like the experienced outlook you're giving them there as well. But okay, so if we can't have a full season on the sport bike, let's get a wild card somewhere, okay?
It would be good, yes. We'll see how the Northwest goes, and obviously Ian will be well chuffed. He'll have a few whiskies and stuff if we can get the win. If we get a couple of wins, that'll be even better. So yeah, it'll be up to me to try and cement my spot in it by getting results.
If he gives you a wild card, I'll buy him a bottle of malt, okay? There you go, malt whiskey.
You heard that here first.
Cheers, Alastair, thank you. Quick chat with Joe from GR Performance, South Holland Honda. The sun's actually starting to come back out, but typically the shorts are on. They're always on for you, aren't they?
You got to have your shorts on, Dunk. It's don't matter what the weather is, rain or shine.
How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Yeah. How about yourself?
I'm great. Did you have a good winter in preparation for where we are right now?
Yeah, no, good winter. We was all prepared. Then we went into Spain and that threw a few spanners in the works, but we've got back round to where we are now, and we're having a good test here. Obviously, with the weather, it's not fantastic, but we're managing to achieve a few things, so that's a bonus.
Give us a run through the team. What we're expecting this year then?
So we've got the same 3 riders again this year. Josh Owens, obviously a championship title contender. That's what we're hoping for anyway. As long as we can stay consistent and be within the sort of top 5 every race weekend, as Josh he's quite capable of doing. Then we've got Finlay Arscott. He's back in the team again. Finn did a great job for us last year. He was very consistent. He is Mr. Consistent, and he's always taking a step forward in the right direction. So for Finn, I think if we can continue that momentum for this year, and we can sort of head towards more the top 5 rather than the top 8, I think that'll be a big achievement for Finn. He knows he can do it. He's just got to grab the bull by the horns a little bit and get stuck in a little bit more, which I think he can do. And then we've got Harrison back, Harrison Crosby. He's back with us. He's not with us today. He's at Alton Park doing a test. Well, it's a BMZ race meeting, so he's there doing a bit of a test with BMZ with one of the other guys that helps us out. And Harrison's had a tough couple of years, which he doesn't deserve to be where he is. He's definitely a lot better than what he's sort of showing at the moment, but I'm hoping we can get him back to where he should be and sort of within the top 10 of the Stock 1000 Championship.
It's a strong team lineup, and it's a great team as well.
We try and run a good show. We're good people. We're all happy. We're always smiling. You go through some ups and downs in racing like everybody, but it's if you can keep everybody smiling and doing a good job, then everybody enjoys coming racing, don't they?
Yeah, Joe, thank you very much. Good luck with that one. Big Joe from GR Performance here. He is, runs a really good little tight team there. Remember we spoke about the Suzuki's. Well, Cam Dawson's bike is there. Don't know exactly where Cam is, but Power Slide Suzuki's have got a lovely little array of bikes here. They've gone for a much more kind of conventional, I'm going to say, conventional colour scheme. That's what I was trying to think. I couldn't think of the words to come out there. I don't know why they wouldn't come out. We had a red flag. The red flag has now gone, and bikes are now back out on to circuit. And let's have a quick word with Princess himself and see how exactly it is. Well, I tell you, I think one of the best decisions you ever made was to step back, step away, re-find yourself, and then come back to racing last year at Cardwell Park with Peter Hickman, because it got better and better from where we started. And look where we are now, Cam Dawson.
Yeah, I mean, this past 2 years hasn't been easy. Taking them 2 months out last year and coming back into the sport bike was a massive confidence boost. So, yeah, I kind of forgot about the super sport scene for this year. And Dave and Brad offered me this opportunity, and yeah, we've got on really well. And yesterday was just one of them days where you kind of get rid of all them doubts and the confidence starts to build. So yeah, we're on our way up, and I'm super happy already.
And teammates, got a good couple of teammates around you as well. It seems like a good vibe to be in here.
Yeah, I mean, I get on with Brody quite well. You know, we shared a house and all with whenever we were together with Leon. So yeah, it's nice that I know a couple of the guys here already, and yeah, some of them are a wee bit loose, but yeah, we'll bring them around and show them where to go.
Some of them are a bit loose. Coming from Cam Dawson, some of them are a bit loose. But I mean, this is a bike that's proven itself, and you're a rider who's proven that it can win championships, so it must be a pretty good match.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a no-brainer, really.
obviously the bike's proven itself in both championships now, in also the World Championship and the British. So yeah, I mean, it was a no-brainer, and I can see why it has been a proven bike. You know, jumping straight on it, we got the grips with it within 15 laps of Portimao. You know, it was easy to get used to. Yes, we're still learning, still, you know, just a whole different bike to what I've been riding this past couple of years. So yeah, once we get the learning process over with, should be a good year.
Good luck, buddy.
Thanks, mate.
There we go. Love Cam Dawson. Good lad, good fun. And a breath of fresh air for him stepping back into where he is now. Now, I saw Ian Newton, actually, so be nice to have a little catch-up with the boss of IN competition, if we can. He has got 2 bikes underneath him for 2026. He's just doing a little bit of work to the back of one, but it's the Alfie Davidson signing, which is a really exciting prospect. Sam West at the back of this garage as well, just sitting having a little bike tea. We saw Sam, unfortunately. Did he slip off yesterday? I think he may have. Can't really remember, but Sam at the back of that garage, looking quite comfortable in his seat. The V2 Ducati very much there as well as possible shock change on this bike that Ian Newton's at just now. And so there's a time and a place where you try and get a word and interrupt people, but there's also a time and a place where you don't, such as somebody's changing brakes on the bike. You stay very, very, very far away. Now somebody's shown him something on Amazon, so I think we could actually maybe nip in. I didn't want to interrupt when you're doing the shock, but I saw you looking at trainers, so I just want a quick word, if that's okay. If we can, we'll just come out the garage just now. Get the boss man himself, Mr. Newton. How are you? How has your winter been? It looks good because you've got 2 lovely looking bikes underneath you.
Well, I suppose the Aprilia always are, because obviously they're Italian now, so they've got that look about them, haven't they? So it's not hard for us to make the bikes look good and go fairly well, like, you know. But yeah, no, winter's been good. We've all been working hard. Obviously, 2 new riders, lots of new team members, and yeah, in competition, they're hopefully back, like, you know.
I got to say, I know you're not a factory Aprilia team, but in my eyes, you're as close as you can possibly get to being, because you've been doing Aprilia for so long. And the signing of Alfie Davidson for me, I think is a huge one. Him coming from Senka, he was so strong towards the end of last year, and he fits the sport bike mode so well. He's an aggressive hard rider, but we saw a step change in him halfway through last year. You must be quite excited to have Alfie on board.
No, 100%. Like I said, I got to know Alfie and his dad and his team when we was with Barnsley, and you thought, you know what, I have a big thing about, yeah, nice to have fast kids, but I got to have kids who you can work with and who are decent human beings, and that's important. And the Davises and his gang are nice people, like, you know.
And that goes a long way for you. You've got to be, right people for the right job.
Massively, absolutely, 100%.
And your other rider?
Yeah, Jack Bednarak.
Yeah. That's a surprise, by the way. I didn't see Jack coming to sport bike, but I'm really impressed.
No, stock.
Stock, sorry, stock 1,000. I meant that. I don't know where sport bike come from.
Yeah, no, it's your, again, we looked at the stock and think, you know what, because I always tend to sort of go with the younger jockeys, or try to. And Jack and his dad and Duncan's mechanic have sort of come a long way in the last 2 seasons with him.
Sport bike stock, I'll get it right, yeah, I'll get it right. But no, but Jack to come from being on a Honda 4-cylinder, what's he talking about the Aprilia? What does he feel the characteristics and the power's like?
Power-wise, because obviously it's a V4, so we have got a lot of torque and sometimes too much torque. So yeah, he's got to get his head round riding the V4 really. The Honda's a great bike, but obviously very revvy, screamy type sort of bike. So it has took a little bit of time to get his head around, and we still are working. It's still brand new to him. The bike has changed a fair bit for 2026. So we're working on that, trying to understand that, get the Motec in a good place. So yeah, no, we're chipping away.
But he was also fast last year on the Honda, so that's obviously a good signing as well. If you sign somebody who is quick, and you just mould them into the Aprilia rider, which you can do so well.
Yeah, well, that's always the plan, is to get in when they're not too set in the ways. And like I said, both Alfie and Jack are just young lads who are coming up sort of thing. So yeah, happy days.
Ian, thanks for your time. Good luck. Best of luck in 2026. Lovely to see him there. Hi guys, you all right? And I think we possibly now head back up the stairs. The XMT team is in there. I don't know if we can see all right, Chris, how you doing? Good to see you. Let's have a big chat. How are things at XMT? I was wondering if the injured warrior was here, but I can't see Mr. Corduroy.
Everything's going all right. I mean, Zach Shelton's really stepped up so far this year. We had a bit of an issue yesterday with Zach Corduroy. He came off at the last corner and he had to go to hospital.
How is he?
Well, he's fractured his ball on his shoulder that goes into the socket. It was dislocated, but the med team sorted him out, got him to hospital. He could be out for a couple of weeks or maybe a few months. We're waiting for results back next week, but he's in high spirits. And then Jamie Davis obviously stepped down from Superbikes this year. He's just slowly getting used to riding the Triumph and ticking the time off. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy.
That's a good start to the year if you're a happy man then. But XMT really starting to grow, you know, and that was always the plan, to get the young riders and try and develop the young riders and bring them through.
Yeah, well, obviously, I don't charge people to ride my bikes. I'm trying to get the young riders through. I'm trying to be fair and helpful. I want to develop riders. I want them to go into Worlds. I want to be part of that. We've got the Arctic now as well. It's outside, all fully wrapped. We've got the full-size awning. Anyone's welcome to come and say hello to us. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this year. And I think the British Superbikes this year is going to be absolutely amazing. I mean, look, Ryan Vickers is back. You've got Kyle Ride's going to be there. This year is going to be brilliant for Superbikes.
I'm also excited about what Mr. Shelton's going to do as well, though, because Zach made a step change last year, and we've seen it at the start this year as well.
Yes, I mean, Zach, I've had Zach now for 3 years. He's an absolute pain in the arse, but he's my pain in the arse. He knows that he's got to finish in the top 5 of the championship this year to progress with me and be in Supersport. He knows that. Yesterday, he went out. P1'd it. He's a different guy. He really is. He's trained so hard over the off-season. I have a lot to do with him. I spend a lot of time with him. I'm in his brain. He's my young little lion, and he's ready to go, aren't you, Zach?
That's a worrying place to be, actually. But come here just now, Mr. Shelton. You have had a good start to the year. There's no hiding that. But obviously last year as well, we saw a step change last year. Just looking more positive and ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, well, just like Chris said, I mean, I put a lot of work in over the off-season, and a lot of it is thanks to Chris. He's helped me with my mind. He's helped me with my training. He's really like pointed me in the right direction as to how to approach stuff. Do you know what I mean? I can't thank Chris enough for what he's done for me.
And how are you approaching 2026 this year?
The only thing I'm doing different really is just trying to go for it straight away. You know, like before, I'd sort of try and pace myself, which is obviously not the right thing to do. But I think sometimes that's just natural for the human body. I guess now I've sort of drilled it into myself, and this is what we've worked on all pre-season. To just go out and do it straight away.
When the lights go out, you go. You don't try and build yourself in, because that's the thing. Everybody's doing that. It's from the word go. You got to be 100%.
Yeah, definitely. Like I say, that's all we've worked on, and obviously it's shown. I mean, well, FP1 of this weekend, straight P1. So yeah.
And that's where you got to be. Listen, thank you very much for your time, guys. We'll catch you later on. Thank you very much. That's the XMT team boss, Chris. He's going to have a line of guys at his door, by the way. A massive line of guys at his door, because he doesn't charge people to ride his bikes. What's going on in pit lane here? We've got a red light on just now. We've got Freddie Oakley in pit lane, who looks like Nemesis Kawasaki from a distance to me. Freddie Oakley, they're just having a bit of a chance. Look at Alan as well. Can't see who that one is. Oh, it's Ben Hardwick, actually. So Ben Hardwick out there. And race director, series director, Stuart Higgs has popped down as well to have a bit of a chat with these two boys. So whether that's lunch break or I'm not really too sure what's going on here, actually. But yeah, in come a few more bikes as well. They're getting parked up. Young Charlie Cunningham arrives into the pit lane. I've got no idea what's going on. I think she wants you over there. Oh, right, okay. So Charlie Cunningham being summoned across here. I think it's good. I don't think it's bad. I don't know if I want to step into this, so but something's going on. You boys in trouble? Ah, right, okay. Stuart, what's going on?
This is what's called a public disciplinary hearing. So
oh, no.
Number 34 in Metaphor, number 61 in Junior Sport Bike, and number 42. So we're going to show them a checker flag and ask them what it means. What do you think it means?
Okay, let's ask Charlie Cunningham. What does the checker flag mean?
The end of the session.
It means the end of the session, Stuart.
Okay, so at the end of the session, you come into the pit lane, not do another lap at the same time.
Ah, so you hear that, Charlie? Did you do an extra lap?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm sorry, he's one of my people. I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's the excuse, I guess, isn't it? But anyway, it's really important that riders understand the flag signals, because if it's not the checkety one, which is the really nice one, there's some other flag signals, particularly the yellow ones. Not patronising, but, flag signals are all we have to advise of difficult situations, and they must be obeyed. It is the golden rule of racing. So, gentlemen, your first and only time you'll see me this year.
There you go, Ben Hardwick, Freddie Oakley, and Charlie Cunningham getting I think that's a verbal kick up the rear, that's what that is. And I also apologise earlier on for Chris from XMT getting a little bit excited on the microphone when he was talking about Zach Shelton. Right, I believe that's possibly going to move into lunch break, but Stuart, what a great test we're actually having here in the 30th anniversary season of the British Superbike Championship.
Yeah, weather's been reasonably kind to us. I'll probably come and join you for a bit of the afternoon session of BSB, because lots going on, lots to talk about as we preview the year. But yeah, day and a half so far, some cracking times, obviously. Kyle on his on essentially a street bike, showing what a weapon that the Ducati V5 is in essentially standard trim. That's how far bikes have come. It's that would have been probably a World Superbike spec of a couple of 2 or 3 years ago, and a street bike can do it straight out the showroom. But all the classes really strong. Everyone's worked really hard over the winter. New teams, new riders coming into the championship as well in all of the classes, and I think that's it's the health of motorsport 2 and 4 wheels is our prime interest, and it's good to see so much positivity at a time when obviously there is a lot of other difficult things going on. So some commiserations already though. It's a tough old game, this. Bradley Perry in Supersport. He's got a broken tib and fib. Should be operated on tomorrow or Monday, I think. Maybe a fixator put on there to help his recovery, but he's going to certainly be out for some time. So that's really bad news. And we had Richard Kerr have a bit of a Craner curves incident this morning. Bike probably not in good shape, so probably won't see Richard out for the remainder of this weekend. And brand new team coming in, bringing together some great people. Fraser Dykes from AMD and Chris Fairburn from CNL Fairburn, who ran last year, and Sean Meehan, a new guy, good mates of Michael Laverty. That's bringing new teams in is so important for the ongoing health of the championship, and it's just really, really cruel that they've had a crash today. So lots to look forward to, and we'll see what this afternoon session brings.
No problem. I look forward to seeing the commentary box as well. I think a little drink will go in Duncan's hand in a minute, a cup of coffee, and we will grab something to eat as well. So thank you very much, guys. I hope you've enjoyed that walk up and in the pit lane that we've had this morning, quite extensive, and we will come back later on when there's more track action. Until then, make sure you grab something at Garage 39. Welcome back, everybody, to the live track action that we have here with the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship on track and the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. I had to nip away and get a little bit of lubrication and substance over the last 10 minutes, so I do apologise for missing just the start of this session. But there we go, back on track. Let's push this little button here and see if Wes's lovely little gizmo works. It should do. Do it appear back on screen? We do. Had to move the camera, so may not be in the best place, but Wes did turn that around and give you a bit of an eye shot from bikes crossing the line, which is always good when we were down there in the pit lane. And a really interesting pit lane walkabout, actually. Did enjoy that. And I should introduce myself. I'm Duncan Vincent. We've been here all over the bank holiday or the Easter break. We were here for Friday yesterday, and I'm here today on Saturday. I have to get my days right there. Not used to saying that, but no doubt we'll get back into the swing of things as the year progresses and unfolds. So, Sport Bike on track and also Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup on track. I do hope that you enjoyed hearing from the likes of Neil Spalding and also hearing from Darren Fry, who was up for that first Superbike session that we had. Really interesting. I mean, Spalders is a guy who's very, very clever, slippery when it comes to clutches. You might like that one, actually. But also very much in the know, and you know, he sees good engineering and he knows what good engineering is. And it was quite good that we were actually talking about what we think the Bimota is like and what qualities it has, what it brings to the Superbike series. And then Darren Fry walks up the stairs behind us. Now, that wasn't planned. I think it was planned for Darren to maybe get away and hide for a little while. I don't think he actually planned to be on air broadcasting. That man does look like he needs a holiday or a sleep, one of the two. But that's part and parcel of, you know, it's what makes us tick, what makes us go, what keeps us excited and moves us forward with everything we do, such as the whole thing that we do with BSB Radio, with Kawasaki now. We are trying to be a little bit more in sound and vision, so you can hear us, you can also see us, and that will progress through the course of the year into the pit lane with Larry Carter and a camera for his post-race interviews, and who knows, maybe even onto the grid for his grid walks as well. It'll be something that's quite exciting, and it's just about moving forward, isn't it? That's what we try and do. For the next Superbike session, we're going to have Stuart Hicks join us for a little bit in the commentary box, and there's plenty we can chat about to Stuart about all things Superbike and all things covering the whole paddock and all the series as we move into our 30th anniversary year for the British Superbike Championship. It really is it's going to be something a little bit special. A lot of the old bikes have been getting wheeled out. We've seen the Cadbury's boost bike for Neil Mackenzie being on a photo shoot at the entrance to Redgate on Thursday. At the Scottish Motorcycle Show, we had Hizzy's R7 Yamaha on display, and we also had Leon Camier's bike. Remember the bike which effectively brought us the showdown? A good friend of Knockhill, good friend of mine as well, Sandy Christie, former racer. A lot of you may remember Sandy Christie. Sandy brought his bikes along and put them on display, which was fabulous for us to see them there, and that's what it's all about. We were celebrating 30 years of the BSB, and when you've got something this good, it's hard not to shout about it. It's hard not to get excited and get passionate about it. And we'll probably hear that's what Stuart will do when he comes up for some of the next Superbike session. It was nice being in the pit lane. It's kind of where I started my commentary career. I got dropped into a very wet pit lane at Knockhill many years ago. When Gary Stagg was commentating in the main Knockhill box, and it was Gillian Shedden who was in the pit lane that morning, and she had to leave in the afternoon and asked if I would like to do it, if I'd give it a shot. I think I was maybe between race cars at the time because I used to crash a lot, wasn't very good. And I said yes, so that kind of feels like home. I love being in the commentary box and talking the races to you guys as well, but down there it's great. You feel a bit of a buzz, you can feel the excitement, and you get a lot of natural reaction that isn't forced. When we spoke with Andrew Irwin, the smile was getting bigger and bigger and bigger when I spoke with Andrew about the new team, and that was really nice, And then you work further down, you see Brad Ray, who couldn't look any more laid back in his garage if he tried. He's sitting there and he's totally chilled out. And in a pair of joggies, having a laugh with his guys around the bike. And, you know, it's so nice when you get them in their natural, unforced way, that they're not having to say something maybe for corporate sake. It's really good when you get them in that pit lane. Kyle Reid as well, he's another one, the bike sitting in the garage on the side stand. And I like the fact that Kyle's talking about investment. And, you know, investment's key in life, whether you invest in the part where you're going to buy a house, you buy a car, whatever you do. It's all things that are beneficial for you. Kyle's investment is, it's not a house and a car, which he will have. Kyle's investment is the V4 superbike that is sitting in the garage, the Ducati, or the bikes which he's been riding in Spain, investing in his actual career, putting money where he needs to be put so he can go get his bike on track and go and have a ride. So it will be interesting to see if that one ends back in if that one ends back in the showroom at whatever Ducati dealership he decides to go to. It'll be quite interesting, that. But yeah, great stuff being down in the pit lane, and all the way up to even speaking with Chris at XMT when we get right down the far end. And now he got a little bit excited during that interview. I will say that he got just that little bit too excited. And yeah, I do apologise for anybody who may have heard something that maybe just didn't sit correctly with them. But I do apologise. And Chris, he's going to have a line of riders at the back door of the garage or the Arctic. He's got all these great bikes sitting there. He doesn't charge his riders to ride those bikes. He gets sponsors on board, and he lets the riders race those bikes, which I think is fabulous. Zach Shelton, he's in a perfect position there, as is Zach Cordroy, who's come along, as is Jamie Davis, who's in there. This is just, you know, a fabulous place for him to be, and that list of riders may grow long. But as XMT, they can put a good bike together. Just had to go and alter the heating in the commentary box here. Sorry, with the sun coming out from behind the clouds, as the timekeepers told me when I was in the timekeeper's hut for, or the timekeepers don't have a hut here. They've got a lovely room for grabbing a coffee over lunch. They were telling me, have a little look at the weather channel now, because you were mentioning the weather channel earlier on, Duncan. So I'll go to that page. There, we went past it. Go to that page and have a little bit of a look, and it doesn't appear to be on my TV screen anymore. Oh, there we go. So I said track temperature was 7.9 this morning, and that's probably what was catching quite a lot of people out in one of the earlier sessions. When the track temperature's low, that's when things, you know, the tyres maybe drop off over the course of a lap when you get to the left-hander kind of curves. And we did see a lot of riders going down there. So 7.9 degrees track temperature this morning when we got going. We're now up at 18.4, so there has been a fairly marked increase. In fact, it was almost up at 19, 20 degrees when we go back to just before 1:15 when there was no cloud cover. But the cloud cover has come back, and that's just dipped away a little bit. But the biggest thing we can see on this is the wind speed. Yesterday, wow, we were hovering up towards the top of the green. Maybe something was going in towards the blue, which takes you above 15 miles an hour into 20 miles an hour and above. Today, we're barely tickling the wind speedometer, if that's what it's called. What do we actually call that? It's not a wind speedometer, is it? I think they've got a proper name for measuring wind speed. Can't remember it from the top of my head, but it's good to see that's nice and low. Yeah, but thank you to Richard and Sam down there in the TSL timing room for bringing that to my attention. Let's have a look at the timing screen, because we've got 13 minutes of this session to go for the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship and the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Test session number 5. Test session number 5. They have one other session, which is at 6:10 till 6:45 tonight. I might try and do that one remotely via the M6. Cam Dawson is fastest. Now, we spoke with Cam in the pit lane, and he was very nice in the way he said that Brad and Dave have put together a great package underneath them. You know, Dave Tyson, who was standing right next to it, just with his back to us, but you know, Dave would always be listening. He'll hear everything. But those little bikes really are something pretty special. And when we look at what you can expect to come from Cam Dawson on a lovely power slide Suzuki, well, it will only get better and better, that's for sure. The big question that we have is, can he put together a championship run that we have seen him do in the past? And that will be the interesting note for us to kind of take and keep an eye on. Because if he can, well, things are only going to get better in that garage. But Cam Dawson already putting out there that he wants to be and thinks he will be up there in with a shout with some good results in the championship. The Power Slide Suzuki of Mr. Dawson sat there on the stands, and it looked ever so nice next to Brodie Goth's bike, who was parked just behind him, bike number 21. Brodie Goth, as we know him from former, we're going to say, good lad. We'd like to say a really good lad, Brodie Goth, but also former Super Teen champion. Finn Smart Whedon is the other bike in that garage, bike number 74. And Finn was, well, he'll be delighted to be in that with that team, because for quite a few years they've just done a family effort, but to be finding your way in towards that garage, a garage which has produced some fabulous bikes. And Asher Durham showed us last year just exactly how good those bikes are. And the Suzuki was kind of campaigned by Kaz Beckmans, who took that championship last year. And Beckmans, you know, when he came over, Dave Tyson actually said to me in the pit lane quite a few times, he goes, the bike's good. He goes, the Suzuki is by far and away a good bike. But what Kaz Beckmans is actually doing on that bike is pretty special. The rider does make up for that little last bit. And it's really nice when you hear somebody saying that about a rider, because we've seen Beckmans go on to great things. He's now going to be racing in the world stage alongside Ferry Fleerackers, who was with us last year. Remember Ferry? And there was also the likes of Fenton Seabright, who didn't have much luck last year when it came to the bike. It would stop at times where, you know, you can have a bike stop in practice, you can have it stop whenever you want in morning warm-up, but Fenton was having the thing stop at the furthest possible point in the circuit where there was no recovery able on the outlap of qualifying. And that's where things just start to grind a little bit against you. And also Harrison Desoy, who was very much under the watchful eye of Richard Cooper for quite some time of it. And I think Harrison enjoyed having Richard Cooper just keeping him right and keeping him on the correct path. Fastest in this morning's session that we had here was Alfie Davidson. Alfie on the number 28 Iron Competition, RS 660 Aprilia. It would be an Aprilia, and I did say down in the pit lane that there isn't a factory effort in this British Championship. Maybe that will come. Maybe that will come now it's an actual British Championship. Who knows? But you kind of think that Iron Competition with Ian Newton, because of his long affinity with the Aprilia brand, that it's as close as you could possibly get to having a factory bike down there, even though it's not. But it's just the way that Ian Newton prepares the bikes, looks after the bikes, and the background knowledge that he has with Aprilia is going all the way back to when Ian Newton used to race them, and they were pale blue, if you remember that. Baby blue? Pale blue? Yeah, but they were very much a nice light blue. And that's going back to the 90s, if I'm not mistaken, racing against the likes of Nigel Bosworth, the great Steve Sauford. These are all names who, well, Soft's still very much, I'm going to say alive, but very much live on Instagram and all sorts of other social media. Used to be St Neots Motorcycles for Steve Sauford, but I believe now works at Bedford Aerodrome. But that's how far back Ian Newton actually goes with his racing. So interesting that Alfie Davidson finds himself inside there. And you know, I kind of forgot almost when I was speaking to Ian Newton, I forgot the tie-in that he had with Alfie Davidson from the previous team that Ian Newton was looking after, which was the Chris Barnes team, the Sencat team. I did forget that. So he knows exactly who he's dealing with. And Ian said that when you get somebody coming to your team, you want somebody that you like, somebody that you enjoy, somebody that you can get on with, and that basically is the Davidson and Darren Ladd. They tick that box for Ian Newton, so that's really nice for those guys. And Alfie's fast. Alfie is really fast, and he will always be there. Can he be top 3 all the time this year? It's a big ask, especially in this British Championship class that we have now. Cam Dawson is fastest from the much improved Harley McCabe. There's another rider. Harley McCabe comes from the Fibertech Aprilia team for Meg O'Laverty. And that is one of the busiest garages you will find. As I walked down the pit lane, we stopped and had a quick word with Lewis Rollo and couldn't quite believe how busy that garage is. On one side, you've got the Moto 4 bikes, which all get pride of place. They're all off the ground, they're up on stands, they're getting work done. And then you've got everybody else in that garage. It is so busy. There's 2 garages at Donington, 2 basically double car garages. A lot of kit, a lot of tech, a lot of good people working down there as well. I'm waiting for the yellow bike of Alastair Seeley. Here he comes. Here comes the wee wizard. Purple middle sector. Where does Seeley go from 7th on the sheets? Does he move? No, he doesn't. He stays in that 7th place. Doesn't make much of an inroads to anybody. But he does look good on that bike, and I haven't had a message from Ian Barr yet, so I think I may have got away with that shout out that could we get a full year for Seeley? Is that something doable? Yeah, fabulous stuff. I did say that. And I've also made a bet with John McGuinness, haven't I? Yeah, that was an interesting one, but we'll cover that later on when McGuinness gets back out on track. So what do we have? We have got 6 minutes of the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship and the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. It's all sport bikes at the top 15 places. The first BMW is Bobby Very, and he is in 16th place. A welcome return to Bobby Very, who separated from Stanford Racing middle of last year, which was a big loss to the championship. And we have to actually go on to the second page of timing to find any other BMWs. It's Davy Grace, then Rob McNeely, then Jack Tynan, Paul Baker, Harley Preble, Alex Pearson, Liam Vella, down to 37th place. But it's very much all about sport bikes from the top 15 positions. And a lot of sport bikes there on track just now as well. Only a couple of them in pit lane. 15th place, Harry Cook is in the pit lane. And also Freddie Barnes on bike number 26 finds himself in the pit lane as well. Charlie Barnes. Freddie Barnes is Super Sport, Duncan. They look alike as well. Makes it even harder. But with 5 minutes to go, Harley McKay, his transition back to MLAV seems to be working really well. Alfie Davidson right in the middle of that as well in fourth place, is the CF Moto of Aidan Davin. There's a big improvement for Charlie Atkins. Atkins goes from 17th up to 12th, and that's good because earlier on today, I remember I reported back that Charlie had fallen going through Hollywood, of all places, not a place you want to go missing, and he'd found himself needing to take a trip to the medical centre on the back of one of the taxi bikes. Now, he was taken there by taxi bike, by Ian, who was riding the Africa Twin nice and sensibly. Dropped him off, but Charlie's managed to get back out on track, and he is showing that he's, well, no ill effects from that tip-off this morning when he went into the greenery, shall we say, at Hollywood. And the Sim Series Kawasaki also getting a bit of a bump last year with that balance of performance. Now, I've seen Scott Smart about 5 or 6 times today, and every time he's rushing down that pit lane to go to somebody's garage, I do try and mean to stop him, but I'm always in the middle of an interview when Scott goes past. So it does make it kind of tricky to try and grab his attention, because it would be good to try and get Scott up here, even if it's for the Moto 4 session when we get junior sport bike, just so we can get a little idea on what has been done, if anything, to the sport bike rules over the winter. Because that would be a good thing for us to find out if there have been any BOP adjustments. Hail to the BOP. BOP being balance of performance. We spoke to Zach Shelton in the pit lane, and he has just got 9th place right now for Zach, 4/10 of a second away from the fastest time. There goes Harrison McKay. Oh, in Armada Leathers now, Harrison McKay. That's interesting to see. 22nd place, only 1.6 seconds away. Wow, that's how interesting and tight we're going to have the sport bike class for 2026. Newcomer to the class, Harrison McKay, riding the Armada Cables SC31 race team. 22nd place and 1.6 seconds away, and personal best last time round, and personal best through sector number 1. Good little rider, Harrison. Comes from racing the Moto 3 bikes from last year, the Talent Cup bikes, which is now Moto 4. Same bike, different name. But remember, he appeared at Knockhill as well, riding in this class, but he was riding for Paul Curran and the Covey team. Now, we don't have any Coveys here, which is a great shame. Would have been good to have them back for another year. I know there's a bit going on with the Covey team in the World Championship, but it was so nice to hear that little 440 or 450 with the screaming inline 4-cylinder engine. Was it 440? I think it was. That we saw Casey O'Gorman on last year. But young Harrison piloted that bike at Knockhill in very, very tricky conditions that we had there last year. Rather challenging. And the one thing the team boss said to him, he said, don't crash. Which as a racer is probably your worst nightmare when you're dealing with wet weather conditions on a circuit that you haven't raced it before, on a bike that you haven't raced before. It can only be something that you really don't want to hear. But Harrison McKay did a fabulous job of controlling himself and learning well. Let's see if there's any improvement as he crosses the line in 22nd place. Nope, he takes off a 138.2, so a little bit slower than what he had done. I think he might have encountered a bit of traffic on that lap. Here comes Rob McNeely. Big Dino Rob. Crossing the line, and down goes Rob McNeely. Do we have an improvement for Rob? No, we don't, but we do for Davy Grace. In BMWs, Davy Grace has managed to get himself on to page number 1, BBC One of the timing. All other BMWs, apart from Bobby Very, find themselves on the 2nd page of timing. Nice text message from David Allingham coming through. David texted yesterday, said, I hope you're missing me. I'm not at this test. We hope to see you soon, David. But he's rooting for wee Cam Dawson and the wee wizard. So that's who he wants to do. He can bring his A game because he's playing golf on Tuesday. Yeah. Apparently Seeley's a bit of a good golfer, actually. And that's something that's... A lot of people aren't to golf. My son's very good at golf, my son Guy. He takes me golfing with him, and I try, but I'm not the best. Very military-like golf. Left and back to the right, then back to the left. But Seeley's a bit of a known golfer, and I do know that he's given David Allingham a really good few runs in the golf, and it's understandable. David's got a bit spaghetti arms. He's not got the right form for it. Whereas Alastair, a little bit stockier, a little bit good. But you know, a lot of these riders do like golf, and it's complete opposite from what they actually do, which is nice. I found it relaxing. Kyle Ryde's a huge golfer, massive golfer. So much so that his Instagram over the off-season just turns into golf with Kyle Ryde or something like that. Been a lot more biking this year, but you know, he was away racing in Australia. He was taking some golf over there as well, and it's kind of what these guys like to do. Anything that unwinds you and maybe makes you still focus. I suppose golf could be a little bit similar to motorcycle racing. It's you and the golf clubs against the course, you know. It's you and the bike against the track. So that's one way of looking at it. But just done at great different speeds. Checker flag flies here and brings that final session and some rambling to an end. I do hope you enjoyed that comparison between golf and bike sport. And Alfie Davidson once again goes to the top of the times on his last lap through, ahead of Cam Dawson by 0.2 of a second. Alfie Davidson with a good run. That's 2 sessions that he has topped today. And, well, there's still a few other people doing laps. Jacob Stevenson finds himself in 7th place on bike number 7 with an improvement. Alastair Seeley did improve, got himself up into 5th place, just behind Aidan Davey. He crosses the line now. There must be somebody out there willing to put a few shillings behind Alastair Seeley to get a wild card. I mean, if Graham Barr's gone this far to build the bike, there's no point taking it back to a road bike now, Graham. Yeah, Ian Barr sitting there nodding away. If somebody else can finance the Duncan, that's not a problem. Into the pit lane comes Davy Grace on the number 71 BMW. He'll be happy with how his session has gone. 20 laps completed for Davy Grace. Some good long runs there as well. Just familiarising himself once again with the bike. And is there any improvements towards the end as we get them all through? Just wait for Cam Dawson. He takes a checker flag now and doesn't improve, so he stays 2nd place. And it once again is Alfie Davidson. We get Rhys Stevenson across the line as well. He was another person who could have created a bit of an upset. But remember, it's only testing. And there you have it. Alfie Davidson on the Iron Competition of Pirelli tops the times again in the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship. And it's Bobby Very who tops the times for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. The rest of Sport Bike would be Cam Dawson 2nd, Alan McCabe 3rd, Aidan Davey, Alastair Seeley, Rhys Stevenson, Jacob Stevenson, Zach Shelton. We've got Harry Cook and Charlie Barnes in 10th place. BMWs, well, we mentioned it was Bobby Very in 2nd place. It comes coming home in a good second place, Davy Grace, Alex Pearson, Rob McNeely, Jack Tynan, Paul Barker, Harley Preble, Liam Vella. So that's down to 37th place in the total standings. Do hope you enjoyed that session. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. The next session, well, we may have the boss joining us for a little bit. So better behave. Back in a couple of minutes. Just reading some of the comments that have been coming back through our YouTube feed. And I do see there's a few things, lovely, nice comments about John McGuinness being your hero. That's fabulous. Michael Dunlop hasn't been on track. No, Michael was due to test, but Michael Dunlop hasn't been on track. So I haven't even seen him in the paddock, and he normally lurks around the Hawk garage. So yeah, I haven't seen him there. And just thank you to everybody else from whoever you are. Yeah, Mr. Wigg. Hi from Mr. Wigg. That's a lovely message to get. Even Wes likes that one, and he's made it back from his lunch as well, as we go live for 1 hour and 10 minutes of the British Superbike Championship with Pirelli. An hour and 10 minutes, slightly longer, 10-minute longer session than what we have actually seen. And it'll be interesting if we can cover half as much as we covered in the last session when we had Spalding here and Darren Fry. And it was really, it was almost more like a podcast when those guys came up and had a chat with us to get them on air and to sit down and see exactly what they were thinking was really nice. And Ryan Rainey's just stumbled in the back of the commentary box. And I need to warn you, you're on camera, you're streaming live on YouTube. So as long as you're allowed to be here, and the missus knows you're here, you can grab a seat. You can put on a headset as well. Ryan Rainey is the crew chief to Glen Irwin. We are due to have Stuart Higgs join us at some point, so when he does come up, we'll LB to the side, Ryan. But it's good to see you, Ryan. I know you've just climbed a lot of stairs, so try not to do too much heavy breathing into the microphone. But it's so far so good. And what's nice about this afternoon's running is the cloud cover looks a lot higher, and it's not a blanket of cloud now. It's kind of broken up bits of cloud, which is good. It gives a bit of sunshine through, and it kind of livens up the track for everybody for the afternoon's running. And an hour and 10 minutes for a crew chief, you absolutely adore that. It's more track time.
Yeah, there's more track time. The wind has picked up a little. It's picked up as the day goes on. This circuit here, it's actually quite windy. As you go up into McLean's and stuff, it catches the side of the bike, and it's the direction the wind's coming. In that section, it will help you in some sectors, but not in others.
We're very much branded up perfectly here, aren't we? I'm wearing my new Alpine Star gear for 2026, and you are wearing a Ducati. What is that? Is that a Gilles?
Oh, it's a wee body warmer. Yeah, it's a wee bit tight.
Well, it's a big winter. Is it Glen's? It's been a good winter, hasn't it? But I mean, that's obviously a talking point for us with you, Nitrous Competitions and Glenn. Glenn was here for Media Day, but he's since left. And the guys building the bikes in Italy, are the bikes starting to make their way back to the UK? Are they built?
They will be. They are built. Unfortunately, in the middle of the whole build process, now they're built. We've hit Easter weekend, so Ducati is closed for a few days. So the guys have to wait until the Ducati comes back from Easter, and then they'll be on their way home with the new bikes.
Looking forward to that, but you can't wait to get stuck into that.
Yeah, it's frustrating not being out on track. You see everybody else out on track working away, but it is what it is. There's not much we could do about it. It's just it was a pretty late process this year with the new V4R being a new model. Obviously, a lot of parts coming from all around the world for these bikes. World Superbike took priority, and then the customer teams then all got sorted after that. Yeah. So that's why the delay, really.
Have you found yourself inside the Beetham's garage, just having a bit of a look around?
Actually, I haven't. I've been busy enough. I was down with Kyle this morning there. I was in with Olins. I've actually been sitting in the truck talking to Michael Laverty there as the last hour. So yeah, we've just been floating about.
It's good to see bikes back on track, though, Ryan. That's the most exciting part of it for us.
We actually got out to Spain there about 2 weeks ago, myself and Glenn, just on a road bike, a V4S, and we spun some laps there in Andalusia and Almeria for 4 days. So it was good to be back out there and spinning some laps again, doing some work.
They would normally catch up with Glenn, but obviously he's not here. I didn't catch him on Thursday. We weren't live. But how is he? I mean, good winter for Glenn. Pumped up for this year.
Good winter. A bit different from what he's done in previous years. So we kind of obviously had the big injury last year. The team split going to the nitrous squad halfway through the year. There was a lot went on, and everything was a wee bit all over the place. So we got the season over, and we sat down, and we had myself, Glenn, and my electronic engineer, and we went through a lot of stuff, and we pointed out some stuff we could be doing better. If you know what I mean, as I say, as the old saying, if you keep doing the same thing, don't expect a different result. Yeah. If you know what I mean. So there's aspects of what Glenn has changed. He's really got the head down this year. He moved out to Spain at the beginning of January. And he's been there training away, flat out, a complete new training program he's been doing. I think he's fitter he's ever been. Right, He's out cycling every day. He's doing a lot of stuff.
I didn't realise he'd moved to Spain.
Yeah,
That's a big commitment.
He's back in April, at the end of April. Obviously back for the Open test.
Is the whole family there?
Yeah, he's actually took it really serious. He enrolled his kids in school out there, everything. Wow. Just a completely different approach. So mentally, physically, he's probably in the best shape he's been in. So.
That's a big commitment. With no idea. I mean, there's Glenn's very open on social media, but I didn't see anything about that. That's,
I'm surprised you didn't see that up. You know what Glenn's like.
I know.
Yes, but no, he's really invested in him. So as Kyle said, too, he's invested in himself this year. You know, I mean, try to get the best version of himself to the racetrack, and I think this year we will see it.
Said that the personal investment is huge, and the sacrifice that these guys make as well. You know, they are not they're not kind of like myself and you. I don't mean that cheeky. They won't like nip down the out with their friends maybe and have 7 or 8 pints and then have a pizza and a kebab on the way home and do nothing. You know, they almost sacrifice their year to make sure they are in pristine fitness and health.
Yeah, for sure. And there's probably some things, Glenn, I think now he realises there is some things he could have been doing maybe better, but not realising.
Yeah.
It's only whenever you get to, you call Glenn's now in his 30s, if you mean, it's getting to that stage in BSB where, you do get more sensible, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's you twig these things on. I think he's definitely looking good. We rode the bike for 4 days in Andalusia, and I know it was only a road bike, but I haven't seen him ride as good in a long time on a V4RS road or V4S road bike. So
that is good.
It's
definitely positive, very positive.
Yeah, very positive.
And what about Andrew as well? I mean, obviously you must have known that was coming as well. That's a big jump for Andrew, and it's a great manoeuvre. To have a team built around you on a bike that you know intimately as well. It's fabulous for
funny. I was literally just talking to his crew chief there before I nipped up here. I've kind of left them alone too. I don't want to get too involved really. It's if they want something, just holler. But no, they've got a cracking bike that it's capable of winning at any circuit, as we've proved. They've got all the setup for it from everywhere we've been. So it should be the matter of plug and play where they go with a few small tweaks.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah,
great for Andrew.
Yeah, no, it is. I think Andrew. Andrew's, I would sort of call it an unlucky rider, really. You always see Andrew just get going, and then something happens. I feel like, and then he's kicked back again, and then he just gets going, and then something happens, and he's kicked back again. So I think Andrew is fast. If he can get a run of races under the belt, I think you'll only see him get faster and faster.
Have you poked your nose into the AGN Steel Stock FS3 garage and looked at these big motors?
I haven't actually.
Ryan, what are you doing?
I get nervous going in them places. I don't
expect the door to come down, you get pushed out.
Yeah. Anybody else going in, they mightn't mind. But I think if I walk in, they're like, "Oh, what's he doing in here?"
I could understand that because it's not that you're the enemy, but you're a competitor.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's quite something. Storm Stacey on a good lap just now. Let's keep an eye on this. He's 13th place just now, and Storm just said, look, there's just lots and lots of teething issues. Here he comes out the last corner. Will this be an improvement for the Bay Thumbs Ducati? Yes, it is, up to 7th place, just a second away from where he wants to be. They've just had all sorts of, not huge problems, just it's trying to get the Motec working is what Michael
trying to get the Motec working. We will have the same problem when we get our new bikes. Although I think Storm, the Bay Thumbs team, has went down a slightly different route. They've bought V4R road bikes, and then they've converted them into race bikes.
Right.
But essentially the Motec system is the Motec system. It'll be the same as what is on our bikes whenever it comes, but it's getting that trans all right. Even though we've got years of data with the Ducati, there is significant differences within the new bike with the fuel injection system. So it's once our bikes arrived, our guys will be on the dyno flat out for at least 2-3 days trying to relate what we had over to the new bike, and so it more or less we can hit the ground running.
I was going to ask you that. Whose job is it to make sure the fueling and the mapping and the electronics is all?
Yeah, well, again, my electronic engineer Chris Adams, he'll be once the bikes arrive, he'll be indulging himself into that. That's his wee job. So
it's not just a wee job, that is it?
No, well, it's a wee job for him, but you need to be eccentric like that.
yeah, it's the type of thing he would love. It's the type of thing I would hate.
He'll love that.
Terrified I broke it, but it's exciting to see that. And you have got that all to come as well, because the bike, it's trying to get into an operating window for you guys.
Yeah.
How big do you think the operating window will be? I mean, what type of parameters are you looking at? Will it be wider than what you had with the last generation Ducati, or do you think it'll be narrower?
It's hard to know, because obviously it's two factors this year. We have the new bike, and we also have a new tyre. So that's going to be the big factor really. Then the new tyre is going to change a lot as well. So from where we're at.
The new tyre will be interesting. A lot of guys telling me just now that they feel that it's a nice upgrade because they say they can go out, come in, and it doesn't have any of the issues that the last. Not issues,
but with the zero here last year, that was part of the problem we had. You could exit, you could go and do how many laps you wanted. Should have been 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
The tyre was fine, but as soon as you pitted and gone back out, the tyre fell off a cliff. So that was the main problem with that. So speaking with Kyle this morning, the new tyre, you can come back in, you can go out, and you can more or less get back on the same lap time again.
And Pirelli always give as much help as they possibly can, and you know the lap times that the tyres deliver are pretty sensational. You know, we've got a coldish day here in April. We've got Max Cook fastest with a 127.558 again. That Bimota looking really sharp. Ryan Vickers, returning Ryan Vickers as well. That's exciting.
Yeah, definitely on the Honda. I was watching them this morning. It's not often I get out to watch on circuit.
I know the pain. I feel your pain.
Yeah, it's you know, you end up you're in the garage from morning to night in the BSB, so you don't actually see a lot on circuit. So it was actually interesting to go out and watch them down through Craners this morning, and both Hondas looked actually very good.
And a couple of other countrymen for you making their way in, Rhys Irwin and Eugene McManus.
Yeah, Rhys,
as well,
Eugene,
you know?
they're all coming into Superbike. They'll learn their trade for a year, and you'll see them pop up in the future.
You may be crew chief for them in the years to come. You never know.
You never know. You never know.
Ryan, thanks very much, buddy. It's been great to see you. Thank you. I'm going to push that headset off just now because the boss has arrived, and he was threatening about coming up. So we'll get. There's wipes in the corner if you want, but there we go. We'll get Stuart Hicks to join us just now for the last. Well, we've got 54 minutes. We'll see how long Stuart wants to stay up here in sound and in vision on Wescam. I think that's what we could call it. I'm not too sure, but Stuart, welcome to the Donington Park commentary box. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thank you, Duncan. It's been a very long winter.
Hasn't it just?
Glad to be back in the swing of it, and looks like Storm Dave is staying, frankly, north of us enough to give us some good running.
Yeah, I've got that for the way home tonight. Can't wait. Can't wait for Storm Dave. What a great name for a storm, eh?
I think Eddie's following.
Oh, is he? Oh, Eddie's always lurking about in the background. We're on to the male names for the Storms in 2026. How's things in race direction? How's downstairs?
Yeah, no, very calm. Obviously, eyes on lots and lots of screens. Very unfortunate to see the crash of Richard Kerr this morning. Yeah, that was not good to see. Richard perfectly okay, but the bike took a big hit, and then a subsequent fire in the pit box as well. So that was a very very unfortunate and difficult start for those guys.
Popped down to see Andy Jameson just on the clear up. Didn't interview him live, and he just had a chat off air and says how bad. He goes, just one of these things. Raiders do fall off. It happens. He goes, but then the aftermath of the pit box is just a bit of a disaster and a nightmare. But they will get that built. I think the most important thing is, the bike will mend, but Richard is okay, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, I mean, he was thrown in very much at the deep end last year on a BMW, and I mean, if you remember the last time we were here at Donington, Richard was last seen having a big one down the start-finish straight, which brought out the safety car in one of the races on the Sunday at Donington. But back on a Honda, that's where he obviously claimed his Superstock title on, so much more friendlier bike and something much more familiar to him. So I'm hopeful he'll have a good year.
Look at that timing screen. It says a lot, that timing screen. The two names at the top, Max Cook on a Bimota and the returning Vickers on a Honda.
Yeah, it's absolutely great. Look, the Bimota story, been involved from when that was first just a small embryo of an idea. Probably not more than 12 months ago. Obviously, it's not just a year-on-year thing. We were already looking into things about for 27 and 28, and so the 26 Bimota project was first spoken about. I'm pretty sure, if I recall, at Donington, either the first time we came here or this test last year, because the Kawasaki ZX-10R, it's been a good old warhorse, but it's given a bit away to some of the competition, and obviously you saw the direction that KRT went in the World Superbike Championship, and the marketing strength of the Bimota and the boutique brand kind of feel to it is a way a lot of the manufacturers are now thinking now. So to be able to get a domestic program running, it's the only domestic championship that has the Bimota running in it, so we're very proud and privileged that that route was sanctioned by all the powers that be in KME and KMUK, and the decision has proved to be a good one, and absolute fair play. I heard you talking about it earlier in commentary to Darren and Nigel that make up the F and the S of FS3. Bringing new talent on. You know, Max has been a long-term project for Nigel, who's had him sort of under his wing when he was racing as far back as the British Talent Cup.
Yeah.
You know, then through the various classes, giving him the Superbike brace and sticking with it, because it's not easy to break through into the Premier class in the UK. And if results are a bit hard to come by, and frustrations, and obviously a new rider in a team and a young rider in a team does slow down the developmental path. You know, sponsor pressures and, you know, the cost of doing racing, you know, it is a results business, and it's very easy to throw that away and just go and for an established person. But, you know, if everyone had that mindset, there'd never be the conveyor belt of talent. So Max, I'd say, is now very much in the A-list group of riders in the championship, and you know, and he knows that the pressure's on himself to keep carrying on. And then Joe Talbot, you know, Joe, what character he's shown this time last year. You know, he was on the promise of a Superbike ride for the 25 season. It was whipped away from him through no fault of his own. And some people would have just taken that and sunk, but he chipped away with a Supersport campaign. And again, Nigel and Darren, one eye on the future, knew that, you know, someone like Joe would then slot into their team and be the perfect person for that project. And I remember when the new, well, we knew that it was way before it was announced, but I think the deal was done in and around the final round. I caught them in the garage on a Saturday night at the final round, just to talk. And you know, that's one of the real kind of that's the real, you know, real pleasing moments I get in this job is seeing these plans come to fruition and the pathway established.
I think it's fabulous. I mean, Darren Fry was mentioning how important our support series actually are. You know, the likes of almost an unofficial, it was a joke that we put out there, that Binge Pro are almost feeding FS3 with talent, because, you know, Max Cook came through the Binge Junior Superstock series, and then, you know, they've now had Joe Talbot through that. And jokingly, Darren Fry was saying, you know, I'm going to try and see if we can maybe put Harrison Day in there at one point, who's in Moto 4 just now. But it does show you just how important the other class structure that we have here to bring the riders through, and the cream will always rise to the top.
Yeah, you know, it's taken a while to get it to the level it has, but we do now have a really, really clear pathway of classes that route in with that go the prototype direction and the production derived series on a logical performance-based program. So
yeah,
you know, the junior sport bike is you know, it caters for manufacturers that don't have something that's super competitive in the main British Sport Bike Championship. The British Sport Bike Championship, you know, we pioneered these rules for the last 2 years. We've been really satisfied with how that's manifested. Good equal performance between the principal manufacturers. And we've just seen instantly in the World Championship derivative of that how easy it is, frankly, to cock that up by allowing in bikes that are actually super sport bikes.
Yeah.
The whole principle of the class, and we're very bullish in saying it was for 90-something horsepower bikes of a certain genre. And that class has now just been completely upended with a Honda CBR 600 and Kawasaki 636. And I'm sorry, but we just simply don't agree with that. Now, you know, Kawasaki haven't, you know, perhaps got something that can run in our British sport bike class, but they do in the junior sport bike class, and that's perfectly okay. And if you took that same principle to all the other classes, I think you just have anarchy. I mean, we could be saying, okay, BMW don't make a super sport bike, so what? We're going to do a detuned S1000 or M1000?
Yeah, no, that's not going to work.
You know, some manufacturers haven't got a bike that works in a particular class. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. Yeah. So back to the pathway, so from the sport bike classes into the super stock and super sport classes and into superbike. And, you know, the Moto 4 series, that's now gone through a bit of a reimagination across both Europe, South America and Asia with the Moto 4 platform. Only these championships are allowed to carry the designation of Moto 4. They sit within the MotoGP pathway. And that makes it better for us. Everyone's on Pirelli tyres now, so there's an equality of material. And, you know, it is hard. It is frustrating. We know we're up against it with the absolute machine that is the Spanish system.
Yeah.
You know, they
Good
have.
way of putting it there,
well,
actually.
they,
Yeah.
they have economic and climatic and just a different culture that means that they've got this system, a machine that is producing rider after rider. But you know, for a world championship does need riders from all around the world, and you know, I think that is beginning to be addressed. It is a slow burn, but you know, I sincerely hope like Ethan Sparks and Sororiak. I think they're the best we've had for a while. They're getting into the Red Bull Rookies program and in the Junior GP. So, yeah, we've got to be patient. But you know, I still think, you know, if a rider breaks into BSB and perhaps does like the Jake Dixon route, that a super fast rider in BSB, if they can get into World Championship Moto 2, and of course it's a Pirelli platform now as well, you know, that might be a different route to go in. And no, we got to be patient. There is no magic bullet.
No. If only there was. If only there was a magic red button we could hit and it would all change. It's never going to happen. Ryan Vickers returns to us for 2026, Stuart, and he returns to Honda. And I've been down to that Honda garage, spent quite a lot of time down there with Scott Hargreaves, John McGuinness and Ryan and Roger Marshall. And I think that's two key individuals there, Ryan Vickers and Roger Marshall together. Roger kind of took Ryan under his wing when he was at the OMG camp, and Roger said to me, he goes, he's like a diamond. I need to shave off these rough edges, and if I can do that, I think we can work well. And the Roger Marshall effect actually did work well for Ryan. And to see them team back up in Honda UK, it's a different vibe in that garage. There's a lot of smiley, happy faces.
It's very positive. I mean, Ryan, look, had a stellar 2024 season. Could have had a better. I think the last part of it, I think, was frustrating for him. But I mean, if you remember that when he started the season, bang, 2 out of the box at Navarra. Then in the summer at Brands Hatch, he just wiped the floor with everybody again. But then, you know, I think the flawed genius bit probably could be applied to Cadwell. I think he'd had a couple of difficult results, and in the third race of that weekend, was on like lap record pace on about the start of lap 2 or lap 3, and was last seen sliding off at turn 1. And that kind of just put a kibosh on that season, you know. Thoroughly deserved a chance to go to the World Superbike Championship, but unfortunately became a victim to the economical situation of a lot of the World Superbike teams, where there is very much pay to play at a frankly extortionate level. You know, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of euros, despite the promise of a 2-year deal. I mean, obviously not privy to the deal, but you know, it was frustrating. I don't think he did a bad job, but what he did do there, because he didn't regularly put the thing into the gravel, he got a lot of quality track time around a lot of quality riders at the front, and we saw that with Brad Ray last year. The Brad that returned last year was definitely a more focused, faster rider, I think. And if you look at a World Superbike meeting, I mean, you do the commentary for this round here, the pace is super quick from the get-go. I think if you watch a regular BSB weekend, you know, there's this feeling that, you know, there's the rollout and you're building momentum. I think in World Superbikes it just feels a bit different. And I think if Ryan has had that baked into him for a full year, that he's been in that environment of just having a lot of fast people around him and getting quicker and quicker and quicker, self-belief going up and up and up, I think he's going to do well. It's great to see him up there, and it's great to see Honda up there. I mean, they're having a torturous time in the World Superbike Championship, and, you know, you can't, unfortunately, see any remedy soon coming there, because it's a mixture of, obviously, whatever developmental path they're on, but also they've had such incredibly bad luck with the riders. I mean, at the World Superbike first round at Phillip Island, it was the test rider and a standing rider had to fit in there after both Chuntra and Jonathan and Jake Dixon. And Jake seems he's going to be out for a little bit longer. Jonathan Ray's gone in there, and you know, it's a less than ideal situation. Whereas I think the BSB bike and in the BSB spec bike for Honda is a different beast. The riders seem happy with it. Jason certainly doesn't need much re-education when it comes to riding a Honda fast in BSB spec. And if they have a good year, and I really hope they do, and I think they will, I think that's just great. Again, Honda having results and focus, and it re-establishes the British Superbike Championship as being a good competition for Honda exposure, and that's very important.
And it keeps Honda hungry. It keeps them hungry. It keeps them all motivated because they've got a busy garage down there. 2 Super Sport and 2 Superbike, and McGuinness has shoehorned his way in there as well, as only he would. And I want to speak as well about the Danny Kent and Rory Skinner, because that's something that's really exciting. I mean, the talent in that garage, where the riders, a former world champion, a former Grand Prix racer, both unite on Yamaha. 27 years of TAS racing is where we are now. And Danny Kent actually said to me in the pit lane, he goes, I'm delighted to have a teammate. They're maybe not the best of friends, I don't know, they maybe are good friends, but to have that teammate is going to help Danny because he's been without one for a couple of years, as has Rory. So it's going to help Rory and Danny Kent. And that could be a really formidable garage if they get on top of the Yamaha for Rory and use Danny's knowledge.
Yeah, but the Yamaha is a proven package in the championship. It's adaptable at almost all circuits we go to. We know that it's won the last 2 championships with Carl on board. Danny's got a good 2 years under his belt on there. Getting back to 2-rider teams, look, we are where we are just with certain external factors, and that has meant some teams have had to make some decisions about going solo, but unquestionably, double the people going around the track, it's double the data, more information, different. You just get options, and finding options and getting solutions is what racing is all about. Improvement per session, per lap per session. So I think that will get them on. It's always good to have a bit of a benchmark as well. You're just the first person you have to beat is your teammate. You don't have to like them. Yeah, that's never in the script. But there are interesting stages in their career as well. I mean, Rory was very much on this pathway. We thought he was going to be, back to that previous subject, racing in the MotoGP pathway. Danny Kent was a Moto3 world champion, and then people rave about Rueda as the current Moto3 champion and the previous champions in that class, and the guaranteed pathway of world championship success. You have to pinch yourself. Like, no, we had a Moto3 and a solo Grand Prix world champion, and it didn't work for whatever reason. But Danny, he's had a tough few years in his career, but very settled now. He's a very complete guy, and I think the Taz environment is it's a quality team. And Philip, fair play to Philip, because Philip, he does everything right in terms of the preparation, puts an incredibly good show on in terms of his presentation. He's able to acquire great commercial partners, and the last part of it, when it comes to some of the actual round and round bit, there'll be just rubbish bit of luck. I mean, Rory's first year with the team a couple of years ago, Rory would...
The BMW, Snetterton,
Snetterton, he crashed at, Alton Park, and his crash on it fell. But I think Rory, if he tripped over a banana skin, in that particular year, would have such bad luck, he'd break an ankle. But a fast Rory... happy Rory is a fast Rory, as we saw last year. Super confident. He was able to plant the Ducati in places that were just showing that he is a class act. I think the Yamaha will suit him, hopefully, and it will just move on. And Philip being in a good place as well, but not being messed around by manufacturers and suppliers. The hardware was ready to go. Obviously, I think there was a deal done with Tim from Martrain, so there's some material from there. So rather than just being a victim of the global supply chain and all the other complications of setting stuff up, they're ready to go. And I think that will put them in good stead as well.
Which will be good as well. And our good friends Jackie and John Capper, Cheshire Mouldings, are staying on board as well. Long-time supporter of Rory, but also the Taz setup, which is a bit of stability that's needed in that garage. Rory's told me this is the fifth different manufacturer in 5 years.
Yeah, and you do need a bit of continuity after a while, because having to relearn everything and all the technical stuff, every bike has an intricacy that is peculiar to itself that you can't replicate bike per bike. So I really hope that I don't need favourites, but for Philip, just from a personal level, for the rewards of a 27-year participation in the championship, and the team is evolving a little bit. I think you've already seen the pictures. Sort of like the Emlav finding something else to do. I don't know how he is the only guy that has a 96-hour day in a 72-week year.
Yeah, on the Michael Laverty, I looked at that picture and thought, I recognise that guy. I was zooming in a bit, thought, and then you read it and think, good grief, Michael, how do you find the time to do that? But, it's great for Philip, but the whole kind of Neil racing dynasty goes all the way back to Hector. You're back into the 70s.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember the late Norman Brown riding a Hector Neil Suzuki, and tremendous family, and Philip, if you're listening, thank you again for your continued participation.
Yeah, I like that. Look forward to that. Now, there is a name on the screen that we're going to talk about next. It's his 10th place, Storm Stacey, Mr. Top Hat himself. Big switch for Bathams, and I have only slipped up once in the last 2 days and said Bathams with the other manufacturer because it kind of rolls off the tongue. It's kind of what it's like. But that was a big commitment for Michael Rutter and the Bathams team to say we're going to go from that manufacturer and we're going to go towards Ducati. That's huge. And the way they've done it as well, Ryan Rainey was giving us a bit of an insight that they've actually converted their own bikes. Fabulous. They've got 2 of them sitting down there. There's still teams that unfortunately the bikes aren't ready yet, but Storm is out there doing the work on the Motec system, and Michael says I'm just trying to keep them calm because we do have, ultimately they will have its testing the first time. They've got little teething issues, but that's a big move for Bathams to jump onto the Ducati.
Yeah, but obviously they have no real starting point because the bike is brand new, so it is starting from zero. But there's some very sensible heads in that garage. I mean, Professor Ray Stringer, often to be seen with his white coat on at the end of the garden in his shed.
Glasses at the tip of his nose.
Coming up with some solution. But look, it's great. And Michael is an absolute, just a legend. I mean, go back to the early 90s when he first started in the Super Team Championship, and of course his father Tony was one of the true heroes of the British racing scene. But no, Michael, together with his incredible commercial partners, he's got the Bathams brothers, and also AGN Steelstock, who obviously, putting their support behind 2 teams is fantastic. They're doing an incredible job. I think the bikes look fantastic.
Yeah.
And Storm is without doubt one of the standout characters of the championship. He has his absolute own identity and self-belief, fans' favourite. He's doing everything right. I think he's still on paper the youngest rider to take a BSB race start. The formative years, obviously, with our friend Brent Gladwin, who sort of gave him that first opportunity. Of course, Storm won the race at Snetterton a couple of years ago, and then found himself in these mixed condition races, always finding himself leading a race, and then the racer gets stopped for some reason. And I think he thought that was some kind of curse that he had put in. But no, I think we've still yet to see the best of Storm, and
still so young.
Yeah,
he is still so young.
Exactly. So he is one definitely to keep an eye on this year. And I hope for everyone involved in the AJ and Bathams team that everything comes together. The bike looks fantastic. I think they've done a great job getting slightly ahead of the game, having the bikes ready. They've got laps under their belt when others haven't.
I like how Storm does things Storm's way. The Top Hat, things are different. He's very good on his social media, maybe a little bit outspoken sometimes, but he puts a great presence out there. And I'm a fan. I'm a follower. I'm a fan of all these people on that we see on the screen in front of us. And just below him, there's Leon Haslam, and then Andrew Irwin. 2 Ducatis together there. The Andrew Irwin story is really quite something. I never thought a Ducati would look good in yellow and blue, but it does. And you know what's nice about it, Stuart? You can spy it all the way through the trees, and you pick it up. And for Andrew, Met Healthcare and Phonacab, 2 very much local for Andrew, with Graham Irwin very much involved with Met Healthcare and Phonacab. They seem to sponsor everybody from over that side of the country. But what a good team to get underneath you with a data bank that's already there from Glenn Irwin and Scott Redding for him. That's fantastic.
No, exactly. I was having a conversation with Graham Irwin and the guys from Met Healthcare. It was actually at the Portuguese MotoGP round in November last year. They were out there, and we were talking about some options. And I think it just goes to how the depth of conversation, the relationship between us as the promoter and all the entities involved in the championship, and various things were being spoken about, various routes. and watching this project come together completely under the radar, because sometimes, you know, things happen and then the expectation gets out of control, and that can be a bit daunting. And then once the cat's out the bag, sometime if there's sponsors involved, you know, there's a lot of people chasing the same people, but they have just quietly and diligently gone about their business. I've seen, you know, been getting sort of like bi-weekly updates, livery, concepts, pictures of the truck, and it's been so good. And talking to Andrew, his enthusiasm, and again, just staying calm. And while all this is going on, he became a father, I think, for the second time as well. So it's been quite incredible. And then the cream of the presentation of it all, to be able to do the unveil live on BBC Northern Ireland, primetime news on Tuesday evening, and credit to our friends over there in BBC Northern Ireland, particularly Stephen Watson, who is the absolute driving force of publicity for the sport in Northern Ireland. To be able to do that, I mean, that just shows how motorcycle racing is received in Northern Ireland. You know, I've been on the record, I keep saying, you know, I'd love somehow to get a round of the championship at a worthy venue in Northern Ireland to showcase the championship, because the support from that part of the country is just phenomenal, and we see it in all the classes, and they would be such great hosts of a championship round. And you know, I think Andrew will be Andrew will have the support he's carrying, together with all the riders from Northern Ireland in the class. And obviously we got Risa,
that was the next thing I was going to touch on, you know. Young
Richard
McManus,
Kerr, you know, young McManus there, and you know, it's just great. And yeah, let's keep building towards that.
30 years of the championship, though, you know. There's been some nice bikes wheeled out. We saw the Carberry's Boost bike on track for a Yamaha photo shoot. I had you up at the Scottish Motorcycle Show. A green flag flashing down at the entrance to McLean's, which usually means Old Hairpin Starkeys, possibly. But I can't see anything on screen. No marshals moving, but we'll keep our eyes firmly on that one just now. But yeah, we had you up at Scotland at the Scottish Motorcycle Show. We had another couple of historic bikes on display. I know we knew you were a Hislop fan, so Stevie Hislop's
I'm going to show you something, but you can't talk about it.
Oh wow, I can't even mention it.
No.
Oh really?
No.
Is that going to happen?
Yes.
Oh, when?
Not telling you.
Oh, you can't do that. Good grief. That's so cool. So when does that become public?
No, not telling you.
Oh dear, number 18, a follower at Starkey's Bridge. There's Andrew Irwin slipping up for us.
Commentator's curse,
I know,
I think,
we're going to blame that one on yourself there, actually. Can't see anything on the screens yet. Rider OK, which is what we like to see, though, Stuart. Number 18, Andrew Irwin, Rider OK, slipped off at Starkey's Bridge. So that's a great shame. But yeah, Stuart Higgs just showed me something on his phone there, and you need to try and tell me for when that's going to be, actually. That would be very interesting and exciting. But Andrew Irwin, he did say this morning that he had kind of almost hit a bit of a glass ceiling, just couldn't make any other adjustments to make it work. Did take a little bit of a ride through a gravel trap, but trying to make sure that he was doing what needed to be done and not doing anything silly. But Stuart just trying to work the CCTV there, but obviously been cleaned up very quickly, and that's a shame for Andrew, but nothing else on screen. But Rider OK, Stuart, is the biggest thing that we do like to see. We'll keep our eyes for one of the taxi bikes, one of the Honda UK taxi bikes, making its way around to the outside to pick Andrew up, and we'll see how that one goes. But that's super cool. That is.
Forget you ever saw it.
Yeah, I never saw it. Is it round one? No, you can't see, can you? No, you can't see. As much as you like to, you can't see. But 30 years, I mean, you know, we have seen so many nice bikes coming back into you know, I like how collectors collect bikes, preserve them, and then can present them. Like the Hislop bike that we got for you coming to Ingliston, and then the bike that caused the showdown, the Leon Camier Airwaves Yamaha. I mean, how proud are you as the series director for this 30th anniversary? I almost called it a 30th anniversary tour instead of a season. It's a bit like status quo, you know, we're out there promoting the championship, and we've got such a great back catalogue behind us.
Yeah, look, it's going to be an extremely reflective year to have the contemporary championship that we're in at the moment, but to be able to just dip into the big box of memories and moments that has defined, you know, it's a big part of a lot of people's lives, a big part of my life. But you know, not too many people know all the nitty-gritty stories of how the championship evolved. It was actually the 31st of March, just a few days ago. 31st of March would have been the actual 30th anniversary of the first race of this new era. This new era was 1996. and the Cadbury Yamaha one. I mean, it was the first BSB race. I don't even know it. There was 3 Scots.
Oh, I know, yeah.
So,
Trust me, I know.
That's a good trivia question. But
yeah. But who were they? There's something for out there. The very first BSB race. What was the top 3? Don't Google it. They were all from one great country, a little bit north that Storm Dave's having to go at. But who were they? There you go. There's one for you. Sorry.
No. But the building of the championship, 96 to 98, the Mackenzie era, the arrival of Troy Bayliss, new teams coming in, like that was with INS Ducati, and then we had the incredible Hodgson Walker year, the mid 2000s. Quite tumultuous with like political stuff, with the championship moving houses in terms of who was the promoter. 2006 and 7, you know, that kind of Airwaves v HM Plant Honda period. Then we move into, I guess, the next modern era from 2008 onwards, which represents, you know, the longest period that the series has been run by the same entity, which has given it, you know, the stability that it always needs and what all sport needs. And that's really, you know, brings us up to date now when we go through from 2008 to present day, you know. But, you know, along the way, you know, just bumpy rides with the economy, bumpy rides with COVID, you know, that feeding in probably April or May of 2020, thinking, are we at a point where it's gone and it's never going to come back? You know, that's
the worry,
that was a worry. And then 21, a bit of the same, you know, a much delayed start to the year. I don't think we started till the end of June that year. So, yeah, they were really difficult times to look, and we're in you know, we're sitting having to, you know, keep a very much an eye on the developments affecting the wider world of, you know, petrol and oil and fuel and all those sorts of things. You know, we've got to keep an eye on that. So, yeah, we've weathered a lot of storms. We've just got such a rich history, and we want to use this year as a great opportunity just to pick things out, be it bike liveries, visiting champions, visiting anyone who's played a part in the championship. We want to be reaching out to them and bringing them back to let them tell their story, and just allow everyone to just get that not say final opportunity, but a opportunity to appreciate things that you probably took for granted at the time.
Well, it happened, and if you were living in it at that moment, you're kind of, it was there, it was great to see. But then, in typical racing formation, getting a bit windy out there now, as you see the planes taking off from East Midlands with a sideways angle. But when you're in that racing moment, what happened is cool, but you move on to the next bit, and you know, it's not until you actually take time to look back and reflect over a great 30-year journey. I mean, it's a big ship, you know. You're the captain. You've got to try and steer it through bumpy waters that we always have, and that's part of life, I suppose. But you must have a few key points that you know, you'll be sitting there and all of a sudden something will spring into your mind. There must be a few key points that you look back on and kind of fondly and think, that was cool, that was good. Can you share some of them with us just now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the build up to the very first year, '96, because it was just a fight. We were fighting on so many fronts. We had utter belief in the product, and the driving force was a person who was absolutely so embedded in this place, Donington Park, and his ashes are actually spread around the venue. It's Robert Fennell, who I think about very frequently as the absolute a natural promoter. So much energy, but the fights you had to do politically back in the 90s, I mean, racing was in such a mess. I mean, you never knew who was the defined British champion from one year after the other. Circuit by circuits, everything was different. It was just a muddle. I mean, it was not looking back in rose-tinted glasses. It was a muddle. And, you know, just streamlining it to... We saw what was going on with the British Touring Car Championship in the mid-90s. It was tens of thousands of people watching the races, manufacturers, terrestrial TV coverage on BBC Grandstand, the flagship programme, and that was basically the model that Robert drove for. And then he used the company money of 24 Sports, who were the promoter of Donington, and it was a year's build-up, because in 1995, the opening round of the British Championship that year, which was here in Donington, I think it was over Easter, a pilot was filmed of all the races. I think the races were run by Carl Fogarty on a private Ducati before he went off to go and do World Superbike that year. That was then taken to the BBC, and it took months of negotiation, and they agreed to do it. So, armed with a BBC TV contract and in those days, obviously, satellite TV was still just coming online. So to have this 30-minute post-produced programme and a week after each BSB round, exactly the same way as British touring cars, and the formula just worked. And instantly, I mean, to have, it was Cadbury's Yamaha, it was Old Spice Ducati, it was Red Bull Kawasaki, instantly. And the needle just went from 0 to 100 in terms of industry interest, spectator interest, and that just set us on our way. And like any business growth, momentum is everything, and it just built and built and built and built. So I mean, 96 to 99 was in one house. Then it went into 2000, where the Circuit Owners Group got it, and we had probably the best season-long rivalry that was played out in a way that we'd never seen it before, and that also coincided with Sky Sports coming and their level of sports presentation. So to watch the Hodgson-Walker drama, I mean...
It unfolded here at the end of it all, didn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, Alton, they clapped into each other, and it ended up going to the highest judicial court with lawyers involved. Lawyers involved fighting over who would get 3 or 4 championship points. Yeah. It meant that much to the people involved. Then I think Silverstone, they came together again. Then we had... Hodgson giving Mackenzie a pillion with 2 minutes to go in a live session at Snetterton, so we had to throw the book at Hodgson again, and it was just needle race after race, and then it all came down to this day at Donington. I think it was in October of that year. But in the meantime, Hodgson and Walker had come and done World Superbike races here and beat the likes of Noriyuki Haga and all that front. Then we had Brands. He did the same again at Brands Hatch in the summer. And if that year wasn't good enough, with about 6 weeks to go before the end of the season, a continental World Superbike round got cancelled, so we had to put on another round of World Superbikes at Brands Hatch in October, and John Reynolds just happened to win that race as a wild card. So that was probably, as a standout year, that was absolutely incredible. I think 2006 and 7, just as years, we were live on ITV, terrestrial TV. That was another opportunity that we lucked into it more than anything. It just happened to be right place, right time. But that really showcased the championship again. And we had, it was a different era, but when we had, it was Rizzler Suzuki's, Virgin, Yamahas, HM Plant Hondas, Airwaves Ducatis, Motorola Ducatis. I mean, it was just a real special time.
Great times.
Yeah, we're great times. But, I think you have to keep going forward. You can't just sit there and think that year is going to be it, and you just got to stay there. But I think that overcoming adversity and taking on new things has been good for the championship. The first ever time we went to Assen, some people don't like us going out the UK, but I think most people do. Certainly the teams and the riders do. And when you get there, to see the championship being played out on a circuit as classic as Assen, and how much Assen has delivered so many incredible World Championship races, last lap, last corner through that chicane, and all of a sudden you were seeing Tommy Hill and Shaky in the sort of like 2012 season, going head to head, and the drama of that day. I think that was the day when Tommy managed to crash, had a moment going to the grid on the sighting lap, and then that was a whole drama. Then we had Shaky and Alex Lowe's coming together, Shaky going down in one of the races. So they were the big moments. I think the COVID period, Reading coming into the championship for the first time was a new level of show business, superstar. That he
madness
was good.
As well.
He was good for us, and we're good for him. It's great that he's come back. There's just so many times. I mean, I think it's the establishment of the heroes like the Kianaris, the Kagayamas, all those types of riders as well. I mean, the more you start this conversation, you realise it's going to go on for probably longer than the session. It's probably going to infuriate people. You probably need to tell people what's going on.
Max Cook is still fast. You know what we need to do? You need to write a book about the 30 years of BSB. That would be a thing to do, but the book would be about Yo Thick. Max Cook is fastest from Ryan Vickers. Max showing the pace and the speed and stability that Bamota's given him around here looks really, really strong. 127.558 for Max Cook. Here are Ryan Vickers in second place. Brad Ray, Danny Kent. Josh Brooks has got himself up into 5th place. Joe Talbot, a really inspirational run for Joe. 6th place ahead of Rory Skinner, who's having a much better day today than he had yesterday. Unfortunately, he slipped off right at the start of the last session yesterday. No rush to get the bike fixed. They knew they had a day today, but he's shown that he has got pace. He's only 7/10 of a second away. Then we've got Christian Eden on the Sencat Yamaha ahead of Spud Nesbitt, Charlie, who finds himself in a new team alongside Fraser Rogers. He's at Tag Honda. Storm Stacey actually stopped on track. It came back up on our screen, stopped with a technical problem. Can you tell me where Shields is? Is that just out the back there? Is it? Ah, Storm standing across there. Unfortunately, we don't have a good enough zoom on our camera, but there's 3 marshals and a Storm Stacey. So that's where Shields is. OK, I was thinking that. That's one I've never heard of. But, yeah, technical problem. Great shame for Storm Stacey. He's parked at the side of the track, hands on hips. It's all part of a test and development programme. And he's just ahead of Liam Haslam and Rowan, who we saw slip off at Starkey's Bridge. And, yeah, thankfully Andrew was biased as being OK, though. Down he went at Starkey's Bridge. Luke Hedger, Luke Hedger back in the championship for another year. Back-to-back years in the championship for Luke Hedger. And that CDH squad, Stuart, they, very small squad. They give it all they've got. In the right conditions, on the right day, Luke Hedger, he could do a bit of giant killing.
Yeah, Luke, he's... there's something about Luke for sure, and it was Thruxton last year. He was just... Thruxton's the type of circuit. It's a bit like the races are a bit like the Tour de France. It's all about preserving the tyre, so the group is staying together. And Luke was in there, and he's sort of just like taking lines and lifting people. And I think people were a bit harsh on him that day, and for me, didn't do anything wrong. But I agree, and the giant killing moments when a private team can come in and take some points off of the more established teams is what the championship is all about. Dean hit well, professional Yorkshireman, and but runs a very tight ship, nice group of sponsors, very much a family effort, and obviously remember Colin being part of the championship as well. So again, sort of multi-generational participation in the championship.
And they've got to try and control Bushy Hedger. They've got to try and look after Luke Hedger, which is, fiery in that garage. But I like the giant killing side of things. I like you see, when the smaller teams do get a chance to get a bite of those bigger teams. And I've just seen a big jump for Eugene McManus here, up 3 places. In fact, he was 12th, but he's just been knocked down once because Jason O'Halloran's gone way up 9 places inside the top 6 for the O-Show. But young McManus, only 1.1 seconds away from the fastest time. That's really impressive for the Master Mark Hawk Honda.
Yeah, look, Eugene, I think it was always destined to be a superbike rider. It's definitely the ambition of his dad as much as anything else. And again, I think he'll just do well being around good, fast company and benefiting from just more track time. I think super sport, it's a lot less track time, and you're just in and amongst people, and you can get frustrated very quickly, and perhaps that's what encourages the odd get off. But no, watch the world again. Another team, Master Mac Hawk Racing and the Hawk family. I was chatting to Stuart Hickin in the lunch break. Another team that if you had to do a roll call of riders that have come through the Hawk stable, it's just a who's who of the championship. And again, without teams like Hawk, there is no championship. No. And
our very own Scott Smart was the deal, wasn't it? Glenn Richards. The names. There's
Bradley Ray. Carl Ride. Two of the most recent champions. And they've got an eye for it. They run a real tight ship. And then when we had the little bit of a downtime in the May-June period, Steve Hickin just goes away and sort of. Is the driving force behind some of the Michael Dunlop Roads effort. You couldn't think of anything more diverse, but fair play to them. And
when we're all looking to maybe just relax for maybe a couple of days, not for Steve Hickin. No, he's on a boat and he's away over to the TT to mastermind and look after. Michael was meant to be here for this test.
Yeah, mechanical again. It's part of the big supply chain issues with Ducati and things like that. So. Just a bit of a race against time. So rather than do something badly, to defer it to another day.
No real change at the top. Still Max Cook, Ryan Vickers and Brad Ray with Danny Kent, Josh Brooks, but the Osho has got himself up there. I do want to quickly get your thoughts on the Gintoli Hickman. Obviously, we're very much aware of Davy Todd with his injury that he had over at Daytona, where we wish Davy the best of luck. He's already started his rehab journey back, and that will be a long one for him. But Peter, he's got 2 Superbikes here. He's got the backing from BMW. Sylvain Gintoli is a BMW man now, so that's quite a good move from Peter to bring Sylvain in. Will we see Sylvain? Has there been any chats about maybe him doing the first couple of rounds?
I'm unaware of that, but I mean, certainly Gintoli is part of the BMW test team, and BMW really have made a commitment to the championship to try and crack some of the developmental challenges that they've had up until now. As ever, you need a consistent and smooth path, and obviously with the BMW setups over the last couple of years, it's been far from that. Obviously, the team structure's changed, well documented, from FHO racing into the 810 squad. That was a pretty messy transition, frankly. And if all your time is used with, let's just say, off-track issues, you just lose focus with the on-track issues. And again, Peter obviously, whilst Peter is a BSB race winner, he is, more a roadsman, and the discipline and the style of riding on the roads is now very different. If you look at the top 6 sharpest people in BSB, we are where we are with people in their career and perhaps their focus for the year. And for Davy and Peter, their main focus is clearly the major road races.
Yeah.
So that kind of just leaves the BSB side, with less focus, and therefore you're not going to get the reward and the strategy, because you're trying to do 2 quite different and difficult things. So there are some other things in the pipeline with BMW and BSB that hopefully will become public in the very, very near future to show their commitment, and I think that will change and accelerate the direction. And having Sylvain parachuting, when he's a very busy man, obviously he's part of the EWC squad as well. Yeah. So the fact that he is here pounding around Donington is showing that BMW are taking this seriously. They want data, and that's the championship, because we work with all the manufacturers to make sure that there is equality in the competition, as we've done with many different machine configurations since what we call the current technical platform, which started in 2012 when we went to the Motec single ECU for the BSB class. Because the refresh of bike models is essentially, is slowing down more and more and more. It's we've got a faller there, one of the tag bikes, I think.
Yeah, I think that's Spud Nesbitt, by the looks of things, in the yellow leathers. We have had Fraser Rogers wearing black for the majority. Yep, Charlie Spud Nesbitt down at Goddard's, perfectly fine on his feet. And who did I just see going past there? Did I see Michael Rutter? I think it was Michael.
It might be Rutter, yeah.
Bottom of the screen, Michael Rutter.
Yeah, that is Michael. Yeah. He did have a meeting with me earlier this morning, and he dressed up for his occasions in his Alpine Stars undersuit. So I didn't know that was his long johns.
Oh, right, okay.
Actually, he was going to go out.
But that's them got their second bike running now, that's quite a big thing, because Ray Stringer said the bike Storm's on is kind of something, but this is where we will. This is the bike we'll race. Yeah. It's kind of development thing. So for them, but at that point, sure, it wasn't a bike. It was kind of bits. And so they've built that over the past day and a half. Charlie Spud Nesbitt being pushed back off that bike. He's up on his feet walking away. An easy thing to do, that, Goddard's. We've seen so many great riders slip off at Goddard's, which is a great shame. But back to the BMW thing with Sylvain Gintoli and Peter Hickman. We've seen, it's great if there is going to be news from BMW, but there's been a demise in the amount of BMWs on the grid, which isn't great for the manufacturer, because the more bikes out there, the more data that they can collectively get back.
And I think, obviously, because private teams, and if you use the Batham's AGN team as an example, obviously they felt that at that time that the BMW wasn't something they could particularly move forward on, so that to make a decision. Yeah. I think with the plans that we're working with the manufacturer on, that will, going back to my original point, because the bike model refresh is so slow, you're stuck with what you've got. Yeah. And we've seen now, for example, how essentially a standard Ducati V4, what it can do. So if we were just running some bog standard technical rules for essentially super stock stroke production, something like that, you can see instantly that a Ducati V4 would be just in a category all by itself, and then everything else will perform. So the job of us as the regulator is to balance as best we can.
Now we've got a red flag popping out. I wonder if that's maybe for machine collection. What have we got actually? Oh yeah, we have got is it a rider off? That looks could be a bushy hedger, but we'll come back to that one. Bike just at the side of the track there, and it is. I think that's Luke Hedger standing at the side of the track there. And Port West Race Safe Marshals needing to move that bike. Not the easiest thing to do, to move a bike chute when the tyres come off the rim, which is a great shame. But the red flag has popped out. Some 6 minutes off the session to go, but probably a great time to give the Port West Race Safe Marshals a bit of a shout out. They're with us every event. There's the Hedger strut coming back across the track, but great work from your crew of guys and girls out there.
Yeah, look, it's just a test, but I think there's about 160 people signed on for this event. I mean, they've been itching to get back. They obviously do their winter training at our Bedford facility in February just to refresh, but there's no substitute for getting out there, and it's good to get everyone back together again. It's all consistency of performing the job. A lot of new marshals as well. We do a big recruitment drive in the second part of the year, and they then come to their first events. It's good to get new marshals out for the test to integrate, learn the procedures, and looking forward to seeing everybody across the year.
That's the commentator's curse again, by the way. Andrew Irwin, now Luke Hedger. What are we doing? Yeah. We're having nothing to do with that, by the way. I'd like to point out there, but thankfully both Andrew and Luke are perfectly okay. But it's been fantastic having you up here. I'd like to draw your attention to the top of the screen there, Mr. Higgs, if you'd like to announce who's gone fastest in this session. It's probably best you do.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to wait and see if there wasn't a track limits violation, so it's too premature to say that Rory's...
Yeah, Rory Skinner on that last lap goes fastest.
I hope it wasn't under the red flags.
No, it wouldn't be. No.
There might have to be a severe disciplinary case.
Like we had just before lunchtime in the pit lane. You could maybe just explain to people, because they were the people were listening, but we stopped 3 bikes in the pit lane there for a pretty good, just a little chat, but a bit of a jovial chat with a serious message.
Yeah, look, it's like it's a test and everyone sort of just getting them back into it, but when we sort of like check a flag end of session, the object is you do one, you take the checker flag and you come into the pit lane, not do one, and in a case of one of the riders, another 2 laps.
Yeah, sorry.
That's basically a bit of an indication that one is not paying attention. So it's just a little reminder that the flags and the signals are a fundamental point of the safety operation, the championship, and it will be a light telling off on that occasion, but the
definitely
next time,
race weekend.
at the race weekend, will there be a rider will get some penalty points, and it becomes a more serious thing.
It's definitely an issue there. Rory Skinner does end that session fastest. It will not be restarted. Charlie Spud Nesbitt pushes his bike back in. Thank you very much for joining us up here in sound and vision, which is nice as well. Wescam has been working fabulously. We've got one that's going to go in the pit lane at some point as well.
No, exactly. I mean, we've been talking about this for some time, but I think bringing BSB radio by Kawasaki with a visual element to it, I think it's going to be much more interactive. Obviously, parts of the event are broadcast, but there's the constraints of TV don't always tell you some of the things, whereas I think you get a good opportunity up here in the commentary box with different people popping in, different insights, and that's what we want to do. Our job is always to entertain and inform. So for people both at the track and at home, you can be watching the live timing and sort of seeing some interesting guests, and you can always poke the camera out the window and see some things as well. So.
Absolutely. No, it's a great thing. I know myself and Alan Hyde are really excited about it. Larry Carter popped in this morning, looked at it and thought, I've got a face for radio, Dunk. I said, I know you have, Larry, but it's fine, don't worry, you'll be down there in the pit lane. But yeah, thank you very much for joining us. It's been a good session. That was almost an hour we were sitting there chatting, and I do hope everybody enjoyed it. More a podcast, basically, than anything else. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to push your mic off. That white box here, if you push the BRB button on it, we'll say bye. There we go. Thanks very much, Stuart Higgs. So welcome back after that very quick break that we had between the two sessions. Alpine Star jackets on now because they're going to go down in towards the pit lane, but we've just had two riders go down. In separate incidents, we have had the General Lee Johnson, who's up on his feet perfectly okay, down at Redgate, and I don't think the other rider has actually been updated on the screen yet. So, yeah. In number 10 into the gravel at Redgate, it says. So we'll come back to that in just a second. Simon Reid was the person who also went down. So yeah, we're going to look, you can see I've got the lovely Alpine Star jacket on now. Not that it's raining, but there's a bit of wind there, so it does keep you that little bit, shall we say, warmer. I've got a timing sheet. Going to put my headset on. Going to take the stick microphone, and we're going to try and go down and speak to as many superbike riders as we can, and we'll give you updates as to how this session's unfolding. Declan Connell is fastest from Ash Beach and Ash Barnes. With Jack Kennedy, Lewis Rollo, Simon Reid, who was into the gravel at Redgate, Dan Brooks, Harry Truelove, and the General Lee Johnson in 9th ahead of Paul Baker. Well, you've got to say, the General Lee Johnson doesn't fall off motorbikes very often, but he has gone down there at turn number 1. But he is up on his feet. If wife and son are listening, Christy, if you're listening, he's perfectly fine and up on his feet. But we'll head down to the pit lane. We'll come back in a minute or two, so we'll go back to just the TSL timing screen, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Well, I was just coming to find you, Rory Skinner, and I bumped into you earlier than I thought I would. You're at Oliver Barr's garage. Yep. Let's talk about that Superbike session. Ending the session fastest. It's always a good way. And can you tell us what happened yesterday at the Crane of Curves? Because an outlap going down is not something that's really Rory Skinner.
No, I mean, it was a good session there today. Today we've kind of found a bit of bit of something really with the Yamaha, and I'm starting to feel a lot more comfortable on it and a lot happier. And yeah, yesterday we had a faulty front tyre warmer. I was going out to bed in a set of brake discs, so I was already going pretty calmly, and yeah, went down Crane of Curves, and before I knew it, I was sliding down on my backside.
Yeah, I thought something like that may be remiss, but today, completely different day. A bit warmer, a bit nicer, less windy. All in all, good day.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a better day today. The wind is, definitely picking up this afternoon, but it's been nice. It's obviously to finish that session in a good way, you would say. It was good. You know, we spent a lot of time on used tyres so far this test, just trying to get some mileage under my belt with the Yamaha. And yeah, we stuck a new set of tyres in towards the end, and yeah, felt pretty good.
And how's Oliver Barr getting on? Because you're not crew chiefing, but you're certainly a big help for him.
Yeah, I've definitely got an interest in Oliver. You know, me and him are best mates, so we spend a lot of time in the winter working together. So yeah, I've not actually seen much of him today. I've kind of had obviously my own program going on, trying to work out my own thing with the Yamaha. But yeah, just up to see what he's saying to the guys, and he's just out in a newer set of rubber now. So yeah, need to go check what he's doing.
Thanks for your time, Rory. Catch you later on. Great stuff. Good to catch up with Rory there. I had an inkling that it wasn't his issue that caused him to fall off, but it's probably best that we don't mention that. We'll let somebody else do that. Let the man himself speak about it. Good grief. I was just looking at a garage, and you know, you're walking past, you see people crammed over laptops, and Braden Elliott is an Astro JGR. How are you doing, buddy? I saw the social media post, and sure, Higgs was just upstairs. It's challenging times, it's not easy. Budgets are hard to come by, but it looks like you're making money now rather than actually spending money.
Yeah, it's a bit of a change, mate. And also, sorry if I have to run off here, because I'm obviously, I'm crew chiefing for Jack.
That's fine.
But yeah, no, definitely different for me. And I'm really sorry I'm going to have to go. But
go on, you go. We'll catch up with Braden Elliott later on. But that's fabulous, you know, Braden Elliott, crew chief. That's the type of guy you want to have in your corner. You want to have Braden Elliott doing some crew chiefing for you is absolutely fabulous. So that's exactly what he's doing just now. Puts the bike on its stand, gets the tyre warmers on, then he'll go back and have a chat with his rider, because you want to have somebody who's got good knowledge, good interpretation, and can understand everything that is going on. And of course, yeah, it's the first time I've actually been up close to the Astro JGR Hippo bikes, and I do like them. They're very, very nice. But we'll leave Braden and the guys to get to work. But former racer, I'm not going to say former racer, maybe still a current racer, just without ride and without bike at this moment in time. Declan Connell stands and has a look at the TV screen in the Rapid Motorsport garage, Rapid Honda. And we'll make our way back down to the far end of the pit lane and wave to Olga in the process of doing so. So that was handy, because Rory Skinner was the first guy that I wanted to come down and speak to in the pit lane, and managed to do that within the first 10 steps of getting in towards the garage. So good to have Rory on hand. He's up helping his good friend Oliver Barr. Hickey sits at the back of the garage, has a bit of a chat with Daz Jones. Let's see if we can give him a wee bit of, oh dear. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry. How are you doing? It's a tricky test. How are you getting on?
Yeah, it's been tricky is the right word. Yeah, it's been one of them for us, but it's the way it goes sometimes, isn't it? It's actually our first test. We've not been out in Spain or anything like that. I've been riding my own training Superstock bike, but that's it. We've not ridden the Superbike, so yesterday was a shock to the system, getting back on Superbike, which I knew that was what it was going to be, but everything feels pretty similar, to be honest. Obviously, we've got Sylvain here, which is fantastic. You know, BMW's really putting some effort in to try and get the BSB bike to where it needs to be, to try and be at the front. Unfortunately, we're not in that position yet, but having Sylvain here, somebody who's been testing with BMW now for the last 3 years, ridden World Endurance bikes, the World Superbike bike, the test bike, everything, it's good to get his feedback for BMW as much as it is for us to understand where, you know, are we missing something? Are we missing something major that we should have looked at? You know, I've been riding this bike since basically 2019. I know there's some new iterations along the way, including the current one, but it's the basics are basically the same, and we seem to always end up with the same problem.
The number of BMWs in the grid has gone down, which is never good for any manufacturer. BMW will be wanting to see if they can do something about that, but it's difficult for you guys because there's you and Davey, but Davey's now injured. I suppose Sylvan does bring something, great rider, great knowledge. Is there anything else? I mean, it's almost like you want to find the golden bullet or the red button to fix all the problems, but it's not that easy, and we all know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I wish it was easy, but then if it was easy, everyone would be doing it. You know, it's not the way. That's not the way things work. And yeah, we've been. Well, there's going to be three bikes, I think, maybe on the grid this year. So, like you say, it's an obvious reason why, but. We're going to persevere, at least for now. We're going to keep trying. It didn't help last year for us because I was injured for the majority of the year, and Davey has done a little bit in Superbike, but not done loads. So, you know, for him to then try and learn and understand and to give correct feedback and all the rest of it was really tough on him. And I wasn't there to be able to help, unfortunately. And even at the end of the year, you know, I was still injured, and I'm still not right now, but I can ride a bike okay. So getting somebody like Sylvan in to give another fresh idea, fresh opinions, and also to help make sure that I've not been saying the wrong thing for the last 6 years. It's good to hear his feedback even from yesterday is very similar. Let's put it that way.
That's good to know that you are giving the right feedback, as I would imagine you would. As a team owner, do you have to stand back and give kind of ownership of the team at a race meeting like this or test to Daz? Or how much of a team owner are you still? Because Darren Fry was saying he can't imagine being the rider and being the team boss. He goes, there'll be so much going on in your head. Do you have to kind of like let these guys run it and step back?
Me and Davey are really lucky that we've got Daz. You know, Daz has been around for a long time now in the paddock. He basically does everything, and we don't really have to think about it too much. He'll ask us for our final opinion, if you like, or sense check with us. But to be honest, we can turn up on a race weekend and not have to think about anything. He has it all sorted, as he did at FHO, as he was doing for Smiths at the end there as well. So he's ran teams, he's done a lot, and he already understands it all. You know, he's basically designed the bikes as well, so he knows it inside out. So we can also help the mechanics that way as well, even. So yeah, we're really lucky that we have Daz. Without Daz, it would be very difficult.
I like the sense check. That's a new one to me. I think that's a great one as well. Sense checking things.
Well, you know, it's got to be done sometimes.
And I wish you the best of luck. It's a big job you've got ahead of yourself, but good luck for the test, and we'll get to Home Park.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Thank you. Good guy, Peter Hickman. Great guy, always. And I think a lot of you might enjoyed the commentary which he gave us during his kind of injury, rehab, recovery time that he had. Still a lot of superbikes being worked on in the pit lane, purely because they have another session to go. As we look in the Dow Honda garage, huge amount of work getting done there. We come down to Michael Rutter's Betham's Ducati team. 2 working Ducatis. He didn't get long on track, Michael. I think he got maybe 1 lap, or maybe an out lap, a hot lap, and an in lap before that session was red flagged. But it's progress, and that's exactly what they're looking for. The Port West Race Safe Scrutineering team are down here just now, and the Port West Technical team, that's what they're called in the jacket. There you go, Michael just been told about gear ratios and the various parts that they have to declare on the bike. He's got a bit of paper in his hand there, and we're just going to jump in here if we can in a minute. This is all part of the pre-season checks that they've got to go through. These guys must go through and declare the bikes and get the bikes sealed in there. I saw you on track there actually, Michael Rutter, and that was, did you get an out lap and an in lap until the red flag came out, or did you get a little bit more?
I did 2 laps, and I apologise to everyone at the hairpin because it was horrendous. But yeah, we got obviously still issues with electrical noise.
Is that the thing? Is it just noise back through the system?
We just don't know why it is, to be honest with you. It's that's the problem. It's spiking on front and rear wheel cylinders. So the bike in first gear is horrendous. Second gear it's a little bit better. Third, fourth, fifth is okay, but you know you get to the slow bits and it won't blip, and then it does blip when you're not ready for it. So it's scary as hell. So they've been sending me out on it so we don't want to affect Storm. So yeah, I've got the nice job.
What happened to Storm in that session which caused him to stop?
We've got a throttle sensor which we don't know. It's showing 2,200 degrees, which it can't do, and it just shut the bike down. It's unfortunately electrical again.
Gremlins, but you will get it sorted. These gremlins will get sorted.
Yeah, it's like, you know, everyone's saying it's, you know, and that's what we're here for. We're here for testing. It's a brand new bike. We're going to get it, you know, and it's live. We'll get on with it.
Michael, thank you very much for your time. As we go next door, front row Joe stands at the front of the garage here. You're impressing me. You always impress me, you know that, but I think your bike is gorgeous, and the way you're riding it looks fabulous. You're gorgeous. People will start to talk. But the bike's gorgeous, and I think you're riding it in a way which complements the bike, and you're looking really, already you look like a superbike rider.
Yeah, the bike is good for sure. Max is riding really well. I'm riding an okay course, I'm riding good, but there's a look at the data and I'm not riding it how it really wants to be ridden, so I need to adapt my style still. Let's call it superbike style. So it's a very different bike to all the others that I've rode. I've obviously ever rode normal bikes, let's say, and a superbike is a different beast. So I'm enjoying the process of learning. It's just go out, and then each session I learn, come in and learn and see the data, and then go, oh, I could have done that there, could have done that. So I'm in a good place really, and I'm enjoying it with the team. So far so good.
Good bunch of people around here, but I mean, has Darren said to you, enjoy the year? You've got to enjoy this year. It's the same as what happened to Max. You'll never get this year again. This year will never come again. The pressure will come after this year. You've got to enjoy being a superbike rider, and whatever results happen, because I know how hard you'll be on yourself.
Yeah. I think that's the thing, obviously, is put pressure on yourself. So sometimes when you do find yourself in a bit of a rut, it's always nice to realise that you are a rookie. And you, like you just said, you just got to try and embrace the moment. These boys are that fast and that experience, like, they're good for a reason, for sure. So you've got to notice that, but at the same time, all of us racers just want to be better. So it's like a fine line of, like, being hard on yourself, but then also respecting the other people on track and realising they're good, that good.
Do you follow some of these guys and pick up ideas and think, wow, that's good, that's different?
Yeah, for sure. Like I said about my style, when I say style, obviously everyone's got their own style, but they adapt the style to suit motorbikes differently. They have rode a lot of the guys on this grid have rode superbikes for a long time, especially BSB spec bikes, and they stand the bike up very, very well. The stuff you can get away with in different classes on the BSB grid is when you got a superbike, you can't get away with that, and I've realised that now. But I've also got to realise that takes time. There's so many experienced riders for a reason. That's why they're still that fast. So you can't just rock up and learn it overnight. So it's a process, and we're just learning, really.
You're learning well. One of your things that you've always told me is you never know how to look after a back tyre. How can these guys help you get that into your system so you've got some of that rubber left for the end of a race in a superbike race?
For sure. Also, superbike race is longer than any other race I've done, so that's taken consideration. I think I felt lucky this year. Luckily, the bike is very good on a rear tyre, so that's always good. For sure, I can still get a lot better. I'm not going to just light it up out of coppice, which is not too good.
Looks good, though.
Yeah, looks good on TV and looks good for the gram, but apart from that, it's not too good. So it's good for the 1 lap time, but over a 20-lap race, you'll pay for that. So just trying to manage that, and that's another learning experience.
Joe, you're a star. I look forward to the development, and I'll keep my eyes on it.
Thank you, mate.
Buddy, there you go. And that thing is lovely. I like the hair that Joe's sporting as well. Is that Danny Kent over the far side of the garage? Could we have a quick word with Danny, see where he finished up 5th in that session. So a good session for the Cheshire Mouldings guys. Sorry, mate. One of the hardest ways to get out of a garage there. Okay, Rory Skinner P1, Danny Kent P5. That's good progress in this garage.
Yeah. Relatively, we're quite happy. You know, we've got some good pace on a used tyre, and for some reason, when we put the new tyre in, we're only sort of making 0.1, 0.2, which is a question mark at the moment. Normally, we can find well over half a second with a new tyre. So, yeah, with a used tyre, we're fast. We've just got to try and find something with a new tyre.
Are you and Rory starting to share a bit of data across the garage yet?
No, not yet. But no, like I said earlier in the interview the other day, I think me and Rory are going to be good for each other, you know, bouncing off each other. We're both fast riders, so I think it's good for us both.
Great for the team to have you guys up there so early in the test. Thank you very much, Danny Kent, as he heads back in to his garage. Scott Hargreaves looking quite comfortable in the Honda garage, as does Neil Fletcher, who's standing up the back. The two Honda Superbikes getting some love and attention. Joan Armour Trading? You can tell me if I'm right or wrong with that one. I think it was. They're just stunning. Honda have done a good... And you know what? I have come to pit lane and I haven't taken a single picture this year. I'm going to make my first picture of 2026 in the pit lane for the BSB. Ryan Vickers' Honda with the bottom fairing of it. There you go. I'll put it on social media and Instagram. I like Joe Toll, but good for the gram. He knows it, doesn't he? He does know it. McCam's Yamaha, both bikes on track just now. We've got Ben Curry and Harry Trulov out there. We come down to the very far end of the pit lane. If I'm not mistaken, we've got a garage door shut down here. Now, that could be Leon Haslam's garage door, which is shut down. It is. That's because, yeah, Motor Rapido have done their run log. They're good. Cam Dixon's going to go back out on the circuit. But Steve Wilf-Moore's team already packing up. The bike is on the stands. The tyre warmers are away. They're just reeling up extension cables. So I think that must be job done for Motor Rapido. Let's go and see if the boss man is out the back, because we haven't seen too much of Steve Moore. And I would like to have a word with him. I spoke with Leon Haslam. But it's always good to catch up with the actual boss. Hello there, Mr. Where's the boss about? Where's Steve? Steve? He's gone elsewhere. Wait to send an invoice of Bradley Ray comes staggering at the back of his garage. You happy? All good? Yeah. Fist pump from Brad. That's a happy Brad Ray. Let's see if we can walk up the back of the garages maybe. See if the microphone works here. And in fact, we'll go back in the pit lane, because that's where the riders actually are. Cam Dixon about to go back out on track. A happy, fast Cam Dixon as well. That Honda, that move onto Honda was a pretty good move for Cam. So keep your eyes on that as Jack Bednarek heads down on the stock. He and Newton grabbing the pit lane. So remember, I've got a stocker and I've got a sport bike. I've got a stocker and I've got a sport bike. So yes, Mr. Newton, I'm sorry. Can't do everything right. Let me just nip into the FSD garage and get this TV screen. And Declan Connell still fastest on the Rapid Honda Superstock bike for the Quattro Group British Supersport and Pirelli National Superstock Championship session. This session number 5. Declan Connell, Ash Beach, Ash Barnes, Jack Kennedy, Lewis Rollo, Cam Dixon, who's just gone back out onto circuit, and Jack Bednarek in 7th, who is also just gone back out onto circuit. Harry Trulov in 8th place, Dan Brooks and Oliver Barr in 10th. Stock, then Super Sport. Connell fastest in stock and Kennedy fastest in Super Sport. The next Super Sport rider is Harry Trulov, and then it's Oliver Barr. So, you know what? Remember what I said about Oliver Barr earlier on? He is fast. He is a bit of the real deal. Spotted Steve Moore. He's in the Batham's garage. And he's deep in conversation. So we will try and get... I'm standing right next to Storm Stacey, didn't even realise it. I'm staring at Steve Moore there, trying to get his attention, and I'm next to the gaffer himself. Another slight electrical glitch in that session, but lots of laps done this weekend.
Yeah, we've got a load of electrical problems at the minute, just to carry on from yesterday and just all the way into today now, and thankfully we have got Wilf from Motor Rapido in here showing us what parameters we need to be in with the Ducati, and it's combination of we've had Motec workers in the garage all day as well, and just, yeah, problems after problems at the minute, and hopefully we'll get to the other side of it. But at the minute, if we were to go racing tomorrow, I'd want my BMW back.
Never. It's day 1, it's day 2, it's early, and this just little egg that's coming to fruition. You know, the gaffer was out there on the second bike. That's something. I didn't know where that came up on the screen. Number 79 stopped at Shields, and I'm like, I've been at Donington for a long time.
No one knew where that was. No one knew where Shields was.
Yeah, well, it's Stuart Higgs tapped me on the shoulder and says, it's behind you. And we could see you standing with your hands on your hips. But, you know, it's one of these things. Give it time. You've got a good bunch of guys out here, and you've got good bikes underneath you, and it will come good.
Yeah, no, the potential of the bike is there. You can feel it's getting better and better, but it's like I try and push and then I'll have a problem, and then I'll push again and I'll have another problem, and it's like you can't get any confidence in the bike because you're constantly like, oh, what's it going to do now?
Let's have a look at the sheet. Where did Storm Stacey finish that session? Only 1 second away from the fastest time. 12th. I know that's not what you want to be, but for a brand new bike, brand new build.
The goal was really, if we can come away from here a second off, we're pretty happy with that. You'd like to think if the weather stays like this, the boys are probably going to go a bit quicker towards the end. But yeah, no, if we're a second off, we'll be happy at that. I always struggled around here on a Kawasaki and a BMW. So I think there's a partial bit of maybe I struggle around here. But I always rode a stock 600 well around here. Moto 3s I was fine around here. It's just ever since I've been on a superbike I've always struggled. But there's so much more to come from this bike, and just don't really believe what you're seeing today.
No, not at all. We know how good you are, Storm, and we know how good this team is as well. And we definitely have the faith. I spoke with Michael as well. He says, look, it's one of these things. We need to. He goes, my job is just trying to keep Storm calm right now and make sure that he sees through what the issues we're having are.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, he's definitely does a good job of it. It's like all the way in Spain, we've not looked at lap times or anything. We just, you know, when you're fast on a bike, you don't need to look at a lap timer. But yeah, no, just keeping calm, keep plugging away. I hate testing personally. I just find it so boring. You're just doing laps and laps and laps, and it's all about feedback, making the bike better. But I guess that's why you have test riders and stuff like that. But you want the bike tailored to you. But for me, I'm just, right, get your kit on, let's race.
Let's race. You're a racer.
I am a racer. I'm not a qualifier. I'm not a practice man. I just want to race.
Yeah, I'm going to let you get back in the garage. I'm not going to talk to Wilf. I'm going to let you have Will for a bit, and then we'll get him later on. But you going back out?
What?
Will you go back out?
Yeah, should do. Yeah, if not, I'll go on the other bike.
Give it a run. But Michael got 2 laps.
Out on that, yeah. It's again, there's a whole new mound of problems on this other bike as well.
I would stick to this one if I was you, because Michael was telling me about that one. I thought, I don't fancy that.
Yeah, I know. He swapped over with me at Shields then and let me ride it back to the garage. And even riding back to the garage, I was like, oh my God, this one's even worse.
Thanks, Storm. We'll catch you later on. Good stuff. You know what? At least he's smiling, and you can see there is a sense of frustration there. But ultimately, he's got to be happy as well. They have their Ducatis. They have gone a different route from everybody else. They have decided to make race bikes out of road bikes. They haven't gone into full-on race mode, which is, hello there, how are you doing? Good to see you. And there are problems that everybody has. Everybody's going to encounter these issues. So back down at the Honda garage, just watching Ewan McGuinness manhandle his father's bike into some sort of position. And wonder about how John got on that time there. Remember, there's still a personal best up for grabs here, and it could cost me a tray of Tunnocks tea cakes for John McGuinness if he does that. Looking at the back tyre that's on that bike, it looks good. And you know what John said? John's a creature of habit, and he likes to have things all the same. He likes his Alpine Stars, he likes his KYT now. He likes everything to be just perfect. Here's a very hot and sweaty John McGuinness. Did we get a new PB there?
Matched my time from yesterday, but it's just got really windy, hasn't it?
Does that cost me a tray of Tunnocks then?
No, I think I was P12, so your £1.50 is probably safe. Like, bring me some out-of-date ones, probably knowing you, bring some out-of-date ones, but it's funny, you just... Donington, you've got to flow, you know, down crane and old ape and all that. You've got to make it all fun. I was just biting the screen a little bit, really, just trying to force it.
You're working hard. I can see that in the forehead, you know.
Donington's a hard track. It's really, really hard on brakes, and down into the foggies, you know, the wind's coming across. Is it the old museum thing or that building? When you get to the end of there, it blows you out. So you're working harder than you normally are, but then. You know, you've got hard on the brakes Melbourne, hard on the brakes Goddard's, hard on the brakes at Redgate, so it is quite a physical track, hard on the bikes and tyres and everything. So
it's the best gym in the world, isn't it?
Well, no point getting frustrated. It is what it is. I've gone the fastest I've ever gone around here. Conditions aren't great. You know, we've got some bigger fish to fry later in the year. But I wanted to get, I'm not going to lie, I wanted to get to the 31s. I didn't quite get in there.
Trying. Do you have another session, or is that you done now?
We've got another session, yeah. But my ideal lap time's into 31, so... I've just been informed by you, and he's a stat man, my son, so he's all over it. So, yeah, my best lap I made a bit. I just didn't quite get stopped for Goddard's. Missed the apex completely, lost a few tenths, but it's all there. It just wants pulling together in one go. But if you're only a second and a half off them fast lads, you know, them young lads are wanting to pull trees up, and you know they want to be the next world champion. And you know, I'm really ready for my bus pass, so you know, I'm happy just to be in the same street as them guys at the minute.
And you've got Ewan on the spanners, you've got Maisie out here as well. You know, it's a family thing for you, and you know, you're like the people's champion. Everybody wants to see you doing well, and everybody loves to hear from you as well.
Yeah, that's really nice. You know, there's fantastic actually. The crowd out the back from families, and you know, it's Easter weekend, isn't it? Traditionally, we'll be racing this weekend, won't we, for years and years. But yeah, Ewan's back on the tools, and my brother's here actually. Kurt.
Whereabouts, Kurt? Whereabout?
He's about somewhere. He's daft Kurt. He's come for all Jack. He started racing, so he's come for all Jack's and Dean's scrub tyres. So he's going club racing. So we've got a van full of scrub, worn-out tyres for him that'll do for him perfect. So because my brother was coming, Maisie jumped in the van with him, so Maisie can't keep away. She loves it. So yeah, she's been coming to the Speedway with me a little bit as well. She was with me on Monday night at Bellevue at the Speedway. So yeah, no, it's yeah, what are you about your family? You know, it's great. It's good.
Go and grab a drink. Well done. Congratulations. I'm going to try and get Jack Kennedy if I can, because he's burning his eyes into the laptop just now. We don't want to interrupt too much, but can we have just a wee quick chat with Jack? There you go. John McGuinness shouts something, says, get outside. Ah, brilliant. That's the type of friend you want to have. Let's speak to Jack Kennedy. Been a little while since we've seen Jack. How are you doing? Once again, getting absolutely everything out that little CBR 600RR and a little bit more.
Yeah, as always, we're riding the wheels off it, like I always say, but enjoying it at the same time, you know, so that's the main thing. The boys are giving me a great bike. Obviously, the conditions aren't ideal out there, but they're the same for everyone. The wind is getting really, really strong now, so it's difficult as a rider because, most riders, you like to be precise, don't you, and like to be online and where you want to be, and the wind has a different say when it comes to that, because it pushes you wide, it pushes you in, it holds you back. It's difficult, but like I say, same for everyone. So really enjoying this test, getting some good mileage with my team. I've got a new crew this year as well, a few new staff members. Well, all new staff members on my side of the garage as well. So that's been good in Spain and good here. So good to get some mileage between me and them and build some good relationships. So yeah, I'm really enjoying riding the Honda. And I suppose we're lucky we can complain about the wind, but it could be worse. It could be wet, couldn't it?
It could be a lot wet, yeah. Right, that's enough about the testing. Did you have a good winter? Some good family time at home?
Yeah, of course. Had a nice little holiday after the season in Tenerife as well, so that was lovely to switch off and enjoy the sun, enjoy the kids, and some family time, like you say. And yeah, like people say, like, did you do much over the winter? But as you know, with small kids at home, it's the busiest winter you could ever have, but enjoyable all the same. So I really enjoyed the winter, enjoyed the off-season. Training was really good. And as a lot of people know, I don't actually ride a motorcycle in the winter, so just all gym work really and some bit of running, and I'm definitely a fair weather cyclist as well, so I don't go out on that in the winter either. So yeah, no, I've really enjoyed the winter. It's been good. It's been as I planned and as I programmed to be, so yeah, can't complain.
Good stuff, Jack. Thank you very much. I'll get back to debrief. Perfect. I mean, nobody gets more out of a 600 Honda than Jack Kennedy. He gets absolutely everything out of it and a little bit more. Do you think Maisie McGuinness will speak to us? How are you, young Miss McGuinness?
I am very good today.
You know, you come down and see if your dad can see you get an interview. So you are the official pit boarder for John McGuinness. Does that come with a bit of pressure?
Yeah, to be fair, it does.
You've seen it.
Now. Yeah, it does. You have to make sure you're doing it right, and you have to make sure that you're in time as well. Me and Ewan do it a lot. Ewan's very good with stats and with numbers, so he shouts them out to me, and then I obviously put the board out. So I just basically get told what to do and just do it.
What do you do if it's windy like this? So I mean, there's a lot of wind in the air. The pit board can be a heavy thing. It's flying up in the air.
I'm not as strong as Ewan, so if it's I think it was at Alton, Brands last year, I struggled a bit, so I had to give it to him to do it. But you just have to hold it. Try and hold it straight. You can kind of, once you do it once, you get used to it.
You love this, don't you?
No.
You do so. No, not the interview. You love the pit board and being involved, not the interview.
Yeah, I do. It's a family thing. I don't know, it's just nice. It's nice to do something and that I've got something to do.
And you were at the Speedway. You've been going to the Speedway with him and having some fun. Look, he's beaming with joy up there.
Yeah, we did go to the Speedway last week. We went the week before, but it wasn't on. So we travelled an hour and a half there and it wasn't even on.
Is that because you never checked the date?
Well, he checked the date, but it was the wrong week.
Oh my God, that's so John McGuinness, it really is. Who's your Speedway, is it a team, is that what it is? Or Speedway?
Well, we We always go watch the Bellevue Aces because it's the nearest one, and it's just I just like watching it, to be fair. I don't really have like a supporting thing. I really enjoy watching it. I've got into it this last year. I used to hate it, and I just thought I didn't get the point, but I started watching it, and now I'm like, this is good. I like it.
I don't get the point. I'm going round and round in circles. Go and give him a wave, by the way. You've done a fabulous interview.
Hi, Dad.
Can't hear, but we'll give him a thumbs up anyway. Hasn't she done well there? Well done, well. Thank you very much. There's Maisie McGuinness. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. It is a family affair. It's very much a family affair, that's for sure. And Maisie doing a cracking job there as we have a little walk up and down the pit lane, Victoria House Academy, because there is bikes on track. The Moto 4, RNG Moto 4 British Cup is on track, and they share the track with the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship as well. A lot less bikes have gone out, maybe because it's later in the day, and it's also, as you're hearing my voice, this is starting to go a little bit again, but you're probably hearing from Jack Kennedy and other riders like John McGuinness that the wind's getting stronger. And you know what? Sometimes you're maybe just better to not try and beat yourself, and you can keep back from that. But the Master Mac Hawk Honda garage, I would like a word with Rhys Irwin if I can get a word with him. So there we come. Steve Hicken, friend of Duncan Vincent, I can say that now. You removed me from the garage earlier on. But it's good to see Rhys. Still, I take it the new leathers will be coming, but you don't want to wear them for testing. You want to be in something that's comfortable.
Well, unfortunately, my leathers are stuck in Dubai at the minute, so we've had a little bit of a last minute. Everything was supposed to be here for this test, but look, one more day ripping out the good old Gearlink leathers do me no harm.
Yeah, fabulous. Last year's Super Sport champion, Quarter Group Super Sport champion, up into Superbike class. Couple of rookies in that side of the garage, but I've got to say, as far as rookies go, fast rookies, yourself and Eugene looking really at home on the Superbike already.
Yeah, we've not done a whole pile of time on the bike before coming to here, so we're still, testing, finding my feet. Yesterday, obviously, was a big shock to the system, but no, I'm enjoying it. It's look, it's a big step, and for me, really understanding how to get the strength of the bike and how to maybe make it perfect for me and stuff like that I have to work on. So no, I'm enjoying it. I'm really enjoying working the team, to be honest. I'm delighted with everything. I'm in that phase now of where I'm somewhat in the trenches of just chipping away. So yeah, I'm happy, enjoying it. You only get one day two on a Superbike ever, so just keep chipping away this evening and enjoy myself, keep my head down and do a good job.
You only get one rookie season as well. That's a bit, so you've kind of got to enjoy this and learn, but also try and impress if you can. There's the Rookie Championship, which will definitely, it already sits in this garage with John McPhee from last year, so that'll be something on your radar. But what have you had to do for yourself physically to get ready to take on the Superbike?
To be honest, I was always, in terms of fitness and stuff, I always took that quite serious. I grew up racing motocross, so I've always been, I've understood the importance of it from quite early on, and I'm quite pleasantly surprised at this test so far that I don't feel that weak, if I'm honest with you, so I feel pretty good. I'm happy now. Don't get me wrong, Oldham Park and a 20-lap race will be a completely different story. I'll be like a burst balloon. but no, so far so good anyway. And thankfully, the way the calendar and stuff, I have another month now to brush up on the things I feel weak on. But it's difficult. This test has really been literally find my feet, get going, suss everything out. So I've got a month now to prepare and keep chipping away. And yeah, as you say, it's a rookie season, long season. Don't want to get too worked up or panicked about anything yet. Just keep chipping away and keep learning and trying to wrap my head around everything.
Good luck, buddy. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time, Rhys. Yeah, I look forward to seeing that develop over the year, along with his teammate Eugene McManus, along with the likes of Joe Talbot as well, to see how these guys can step forward. Now, no Bushy Hedger about in this garage, and Luke Hedger, the bike is there for CDH, but Hedger has gone somewhere else, so we could come back to that. We'll probably visit that later on, actually, to tell you the truth. But Luke was okay. He was up on his feet and he was walking away from his CDH Honda. Where did he come home? On the Whitecliff CDH Honda. One of those teams that you just absolutely love to see, the little bit of giant killing that does happen. Whitecliff CDH, Luke Hedger, 14th overall at the end of that session. So we make our way further up. A few teams deciding that they're possibly not going to go back out onto circuit. There's a lot of empty space in the Sencat garage just because they were sharing with somebody. And they've now going to starting to measure the boxes that you keep the tyres in for the tyre warmers. So they're obviously done enough work on the bike now, got some housekeeping to do. And that includes making sure the tyre stacks are built and everything is fine and dandy. As we stop into, the Moto 4 bikes obviously are all on track for Michael Laverty's team. We spoke with Lewis Rolo, Simon Reid is there. Michael is in the garage, so we could maybe have a quick chat with the man if it's going to work out. He's just showing somebody something on the phone. We won't interrupt too much of that. A couple of Aprilia sport bikes there as well. And Simon Reid with his M1000RR Super Stock bike next to Lewis Rolo's bike, which is looking absolutely fabulous. And Lewis Rolo hasn't stopped smiling since he made his comeback. And delighted to be here. But this is possibly one of the busiest garages you could ever find. So if we can have a quick bit of Michael Laverty time. I know you're a busy man. Everybody in the world knows you're a busy man. I mean, I saw TES launch and I saw you in that picture as well, Michael Laverty. How do you fit everything into your busy life?
Well, weirdly, I'm still busy, but not as busy as I was a couple of years ago, because I was doing 5 jobs. Now I've got more budget and I can employ more people and learn the art of delegation. So I feel like I'm actually less busy, but we've got even more bikes and riders this year across everything. I've got 18 riders essentially riding our bikes. So I'm really enjoying the growth process and keeping busy and keeping involved in every avenue.
18 riders, that's like it's like a football team with some subs and reserves. But right, okay, what we have in the garage here, great to see the return of Lewis Rolo. I mean, that's fabulous to have him in your, for me being a Scotsman, delighted that our man who is fast has got somebody like you guiding him along his comeback.
Yeah, I'm excited for Lewis, and he's loving the BMW so far. Been fast this weekend. He's had a rough time over the last 12 months and more, so he's enjoying the BMW. It's good for us to keep the BMW team going after winning the championship with Ilya last season. So yeah, we hadn't actually really officially announced it, but obviously we're on track today. We'll probably announce it tonight. But yeah, we've got Simon Reid and Lewis on the BMWs. Then alongside that, we've got 2 sport bikes, the Aprilias with Harley McCabe and Daniel Goodman, who've been with us from mini bike days back in 2021. They've been right through the years. And then on the other side is our Moto 4 team. We've got 6 young riders there. So in this garage alone, we've got 10 bikes here. So it's a busy pit box.
And obviously having more budget lets you employ the right people, and that's key for you, isn't it? Having the right person, a right personnel in the right area.
100%, and that's been my hardest thing over, this is the 5th year of running a team, has been building that personnel, having the right people in your corner in terms of, you need good crew chiefs, good mechanics that you can trust, good people in terms of the management side as well, and team coordination. So yeah, personnel has been the toughest thing to find and piece the people together that work well, as that's the other side of it, relationships and whatnot. So no, it's good. It is coming together. It's been a big undertaking now for BSB. Like I say, I've got the involvement with the partnership with Taz Racing, which is good for us and great for me. I've got the relationship with Philip. I rode for the Taz Racing team for 5 years. Likewise, I rode for PBM for 5 years. So they were 2 of the teams I spent the longest of my racing life with. So it's nice then, on the business side and commercial side, to partner up with Philip and hopefully elevate ourselves in the superbike side of this paddock.
So how long are you back in the country before you're on a plane and away to a MotoGP or away to somewhere else, or opening a shopping centre until you do something?
Actually, this is going to be a nice period because of the Qatar GP getting postponed. I've got 3 free weekends, so this one, 2 more up until Oulton Park. I don't need to travel or get on an airplane, which is unusual. It doesn't normally happen like that, so I'm going to enjoy the time at home. Also, it allows me to get on top of everything ahead of the start of the BSB season, all the admin that I've been on the road in Brazil and Texas the last 2 weeks. So now to get on top of the business aspect of everything ahead of the season, I'm excited for a bit of time. And being at home with the family as well.
Yeah, I know, I get that totally. Right, okay, I mentioned Fibertech enough, okay? How do I pronounce this? What is it GRYD? What is that?
So Grid is mine and my business partner David's company. So we started it as when we didn't have a title sponsor in GP, we thought we should have our own brand on there, and we thought we'll start a clothing company. So we started Grid, and this season we'll have a good retail stand in BSB. So the Grid stand will sell the Cheshire Mouldings team wear, it'll sell the Hawk team wear, and then all the casual wear and all our teams, various team wear. So we've grown the retail side on that. But it's good, it works hand in hand. It's a business that when we don't have a sponsor, we can promote our own brand. So And this season we've got a lot of new ranges coming out. We're doing a sunglasses range, all the casual wear, the shoes, the team wear, mechanics gloves, all the little accessories, umbrellas, just adding all that. So yeah, it's nice to have a business running that coincides with our race teams and sort of makes sense on the commercial aspect.
I'm glad I asked that. There'll be a lot of people thinking I'm going to buy some of that now. If it's anything to do with MLAV, it must be good. It's also like a small takeover from the inside. I like that.
Indeed, yeah. I think it's one of those where if you want to support our teams, anything that we make financially from Grid goes back into the race team. So in essence, it was a good way to sort of bring a business in, create one within the motorcycle world. So yeah, it's sort of ticking all those boxes.
Michael, thanks for your time. Have a good couple of weeks off as well, okay? Thank you. What a superstar he really is. And you know what? Yeah, I thought I'd start a clothing company up. And yeah, we're going to take it and we're going to sell Taz stuff. We're going to do it all here. He has got his finger well and truly on the pulse. I'm going to give Charlotte, thank you for the brownie. Thank you for the brownie. Thank you. Giving her a little wave up the back of the garage, yeah? That's Charlotte Marcuso. I think No Limits Racing possibly this year, or is it Bemsey? Can't remember, but what I can say is we'll make our way back into the commentary point. And sitting down on the job, are we here?
Just taking it all in. It's been a long winter. It's nice to be back.
You having fun though, riding the bike?
Yeah, it's brilliant. I've not done any laps since October. We've not been out at all. So yes.
Nothing at all. Nothing.
No mini bikes. Absolutely nothing. The weather's been terrible, and you know life gets in the way sometimes, doesn't it? Unfortunately, but no. Yesterday were the first laps that we spun at 26, and like I say, it's just nice to be back on a bike and back to some kind of normality.
I won't make you stand up too long. You look like you need a seat and some water, so get yourself back down there, and we'll see you at Oakton Park as well.
Yeah, you certainly will do. I'll be there.
Cheers. Stuff. Thank you very much. Joe Sheldon Shaw. Lovely, lovely boy. Yeah, good stuff. Alastair Seeley, the wee wizard there. And we spoke with Josh Owens yesterday, so we're not going to have Josh Owens. We've had Josh Owens time. We haven't had... I was worried about what he's going to put in my hand. Finn Arscott, you okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, the media skills are coming on, aren't they?
Yeah, slowly.
Remember those 7 squeaky words that came out in that commentary box those years ago? Was it last year or year before that?
2 years ago, I think.
Oh. That's enough to... We're not going to say what Josh Owens has done to us here, but yeah, you had a really good fundraising night as well. Tell us a little bit about how these fundraising nights have come around for you and how they help your racing.
Yeah, so we organise it once a year at the start, before racing obviously starts. We team up with gala events, normally get 2 like guest speakers. This year we had Brad Ray and Shaky Byrne, which was cool. We've had Shaky Byrne, I think, last year, which was good.
McGuinness as well.
Yeah, and McGuinness, Whittam, Tommy Bridewell. It's just really to raise money for my season. It also gets my name out there. It's good. I've got to do a speech, which is probably the worst bit about it. But no, it's good. A lot of people come, and it's nice to have a lot of people interested in it.
No, I think it's great, and I love what you're doing. The high-profile names are good for you because there are people there for your night, and it helps your racing. Any budget you can find helps you in this game. But also, it's all very well having the money. What I have seen with you is the performance on track going up, and that's a really, really positive thing for you.
Yeah, I'm getting there. We put together a good Spain plan this year. Spent the longest I've ever spent in Spain. I was like 3 weeks away. It was unreal, but you need to be doing stuff like that and constantly being on a bike to back up these performances. So yeah, I think I'm getting there. It'd be good to see what that does for me at the start of the year as well.
Well, best of luck. Look forward to seeing how it goes. Are we going to see you at the Oulton Park test as well?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Right, I'll catch up with you there. Thank you very much. There we go. Ellie, can you please just try and school him on some sort of etiquette? Josh Owens, please.
I'll try.
Yeah, okay. It's the worst thing I've seen all day. Josh Owens in the pit lane. You know, he can take the boy to Liverpool. There you go. That's why he's called Danger Scouse. Jack Bednarek. Perfect timing. Timing's everything in this game, isn't it? Walking to the front of the garage as I walk towards your garage. Welcome to Aprilia.
Yeah, really enjoying it. Every session we're getting quicker and quicker. Yeah, just loving every second of it.
And loving it because the times are good, the bike feels good. And to work with Ian Newton on one of these Aprilias, you know, I've said a few times, there isn't a factory Aprilia team in this paddock, but if you thought there was, it's kind of this guy here because he's been involved for so long.
Yeah, obviously I'm just used to working with my mechanic Duncan and my dad. Having a team structure, it's it's quite surreal, really, watching everyone work on the bike, change the bike after every session. It's massive. It's all helping and all going in the right direction.
Thoughts on the year ahead? Does it feel good right now? And if it feels good now, that's a good thing.
Yeah, it feels really good. I don't really want to say too much. I want to let my riding do the talking, so we'll see.
Like it, Jack. Thank you very much, buddy. That's great stuff. He's just... oh, wow, an Easter egg. Thank you very much. I feel like I should share this with everybody. Let's grab Wee Bobby Lou Smart. Walked past him twice today. I've walked past you twice today, and it's really, really bad. But I just got an Easter egg given to me. Isn't that nice as that, isn't it?
I know, yeah, it's good that, isn't it?
How's your test gone so far? Mine's gone really well. Now I've got an Easter egg given to me, but how's your test been?
Yeah, so far it's gone really well. We're on the 26 bike, the new 26 bike, and I'm loving it so far. The setup feels good, and just ease my way back into it and enjoying the riding again.
Did you do much riding through the winter, or were you doing other things, or what have you been up to?
Didn't do too much, no. I've done a couple of track days on this over in the UK, but other than that, nothing to extent, so it's been good.
Yeah, just getting yourself ready for 2026. And, I mean, the weather's been good for us this weekend. Obviously a little bit windy, but it's been dry, so have you had a lot of good running?
Yeah, well, the forecast was saying it's going to be a bit wet and very windy, but the wind's still here, but at least it's dry and you can get some good track time in.
See, at Oulton Park, you going to that test as well?
Yeah, we're at Oulton Park, yeah.
Stuff, catch I might eat my mini egg Easter egg. How lucky am I? There you go, past the XMT. Now, I need to, very quickly, I'm going to tell Chris to come out here. Right, okay. Now, I need to give you a telling off for saying a bad word earlier on, but that's fine. It's okay. The timekeepers wanted me to come downstairs and ask you about your electronic pit board that you have. It's you guys that have that, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay, so who got sacked?
Zach Shelton.
You can put any word you want into that pit board.
Yeah, we've got anything you want on it, emojis on it. I told him if he wanted in the top 5, he was going to get sacked. So every time he come round and he was P6, P7, I just kept putting sacked. As soon as he went to P3, I put ride back.
Brilliant. The timekeeper saw that. They absolutely loved it. Thanks very much, Chris. Well, there you go. I hope that answers some of the questions. Good stuff. Good. And I'm pretty sure Richard Evans and Sam Jones in the TSL timing room, brought to you by Omologato, will be happy with that one. Hey, guys, I got given an Easter egg there. See you in a couple of minutes.
Well, for one last time, the British Superbike Championship hits the track for the last hour of their running this weekend at Donington Park. And it's been a fairly interesting affair that we have had. You probably heard most of the interviews that we had down in the pit lane as well, which were quite exciting and quite interesting. And, you know, the riders don't hide anything. It's good to catch up with Rory Skinner. It was great to catch up with Storm Stacey as well. So we shall endeavour to catch up with the rest of the guys throughout the course of the day if we do get back down into that pit lane. But right now, an hour of Superbikes, and I'm going to disappear in a second just to quickly fix the CCTV. When the boss man was up here, he just pushed a button or two to zoom in on one camera, and managed to actually change how and what I see. So I've put a little plea for help down to the timekeepers, and one of them will hopefully appear and fix the issue that we have. But it's only minor. Let me tell you that. Roger Marshall's popped up here, and he will be keeping a watchful eye on his rider, which is Ryan Vickers, making sure that Ryan is, you know, he's just a watchful observer, is what Roger is. And very aware that his presence in the Ryan Vickers camp has been one that Ryan has really enjoyed and gelled with as well. The two of them get on very well. Obviously, Roger couldn't go away and do the World Championship rounds with Ryan, but he's very much part of the Vickers campaign when he is here in the UK. There's Eugene McManus crossing the line, and Eugene, well, we saw him tip off at the Fogarty S's yesterday, late in the day, but thankfully it was just a slow front end on the way in, and I think Mr. Hicken, Steve was down there saying we're all getting a little bit excited just to see how quickly he could actually go, and then forgot why we were actually here. We're here for testing, and that's what we should be doing, rather than trying to chase the lap time that we do see quite a lot. And it's easy to get caught up in that, and that's exactly what it is. Chasing the lap time and things like that do happen. 21 bikes on track, and Dom Herbertson out there, and Michael Rutter has gone out as well. So it looks like we may well have two of the Batham's Ducatis out there. Storm Stacey still to go out now. I wonder if it's Rutter or if it's Storm Stacey on the actual bike. It's actually Storm Stacey on Rutter's bike. So it will come back as Michael Rutter for the lap. But actually it is Storm Stacey. Old Fort, Bimota 1-2, Max Cook and Joe Talbot. First flying laps go in. That will be a screenshot that I'm pretty sure Darren Fry and Nigel Snook will be trying to wrestle a camera phone together to see if they can snap that up. Good to hear from Darren Fry earlier on. He was in fine form actually, and the more, you know, the calmer you get, Darren, and the more relaxed you get, Darren, the more you actually get out of him. When you're sitting down having a chat with him, I've did chasing the racing with him before, and, you know, there's a little bit of added lubrication going on there, courtesy of Batham's, I would like to point out. But, you know, when Darren's relaxed, he opens up an awful lot more. He's very conscious about what he's got with the FS3 race team, and also very conscious about what he's got with the Nigel Snook side of things, and Bimota and Kawasaki. A lot of pressure in there, a lot of pressure, but he deals with it so very well. And for him to say that Nigel is absolutely loving this and he's rejuvenated, that's key for both these guys, because when you think about it, there's a lot of money getting spent, and they've got to spend it in the right places. Now, a man that's pretty happy in the commentary box right now will be Roger Marshall, because his rider has gone fastest, Ryan Vickers, a 127.763. And now let's try and catch Ryan on track if we can. Josh Brooks crosses the line, trying to see if we can spot Ryan Vickers. Here he comes now, up and in towards Goddard's. He has got Eugene McManus dragging him back in as well. Eugene desperate to try and get a lap out of this, and looking very good. Got to say, Eugene McManus looks right at home on this superbike. Vickers crosses the line, McManus goes 10th. And if you're going to learn right now, Eugene, that is the man you want to follow. Ryan Vickers, currently fastest in the session, but also for Eugene, a young rookie in the Superbike class. Yeah, that's what you want to do. How long will Ryan Vickers stay at the top of the times? I think this might be a session where a few of them put an extra tyre in, just to see if there's a lap time in there and see what they can do. And right now, Max Cook starting to do just that. Purple through sector number 1. Sector 2 drifted away ever so slightly by about 300ths of a second, but then personal best through the next sector as well. Christian Ridden moves himself up to 3rd, so a lot of them have come out slinging big windmills in this one, as Danny Kent now goes 3rd place. 128.061 for Danny Kent, personal best across the board. But we're waiting for Max Cook to come out of the last corner as he does now. Crosses the line. Does Cook go to the top of the times? That was Joe Talbot. He goes 4th place, sorry. They look so identical, I have to say. Joe even looks like Max on the bike. Here comes Josh Brooks. Brooksy crossing the line, but yeah, no improvement for Cook. But an improvement for his teammate Joe Talbot. That's good. Front row Joe up into 4th place. It was nice to have a chat with Joe as well. You could get the urgency that he's got inside him, that he wants to push on, but also he very much understands the kind of magnitude of the task at hand. He is in a factory squad. He's part of a factory Bimota race team with FS3 operating that team. It doesn't get much better than that for your rookie season as Eugene McManus goes up into 9th place. Joe he's quite hard on himself, but it's not for me to remind him that this is your rookie season. You need to enjoy this. You'll never get this again. And as long as the rookies aren't destroying bikes left, right and centre, you will have a long career at this. And, this is not Joe's second chance, because that's not right. His initial chance for being a Superbike rider was taken away from him through no fault of his own. So this is his first real dig at getting in there. Second time around, if you understand. Vickers, Cook, Kent, Talbot, Eden, Skinner, O'Halloran, Jackson, McManus and Rhys Irwin. It was nice to speak to Rhys down there as well, I say. And very interesting comments from Peter Hickman. Here comes Max Cook across the line. 133.464 goes to a 133.551. Takes the timing system a couple of seconds to update, actually. He's round to turn 1 before that updates itself. But Max Cook showing that motor is fast. But yeah, the interview with Peter Hickman was good, especially when he started talking about the way that Sylvain Gintoli is giving back the same feedback that Peter Hickman has given for quite some time. And that is something that is kind of good for Peter Hickman. You can almost see that he was maybe relieved with that one, relieved. So Richard Evans has popped up. He's going to see if he can just fix our screen issue, and I'll come back in just a minute. There we go. Richard Evans fixes the problem in the commentary point. If you want something done, always make sure you get somebody who is in the know rather than try to push too many buttons on a CCTV system and compromise everybody's viewing. Duncan. Rory Skinner's made up a 3-place improvement. He's just gone into P3 now. A 128.034 for Rory, as he will be happy with that one. Max Cook goes back down the pit lane after going fastest by half a second. 127.184. This is exciting times in the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. The emergence, very much so, the emergence of this Bimota, the Bimota looking so strong, young Joe Talbot also looking strong. New bikes, new times, 30th anniversary. Doesn't get much better. Let's stick on the Wes cam and see if we can have a little bit of fun on that. Nobody upstairs for interviews right now, which is a shame. Always helps out when we have a session and somebody does want to pop up into the commentary box and put on the hot seat, or sit on that hot seat, I should say. That was Storm Stacey coming back down the pit lane as well. Storm Stacey, who is technically Michael Rutter, but Michael Rutter's never gone that fast round Donington Park. Currently 18th place, 131.472. Looks like Storm was out on the second bike, which is in Michael Rutter's name, so that's exactly what's going on. They had a problem, electrical problems, which, I mean, I'm no expert, that's for sure, but when they have Steve Moore in that garage trying to just help them out, to give them some sort of idea of where the parameters should be for the operating system. Lots of big words going involved in that sentence, but it's all electronics, and that's, you know, they say there's no electronics on these bikes. Well, there's no aids, because there's a lot of electronics that still need to be on the bike to operate it and run that bike. But there's nothing, there's no wheelie control, there's no traction control, there's no ride height devices that we see in MotoGP. It's all down to the rider and their wrist and what they do to keep themselves on the track. So Andrew Irwin back out there, which is good to see after his slight off that he had going through Starkey's Bridge, Swans Curve area. I do need to apologise for anybody who myself and the series director Stuart Higgs may have talked about and had a moment out there. Seemed like it happened to Andrew Irwin and unfortunately poor Luke Hedger as well, when we started mentioning just how good they were going, and yeah, the old commentator's curse kind of got flagged up a little bit there, but it's not often that that does actually happen. Andrew, 16th place just now on track with 2.8 seconds away from his fastest time, but I would imagine the team have just said, look, let's just go back out, let's start from where we were. We've had a tumble and we'll make progress all the way. Didn't actually get a chance to speak to Andrew. Went down the garage, Andrew wasn't about, and there was a lot of busy people working about because they were, between the two sessions that we've had today, there's not a great deal of time, even though it's 20 to 5 at night, and the temperature's starting to drop down just a little bit as well, and that's something that these Superbike riders will definitely know, and they'll be watching for none other than Rory Skinner. And obviously Rory would be saying that, you know, I like how he was very honest with us that they had a small faulty tyre warmer, and these things happen, you know. I've had that happen in racing for myself as well. You think the tyre warmer, you put it on, you maybe don't check it, or you check it, but you know it's only doing half the tyre, and there's a back bit of the tyres maybe not heating up, or only one side is. But it sounds of it, that's what happened to Rory. By the time he got round to the Craner Curves area, yeah, unfortunately down he went. But thankfully, no harm, no foul, as I think that's Fraser or Charlie Spud Nesbitt walking across the pit lane. That's heading back out onto track. Is that one of the Bimotas? No, it's Peter Hickman. Hickey heads back out onto the circuit for another long run, I would imagine. Peter desperately trying to get some information back on that bike as to what direction do they need to go in to make the electronics work, and the commitment from BMW to send over Sylvain Gintoli is quite big. Into the pit lane comes Front Row Joe. That was a Bimota in the background that you had running down the pit lane. And we've got to that area in the session where things kind of quieten down. The 7-8 lap mark. Yep, that's everybody's in the pit lane apart from Christian Eddins on an out lap. Andrew Irwin still on track. putting together a pretty good lap, actually, up into 8th place and on a personal best and fastest of anybody through the sector down towards the Melbourne Loop. So here comes Andrew as we look out the side of the commentary box. We'll see him going up the back in towards Goddard's. Met Healthcare Phonacab Ducati out the last corner. Well, let's push Andrew. Will he go further up the times? 8th place for Andrew Irwin. He goes up 1 place into 7th ahead of Jason O'Halloran. He did run a little bit wide through the Melbourne Loop, but looks of things from where we're standing in the commentary point. Just looked a little bit wider, wide off the apex. You can kind of tell the way they come through. Number 65 gone down at the old hairpin, which is a great shame. Rider okay. That's Josh Owens in this session. I think it's Josh Owens in this session, isn't it? Yes, it is. Josh Owens down at the old hairpin. Let me see if we've got anything on that. But Marshall's have very quickly dealt with that. Great shame for Josh Owens and the GR Performance, the Saf Holland Honda team. There will be a taxi bike heading that way. I can see Josh Owens standing with the marshals down there at that old hairpin marshals post, using the brand new binoculars which Angela picked up for us in the winter. Josh on his feet and perfectly fine walking away from that one, but he won't be too happy with ending his test, unfortunately, in the gravel trap at the old hairpin. Andrew Irwin continues his assault on, making his way in towards Goddard's. Another couple of personal bests across this lap, and could this be another slight improvement for Andrew as he crosses the line? Well, it's a personal best lap time, but it doesn't move him anywhere up the timing order, 1:28.539. So again, progress being made from Andrew Irwin. Let's have a little look back. What did he do in that session? A 1:27, and this session we've got 1:28.5. So he's found 2/10 from the last session, which he'll be quite happy about. Hickey crossing the line. Peter Hickman up 2 places to 15th. He goes ahead of Fraser Rogers and his teammate for the test, Sylvain Gintoli. And it does show you, it shows you the commitment from BMW to the British Superbike Championship to make sure that they can push forward and they can get bikes on track, and that's what they want. Josh Owens will take a trip to the medical centre on the back of the taxi bike with Ian. But we did see him up and walking away with that one. Great shame. Let's hope the bike's not too badly damaged, because the Oulton Park test not too far away. And Big Joe doesn't want to build too many bikes, that's for sure. As we can see the bike getting loaded into the back of the Maxis van. Let's see if the Port West Race Safe Marshals can nice and easily put the bike in the van, or if it's a bit of a chore for them. Let's look, Mossy making his way in towards the last couple of corners. Oh, Andrew Irwin has had a run on at Goddard's. Or was that Mitch Reese, actually? It was Mitch Reese. Yeah, Andrew's actually, the bike stopped on Andrew. So Andrew's now pushing the bike across the track and making his way in towards the pit entrance with his Ducati. Not a lot of steering lock on this, Andrew, so this is going to be quite a challenge to get through here. Turns it in, tries not to crush himself, and brilliant. Steered it in like a pro there, did Andrew Irwin. He's now stopped here, and you can see some of the team running down to help. That looks like first man on hand, Graham Irwin. Fabulous. Runs down the pit lane, gives Andrew a bit of a helping hand to push back in towards the pit lane. The bike, it's not been down, I can tell you that, but it stopped with a technical problem at Goddard's, and that's, if you're going to have a technical problem, you know, if you're going to maybe run your bike out of fuel, or if that is the case, have that happen at Goddard's, because we can then push you back from there. You know, if that happens someone else, like Storm Stacey, who stopped out the back of the commentary box and run down towards the Melbourne Loop, you're then kind of marooned there for the rest of the session. So a slight technical problem for Andrew Irwin on the Met Healthcare Phonacab Ducati. Sees him stop but get pushed back in. Then that could be a bit of a hangover from the earlier incident where he unfortunately went down at Starkey's Bridge. You know, these things happen. Sensors get banged, get a knock, and they don't technically like that, so that could be something along those lines. As Mitch Reese crosses the line with, right up behind him, Max Cook. Max Cook then dives through on the inside. 127.184 is Max Cook's fastest lap of the test so far. That's quite something. Half a second up the road from Christian Idden, who's now in second place. And Ryan Vickers in the same half-second bracket as Christian. Work to do. Rory Skinner 0.8 of a second away, as is Danny Kent. You know, we did hear a lot of riders telling us that the wind had picked up quite considerably, and it was it Jack Kennedy that said it was quite bad? In fact, it was John McGuinness. When you come out from behind the what used to be the old, now that wasn't the museum itself, was it? I think it may have been. I thought the museum was further up. When you come out from behind the exhibition centre, there we go, and you're heading towards the brakes, yeah, it does really gust and push you then. So that was a bit of an issue, and especially I should have said to Jack Kennedy, it probably affects the smaller, lighter bikes just that little bit more, but I suppose it just depends on how much mass or how much side area the bikes have, because the super sport bike is the same as a super stock bike and the same as the super bike. Just depends how much the wind actually moves that bike on the given piece of tarmac, depending how gusty it actually is. I am getting reports from home that the weather's not very nice. Back home, being up in Scotland with Storm Dave rocketing in towards Scotland. I should also read out some of the messages that we have on our screen. It's good to see the Bermotas on the pace. Big year for Max. That's from Dave Lee. Chris Page. Good to hear Stuart Higgs. BSB, top class racing and good viewing. Neil Martin. The wind is really picking up now, blowing dust all over the place. So there you go. And a fairly quiet session this one. It certainly was. That was the previous session. Good luck to all, especially the lads from across the pond, which is always good to hear. That was from Colin Fitzgerald. Enjoyed the chat, thank you very much. That must have been with Stuart Higgs. Really enjoyed that. Stuart is such a good guy. Well, there we go. The boss getting some praise on the YouTube channel. What's with the triangle next to Lee Johnson's name? Somebody answered that for me. It means the rider's fallen off. Well, actually, it can mean a couple of things. It can mean the rider's fallen off at that time, but also sometimes it fools you, because if the rider switches the bike off before it comes into the pit lane, and sometimes they just coast in, the transponder doesn't pick up that signal, and it then automatically thinks the bike has gone missing on track, and you all get that exclamation mark. But if you're looking at the live timing screen, if there's a little almost cog next to their name where the triangle would be, that means they're in the pit box. If there's a yellow arrow, that means they're on track. And yeah, rightfully said, if the triangle stays there for a length of time, like we see Andrew Irwin's got it just now, but Andrew hasn't crashed. Andrew just stopped, came into the pit lane with the bike not running, no power going to the transponder, so it gives a bit of a false reading as it goes over the timing line. There we go. Glad we could get that one cleared up. Yeah, it means the riders fell off or all kind of that, yeah. Fastest lap of the weekend, I believe. Now, that was quite some time that Neil Martin, 3220, sent that one in. I think that's his YouTube name. Don't think that's his 3220, won't actually be on the school register for him, I wouldn't have thought. But yeah, thanks for sending in some messages to the YouTube chat. Not something I can really keep my eyes on because it scrolls through so quickly, and it's on a laptop on the other side. For Wescam, where Wes has checked out and left the building, guys, just to let you know, he's gone. But it's not often that you come along with new kit and you stick it all in place, plug it in or plumb it in, and it works faultlessly. So I think a little bit of a round of applause for MSV's technical man, Wes. That's goes without saying. He's done a fabulous job, Wesley King, and programming all this in. And we had the boss upstairs for a lengthy chat on all things that was happening on the screen, the riders on track, but also a bit of a look back to the history of BSB as we move into our 30th anniversary year. And it was really good to catch up with Stuart. Really enjoyed that. And it was good to see Ryan Rainey and have a chat with Ryan Rainey before that as well. Now, who's that? That looks like a Honda. Could that be Jason O'Halloran? That's at Goddard's. It's being moved away. And I believe it is, actually. That could be Jason O'Halloran with a number 22 follower at Goddard's rider. Okay. So Jason O'Halloran, 8th place at the moment with a 128.736. 8 laps of the session complete. Fastest on his 6 has slipped off at Goddard's. Now, if that bike is rideable, the Port West Race Safe Marshals will let him come back into the pit lane and get checked over before he gets sent back out. His teammate Ryan Vickers is on track, and he just put a purple sector through sector number 5, which is the last sector on the lap. And I'm going to have to try and pick apart Joe Talbot and Max Cook, see if there's any little visuals that are different. The helmets look very similar. Obviously the bikes are identical just now, and the leathers are pretty much there as well. So through the course of the year, yes, you'll probably tell me there's a number 30 on one and a number 19 on the other. That's all fine, but when they're doing 150 miles per hour past you, it's not quite as easy as you would think. But a few other bikes deciding to make their way back into the pit lane. Only 32 minutes of Superbikes remaining on track for this Easter weekend RNG official test that we have here at Donington Park. And got to say, so far we have had pretty good running. The weather forecast was maybe a little bit unsavoury. We had 1 or 2 little tiny ninja showers coming in. But apart from that, touch wood, everything has been good to go. Lots of track time, lots of running, lots of riders gelling with teams and bikes. New beginnings for some, continuations for others. That was Danny Kent crossing the line. Danny in 5th place with a 128.061. Good run for Danny. There's a bit of a smile when I said, are you and Rory sharing data? A bit of a smile came out there. It wasn't quite the answer I was expecting him to give, but yeah, it was good to catch up with him. And it was equally good to hear Stuart Higgs talking about those guys. You know, Danny Kent's like world champion, you know. That's like, he went up against some of the greats in Moto 3 and he won. A lot of people forget that, but you got to remind yourself that we had a cracking racers throughout the course of my lifetime anyway, that's for sure. It's great to see that Danny Kent can do it on a superbike. He didn't click with it straight away. That's one thing for sure. He came from where he was back into this paddock, and it was difficult, very difficult. He even went through the makings of being in his own team, the Lovell Kent Honda, which was going really well actually, up until, from what I remember, Thruxton that year, with I think something happened, a broken suspension link or something bizarre happened. But then jumping into or getting a ride on the Martrain Yamaha really was a step forward for Danny Kent. And we know he's a BSB race winner. Now he's in with Philip Neal's team, the TAS Racing. And, you know, it was nice to hear Stuart Higgs again waxing lyrical about Philip Neal. You know, the minute I said, you know, remember Hector Neal Racing, Norman Brown was one of the first guys in my memory bank as well. But also, I think going further back than that, one of the very first racers that Hector Neal ever had, and if Philip's listening to this, he can maybe correct me, was an Irishman called Greenwood, Ivor Greenwood, who's a good close friend of mine actually. I raced against Ivor for many a year in legend cars, and Ivor was a good engine builder, stock cars, Radical Racing, and Ivor actually raced for Hector Neal on an RG500 many years ago. You're going back into, I think, round about 77, maybe round about that time. But if Philip is listening, he does sometimes tune in. He could possibly keep us right on that. But Ivor, yeah, I've got a picture somewhere at home of Joey Dunlop getting a shot on a Hector Neal bike at the Northwest, and there's a number covered up as Joey goes out with Joe on the leathers, and Ivor standing in the background having a bit of a watch. And over Ivor's shoulder, a very, very young Brian Reid. Cracking photograph that. But we'll talk about that at a different date, and maybe actually speak about that with Philip next time we catch up with him, if he's at the Oulton Park test, or if we see Philip Neal at round number 1. But his team very much looking on point this season with Skinner and Kent. You can't separate these guys, and that's good for the team. 4th and 5th, 200ths separating them. Rory Skinner's fastest by 200ths of a second. It means nothing. What it does mean is the bike's working well, the riders like the bike, and everything is going to plan. That's what you want. Cook, Idden, Vickers the top 3, with Skinner, Kent and Talbot back to 6th place. Andrew Urban in 7th. still that slight problem. We don't actually know what happened and what caused that for Andrew, but we will try and find out, that's for sure. See if we can maybe send a bit of a text message down there, but we don't want to upset people. We don't want to upset people when they're maybe in the middle of trying to fix a bike. It's maybe worth just holding back on the text front until we see the bike back on track. Jason O'Halloran, who did crash, did slip off. I haven't seen that bike come back into the pit lane yet, unless I was maybe too far down the Ivor Greenwood Hector Neal chat. That is Rory Skinner heading into turn 1. So Rory trying to use a bit of empty track all for himself. And that was the outlap he was completing. And I did very much like the chat with Michael Laverty as well. 18 riders in his stable across all these kind of garages with his own garage. And then I think he was including the TES Superbike garage in that as well for Taz. And you forget that the Michael was there for a long time. He was, if I'm not mistaken, part of the Relentless Suzuki back in the day. Michael Laverty, and he was, when he said PBM, his other tenure, was that not the Stobart Honda era? I think it possibly was. Where Jeremy McWilliams may have been one of his teammates as well. And, you know, did MLav not go and do MotoGP in the CTR era? I think he might have done. He's been around such a long time. But I think he's going to relish these 3 weekends where he's not having to jump on a plane and travel across the world, where he gets to be at home and he gets to be dad. And that's, and a husband, of course. And that's exactly what, that's what we do like. It's what we live for. I'm heading back up the road tonight to not so sunny Scotland. It's a bit blustery with Dave rolling in. But we will get to see the kids for a little while tomorrow morning before heading up to Knockhill for an Easter fun day. As the wind's starting to whip up now as Rory Skinner comes out the last corner, crosses the line and does a 128.6, 128 flat, his fastest time. But the wind's starting to gust now. It's starting to get little showers of dust picked up from the spectator area on the inside. And you can actually hear it against the commentary box windows, and the flags at Donington are starting to get a little bit more animated. Earlier on, they were not constantly being pulled, but right now, a lot of pulling on the flags, and there's something over my left shoulder in the commentary box upstairs on the roof which doesn't sound good at all. So should maybe send Andrew Swift, the circuit manager, a bit of a message. Just maybe want somebody to check something out up there when it's not so windy. There is a skylight, but I'm certainly not putting my head through that. No, sir. Rhys Irwin gets a lap time cancelled. He must have gone through the escape road at the Fogarty Essies. In fact, he's just come into pit lane as Bradley Ray and Peter Hickman carry on for another lap as they head round in towards Redgate. Let's keep our eyes on Rory Skinner as well. That was Joe Talbot you heard crossing the line in the background. Rory's just coming through the hairpin. I think Rory's heading for the pit lane. Oh, a little bit of movement from the rear of that bike for Rory, and he has a big long look behind him. Yeah, he had a bit of a warning there, but it looked like he was a bit wide of the apex and coming into the pit lane anyway. But then as soon as he tapped the throttle, that thing jumped from underneath him as he rides nice and calmly down the pit lane, looking fabulous in his Alpine Star leathers. I like that him and Danny Kent both running Alpine Stars, looking fabulous that they are. The same as we are in the BSB, where we have our new Alpine Star clothes as well. Head to toe in Alpine Star, which is a bit of a dream, really. It's always been nice. Nice shoes, the lot, you name it, we've got it. As there is, yeah, there's a debris flag now showing on the way down towards the Melbourne Loop. Now, I wonder where that's come from. I wonder what the deal with that is, because we just see it on the elevated board beside the big drinks can down there. 0-0, I can see Heineken, I think. And I wonder what that is. Yeah, I can see the marshals doing a bit of waving. Rather than squinting, Duncan, pick up your binoculars, have a look. Here we go. One of the marshals now on his way out. So there must be something on the track surface down there. If you're down there, you'll see exactly what it is. And a little bit further up, maybe they were just checking the track for that Rory Skinner moment, actually, because a marshal ran out from almost pit entrance up the back of Goddard's in the Shields area, where we now know that is where Storm Stacey stopped. We'll know that forever now. And that flag has now been brought in from the big illuminated light panel. So, yeah, I think that was just a little bit of a precaution there. Maybe Race Direction had seen the Rory Skinner moment and they just wanted to check the track, or if you were down there, you may have actually seen something lying on that track. And they were definitely happy to get that out of the way. And it all goes quiet with some 22 minutes of the session to go. On track, we will have 1, 2. Is Andrew Urban involved in that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bikes, I think, on track. The other 20 deciding to be in their pit boxes. And you know what? Looking at the skies, they're going to have to be clever about this, because it does look like there's something coming our way. A lot of dark clouds are starting to kind of hover. As windy as it is, it might not blow it all through. There goes Joe Talbot across the line, chased by Lee Jackson. Lee Jackson on an outlap, Joe Talbot on a bit of a run, but for 6th place to be 9/10 of a second away. Very impressive run from front row Joe in his first official test on the Bimota. KB 988 Rimini. Gonna have to get that a bit better. I mean, Craig Watson reeled it off like a professional yesterday. Good grief. That was Sylvain Gintoli, and yeah, that looks like a handful, actually. That does look like a big handful as Sylvain came out of that last corner. He was up the exit curb on lean with a wheelie, and the thing was kind of dancing underneath him. And Sylvain Gintoli, he needs no real introduction. You will watch him giving his punditry on TNT Sports from MotoGP, which he's very good at, but also part of the BMW test team and the BMW EWC Endurance World Championship. And speaking of the EWC, that's where John McPhee ended up this year. Just in case anybody's looking for a John McPhee, he is riding with the FCC TSR team. Really, really good ride that John's picked up with those guys. His first race meeting will be the Le Mans 24 Hour. Wow, baptism of fire that, John. And let's give Swanee a shout out as well. You're probably thinking, hang on, I haven't heard Scott Swan's name mentioned. Why is that? Well, Swanee's working day and night to try and put a package together to get him back onto the track. I have to say, great shame that he's not here. He was fabulous last year. Fabulous year before that in the Stock 1000 category as well. But I think he did himself a good effort last year. Really good, really solid, really fast. And it's a shame that we don't have Scott Swan back on track, but let's hope we can somehow see Scott Swan back in the paddock. He sent me a message, says, give us a shout out, mate, just so people know I'm still alive. So don't worry, yeah, Swanee is still alive. Give him a head up on Instagram, he uses that a lot. And it'd be worthwhile following Swanee and seeing what can come, if anything, if he can put a programme or a plan together. Sylvain Gintoli, though, crosses the line for another lap, 1:31.8. That's quite a chunk of time away from what he has been doing. So there you go, Swanee. There's your little shout out for you. We hope to see you back in the not too distant future. Now there's progress. Storm Stacey is back on his #1 bike now. Back on the bike which he's done most of his laps over the last 2 days. And the bike shut off earlier on because I think Michael Rutter was saying there was like 2,000 degrees in the throttle body, which clearly wasn't correct. Never get to that, it'd be molten throttle body. But that's it, the bike would go into safety mode, shut down. And yeah, you know, Storm said, you know, if the first round was tomorrow, I'd rather have my BMW back. But, you know, you say that with a little bit of tongue in cheek. He will very much know that the package underneath him will grow. And everybody else who doesn't have their bikes here for this test will go through a little bit of those growing pains when they get them. The Nitrous competition team, a little bit of PBM, they're going to have to get through all this. They're going to have to do a lot of work away from the circuits, work on the dynos, whether that's at their own base, whether it's at PCR for Paul Curran with Nitrous competition, or whether PBM will be at Frank Rathers. I imagine those bikes will spend quite a lot of time on the dynos to make sure everything is working fine. So when they roll them out with the next test, effectively they'll have done a lot of the donkey work at the dyno. But it's going to be interesting once we get these bikes back. Alton Park, if you haven't booked your tickets to come and see the test, I think you should, if there's tickets available for that. But round 1, Oulton Park, 2nd to the 4th of May, you want to pick tickets up pretty quickly for that one, because that will be good, especially if you're part of the camping and you like to be involved in that. It sells out quite quickly. Here comes Storm Stacey. Can he improve like Sylvain Gintoli just improved? As Storm crosses the line, he can. He goes up to 17th place. He goes up 5 places. Gintoli went up 7 places into 9th. Puts the 810 Lou Racing BMW Motorrad M1000RR into the top 10. Wow, with a 1:28.775. 1.5 seconds away from the fastest time. That's quite interesting. Quite a lap. 4 bikes together. Josh Brooks, Eugene McManus, Christian Idden, Lee Jackson all crossing the line. With Tag Honda staying well out the way. Going in towards turn number 1. Who was that? Difficult to say from here. Outlap for Charlie Spud Nesbitt pops up on screen. So Spud goes for an outlap. And Christian Idden goes P2 in that last lap through. Or did I miss that? Good improvement for Christian Idden, no. 1:27.184. Half a second away from that match. Good time. Still sits there. That half-second gap. As more bikes decide to leave the pit lane for the last 16 minutes of this test. Just watching a few bikes coming round there. Storm Stacey and Ryan Vickers. Storm Stacey, 17th place, 1:29.659. Few personal bests across the board for Storm there, actually, to tell you the truth. And we also look for Ryan Vickers, who's further at the top. Vickers on an outlap, actually, with a bit of work to be done. And that work's always going to be getting done. It's non-stop. There goes Spud. Remember Charlie Nesbitt slipped off earlier on. He found himself in the grass, unfortunately, at Goddard's when Stuart Higgs was up here. There's been an improvement for Josh Brooks here. 8th place improvement for Brooksy. A personal best set of sector times across the board. Sector and speed times looking good. Brooksy goes up into 8th place. And a couple of other improvements as well, because Sylvain Gintoli, who was inside that top 10, is just right on the edge of it now, down to 10th place itself. As we keep our eyes at the back of the circuit, always quiet again as we wait for them to make their way round. And we see Storm Stacey still holding Ryan Vickers at bay, and the Honda just gobbles up Storm Stacey on the brakes, and through he goes, and that will annoy Storm, but he needs to let the Honda go. He needs to not be too involved in this, and he needs to not try and bite the screen to stay up with him. The Ducati certainly isn't short of horsepower up towards Goddard's, but this is a good benchmark to see where this Batham's Ducati actually sits. The Vickers man ahead of Storm Stacey, and that Ducati is like a mirror signal manoeuvre down the main straight. That will please Storm Stacey. It gets off the corner, it's got the top end, but it doesn't try and race Ryan Vickers through turn 1. Vickers wants nothing to do with it. He rolls out the throttle. He would have heard that Ducati, he would have felt that Ducati come up alongside him, and that was interesting. So the Batham's Ducati with a whole heap of speed there, and that's our first real insight to see how good that Ducati is up against something else. And it was up against the might of Honda UK there, and Storm's probably got a bit of a cheeky grin under that helmet right now, thinking, hang on, maybe everything isn't quite as bad as I thought. He's now rolled off it going through McLean's. I'll expect he'll probably head back into the pit lane and tell Michael Rutter just all about that. The thing is, Michael Rutter was watching that just now. So impressive stuff, but Vickers doesn't want to get involved in a race here. He's got something else very much on his mind, and he'll be looking for a nice clear bit of track. Brooksy, another improvement, up into 7th place for Josh Brooks now. And we've also got Andrew Irwin back on track. 26 minutes spent in that pit box for Andrew Irwin. As Hickey comes back into the pit lane. Peter Hickman still finds himself 16th place for Peter Hickman. 12th place for Sylvain Gintoli. As Storm Stacey's going to carry on for another lap because he sees Brad Ray a target ahead of him now. And as we come through, Ryan Vickers decides that he's going to come into the pit lane. So there goes Vickers, there goes Storm Stacey. And Storm is also a little bit hard on himself. He says, I've never really clicked with Donington on the superbike. Andrew Irwin crosses the line, Danny Kent rides up the rumble strip across the line. Storm was always good on a Moto 3 here, and he was always good on a stock 600 here, but he's just never clicked on it on the Superbike, and he's quite open and honest about that. But I think he sometimes gives himself a little bit of a hard time where he doesn't technically need to. Personal best through sector number 1 for Storm Stacey as he continues his onslaught. And I think what's been good for that little Batham's team down there, maybe the visit from Steve Moore, just and a few Ducati guys, just to say, try this, try that, and wind that back a bit. And when you say wind it back, it's all electronic. That's what we're looking for. These electronics, you've got to make sure you've got your finger very much on the pulse of these bikes, because if you don't, you can see we spoke to Storm and we spoke to Michael just how difficult they can actually be. There goes Rhys Urban out the back of the commentary box. He's chased by the Bradley Ray Yamaha and Storm Stacey on the Ducati. Another personal best for Storm Stacey through the long middle part of the lap, and then just drifting away a little bit. But it is late in the day, and this is maybe just a bit of a confidence run for Storm on the Batham's Ducati, just to try and make sure a little smile comes back on the face. Irwin crosses the line. There goes Brad, and there goes Storm. Any change for those guys? Bradley Ray goes up 11 places into 4th. Storm Stacey goes up 5 places into 12th. 1.4 seconds away from the fastest time. He said if he can get within a second of the fastest time, that would be a result for this team. They were a second away in the previous test session, 1.017 I think it was. So they were in that operating window. And if they can get there again, well, hopefully he will go home a happy man, because man management has been all for Michael Rutter this weekend, and I don't know how good Michael Rutter's man management actually is, but he's been trying to maintain Storm in a kind of friendly, good way. But out on track, Stacey putting in the hard work. On track when Ray Stringer and Michael Rutter and everybody else putting in the hard work in the garage. Now O'Halloran must have made it back, because he's on track, and he's put a few personal bests across the board. Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3 and Sector 4 for Jason O'Halloran, although I haven't actually seen him on track. That's confusing. We'll come back to that one later on as we continue to watch the progress that Rhys Irwin makes. It was a nice interview with Rhys Irwin down in the pit lane. You know, rookie for 2025, that Master Mac Hawk Honda team. They are the reigning rookie champions. So it's good to see exactly how they will perform this year with 2 other rookies. Storm Stacey enters the pit lane. Michael Rutter runs away from his vantage point, which he had in the commentary box. You probably saw him there if you're managing to watch that online. Doesn't want to say too much as we see the Moto Rapido team with Steve Wilfmoor heading back to the West Country as they head out past the main circuit office here at Donington Park. Leon Haslam ended his test session early, happy, I would believe. The times looked good, the bike looked stable on track, and the Pocket Rocket, as Darren Fry said, he's probably burnt a groove into this place over the years, the amount of laps he has done. 10 minutes to go in this session, and the last 10 minutes of every session, the last 12 minutes, are for the Superbike riders only, so there'll be no stock riders or invited guests out on track. So this is the last 10 minutes we'll see of the 2026 British Superbike Championship riders, until we get to Oulton Park for the 21st and 22nd of April. Looking forward to that one. I'll be joining the team again up there for Tuesday, Wednesday test. And rather excited about that, because the next time we go to Oulton Park after that, it is for round number 1, the 2nd to the 4th of May. Here comes Rhys Urban. Currently in 15th place on bike 69, still giving the Gearlink leathers one last airing. I like that. I'd like to know how his leathers are in Dubai. I was wondering what leathers get made in Dubai. I should have asked him that. It's always the same when you forget and you leave an interview. But Rhys, 19 laps in this session. Currently sits 1.7 seconds away from the fastest time. His rookie teammate, Eugene McManus, sits in 11th place, 1.4 seconds away. The McManus name, a name synonymous with bike racing, whether it's in the UK or back home in Northern Ireland. Dad Eugene was a pretty handy, from what I remember, 250 rider actually he was. Pretty handy. I'm going to say pretty handy, I mean really fast. He's got 2 young lads now, Eugene and James. James had a bit of a troublesome last kind of year and a bit where jumping onto the super sport bike, and then he had that fairly nasty ankle injury which he picked up. It's like the ankle in the bottom of the leg. It snettered him. He then became a daddy as well, a young father. And yeah, there's a lot going on in that young man's life and head, but always kind of focused on getting back, getting fit and getting out there on track. As Peter Hickman makes his way into the pit box, I would say that's Danny Kent making his way back out. Danny Kent really putting in the laps. He's on an out lap, 17 laps deep in this session. Christian Idden's done 20. That's the most out of anybody. Does that surprise you? Not really. Work ethic, not shy on Christian Idden's part, that's for sure. And he'll be very much aware that this is the last 10 minutes, as Danny Kent is. Also an out lap for Lee Jackson, and it's an out lap for Michael Rutter, but that's technically not true because it's Storm Stacey on that bike and he's still in pit box. Should have Stacey 2 as in his second bike next to the Michael Rutter name. 1, 2, 3, 4 bikes for the last 7 minutes of this session. And if you have enjoyed this, we can't wait to get back here to Donington for round number 2, as Larry Carter was saying earlier on, as he popped down from the People's Republic of Yorkshire, as he likes to call it, to pick up his season passes. And yeah, Larry was waxing lyrical about how the season will be fabulous, as everybody has that has come into the commentary box to visit us. Andrew Owen heads back out as well. Danny Kent with the lovely number 52 on the side of that TS. Yeah, am I going to have to get the way of saying that? The amount of times I've kind of chuckled to myself and I've almost said the different manufacturer or the wrong team name. It's one of these things you kind of get set in the way of saying team names that always go together. And then you get towards the end of the season, it flows off the tongue, no problem. Then you start the next year and riders change, manufacturers change, sponsors change, and before you know it, yeah, you start to almost pause before you say certain things. But we will get better as we move in through the course of the year, that's for sure. And don't worry, Wes Campbell follows us about all the time. Once Alan Hyde gets his teeth into this, he's going to absolutely love it. He'll be sitting at the back with some branded boarding, and he'll be able to go through all the messages that you send in, whether you send them into an email address or you're sending them into the YouTube. What I sound like. If you're sending them in there, we will endeavour to get Heidi to read them all out and even reply to some of them as well, which will be pretty cool. A much more interactive system. And when Stuart pitched this to us, it's like, wow, that sounds like good fun. I could see Alan's kind of thinking, I have to comb my hair? Yes, you will have to comb your hair, Heidi. You'll have to sit there with the comb. But also, you can turn the camera on and off, Alan, so don't worry. Do not worry. Just you've got to have it on when the bikes are on track. And you've got to have it when you're talking to it. Andrew Owen comes out the last corner. So more laps under the belt for Andrew, who is a workaholic. He'd like to put it himself. Hi, Craig Watson. Good to know that you're watching. Kawasaki or Bermuda top? That's what we're wanting to know. I know what it'll be. Maybe that roll neck Pringle again. Who knows? But yeah, Andrew Owen on track. Trying to maximise all the time. Wow, Danny Kent, P2, 127.469. I wonder if that's a new tyre run that Danny Kent's put in there. Could possibly be, but Danny actually told us they were struggling to find a huge chunk of time with a new tyre. Normally they'd find maybe did you say 0.5 or 0.6? But they're only finding 0.1 or 0.2. But he was 0.8 away from the fastest time, as is Rory Skinner. So they've found, again, 0.6, so that should hopefully be a happy Danny Kent that's going round there. We will find out. Somewhere along the line we will find out. Not sure exactly when, though. And the question is, well, there you go. Danny Kent has technically gone out there and bit the screen, put together a good run. Andrew Owen is doing the exact same. You wouldn't expect anything else. Personal best across the timing screen, and it's so easy to spot that lovely Met Healthcare Phonacab Ducati, the bright yellowness of it. Andrew out of the last corner, P10 just now, just trying to put a bit of a marker down for everybody because they need to be taken seriously, and they will be. Irwin up to 7th place, so 3-place improvement for Andrew Irwin, 8/10 of a second away from the fastest time. Nestles himself just behind Rory Skinner on the timing screens. That's a lap, 128.060. Surely we're not going to see anybody duck into the 1 minute 26s in the last 3 minutes of our, what now would be chilly autumn. I should show everybody that picture you've just sent me, Craig Watson. It's terrible. Bimota and Kawasaki on. He loves it. There you go. I've closed my phone. I don't want to look at that. Here comes Lee Jackson out of the last corner. Vickers improves. Vicker goes P3. So he's obviously put a new tyre in. And Ryan continuing the run forward. He's gone personal best through sector number 1, as has Andrew Irwin. Personal best sector 1, personal best sector 2. Sector 2 is the chunk of the lap. It takes you from the Craner Curves area all the way through the Old Hairpin, through Starkey, Schwantscurve, McLean's, to the entrance of Coppice. That's the big chunk of the lap. Personal best again for Andrew Irwin through the next sector. Just drifted away by a couple of hundredths of a second, I believe. He's quickest in that sector anyway. Yeah, he's only 0.004 of a second away from his best time. So this could be another improvement for the Met Healthcare Phonacab Ducati of Andrew Irwin. Out of the last corner he comes. Where does this put number 18? Well, let's put him a little bit further up. Yes, it does. 4th place for Andrew Irwin. 127.656. That would be a new tyre run for Andrew right at the end of the day. That's Andrew doing what Andrew does best, biting the screen and getting on with it. And he's rolled out of that coming through Redgate and Hollywood. Fantastic. If that's the end of the test for Andrew Irwin, remember what he said at the very start. We need to be taken seriously. We've got to be in the conversation, and they are now. With Andrew Irwin putting that only 0.4 of a second away from the fastest time. Brilliant stuff for that brand new team in the paddock. But when you look in the garage, so many recognisable faces. They've almost cherry-picked people from each team and people that they know and put them together for Andrew. So fabulous. And all done, as Stuart Hicks says, very much under the radar. I heard nothing about this. Obviously, Stuart's very much in the know. I heard nothing about it until up it come. I expected Andrew at one point to be the teammate of Christian Iden, and I thought that's where that was going to go. But a fabulous run for that number 18 Ducati. He'll be heading back into the pit lane. No matter what happens towards the last 1 minute of this session, they can hold their head high, and they have done exactly what they planned to do. There goes Eugene McManus across the line, chased by one of the Bimotas and Storm Stacey. The Bimota was Joe Talbot. Joe finds himself P9, which I think is a very, very respectable marker. 0.9 of a second away from the fastest time. Sylvain crosses the line. Andrew Irwin comes in. He looks happy with his day's work, his couple of days' work. And Danny Kent, purple sector for Danny Kent. As he crosses the line, what can he give us? Can Kent go fastest? No. 127.5. As that's a Dow Honda on its side. Oh, Brooksy goes down. Deary dear. Josh Brooks goes down. And I believe that is McLean's. Have a look at the window. Yes, it is. Brooksy goes down at McLean's late in the session, late in the day with 7 seconds to go. Number 25 down at McLean's. Rider okay, but yellow flags in that area will not see anybody improve their laps. There'll be no biting off the screen now as the Richard Kerr SM Racing truck heads back with a little bit of work to do to that Honda. Hopefully see those guys back at Oulton Park. But there we go, the checker flag flies. And Brooksy does a very un-Brooksy thing towards the end of the test day. That's not normal for Josh Brooks. Usually McManus can finish his lap, as will Joe Talbot, and Storm Stacey just out there pulling wheelies and having fun. And also the second Bimota in that queue is the man who will once again end the session fastest of anybody, Max Cook. Well, he wheelies across the line, as he should. Bimotas have very much arrived. I've been saying that all the way through this test, but this is an incredible thing that we're seeing happening in the British Superbike Championship. This new manufacturer owned by Kawasaki coming in with help from Bimota, with help from KRT and obviously KM UK. This is exciting times, or these are exciting times, especially if you're in that FS3 garage. Especially when the rookie's only 0.9 of a second away from the fastest time that Max Cook put down. But Cook had 0.2 of a second, almost 0.3 of a second in his pocket over the entire field. It's Max Cook who ends the Donington test fastest from Danny Kent and Ryan Vickers, with Andrew Irwin a fine 4th place. Christian Iden in 5th, Bradley Ray 6th, Rory Skinner 7th, Josh Brooks 8th and in the gravel trap at McLean's, but perfectly okay. Joe Talbot in 9th, and Charlie Spud Nesbitt comes home in 10th place. Lots of talking points, that's for sure. If you're heading to Oulton Park, we look forward to seeing you there, but don't head off. There's still a couple of sessions still to go here that will be on track. We jump on for the last little while of the session on track, the Quadra Group British Supersport and Paralel National Superstock Championship, and unfortunately Jack Bednarek has just slipped off the iron competition Aprilia directly in front of me just as I stand here. Jack is up and against the tyre wall, and the Port West Race Safe Marshals very quickly onto the scene. And a red flag has been thrown. Probably the best thing to do. We can do a bit of machine recovery. Happened right in front of the iron competition team. They saw exactly what went down there. I think the most important thing is here, I just want to see Jack. Yeah, perfect. On his feet, walking away. I saw him get up instantly and run away anyway. He's had a good test right up until this point. That's a great shame, but yeah, not the way he would want to finish. But Ryder, perfectly okay. He's a tough cookie, tell you that. Jack Bednarek is one seriously tough cookie. But we will be bringing you just the last little bit of this session. Then we'll be heading back up. I will be heading back up the road to Scotland, and the last session we'll just run through without any commentary for TSL on their timing screen. Look at that from the Port West Marshals, fabulous stuff. They get that bike across, they get it through the pit gate, and they'll get it back to the iron competition garage within about 30 seconds of the red flag throwing out. That's brilliant work, absolutely fabulous. Jack walks through the gate himself, one in stock, one in sport bike, very much is what Ian Newton said to me. Just having a look, you can actually see there's a fairly lengthy black mark coming out of the exit of Goddard's, where Jack just got that thing all lit up, and then a few kind of different marks on the track, and then the bike came underneath the gantry directly in front of me. Great shame for Jack. Not the way you'd want to end his test, but he has had a good test up until this point. So Bednarek unfortunately slips off. Well, while he was actually P5 as well. Ash Beach fastest in this session from Dan Brooks and Ricardo Brink up there in third place. All stock 1, 2, 3. Then Jack Kennedy, again, Super Sport, the man who leads the way from Dean Harrison, his teammate. There you go, that's a step up for Dean Harrison. Looking pretty impressive as Dino there, actually. As John McGuinness says, never stops, goes 100 mile an hour, never takes a breath. But Dean Harrison doing his talking very much on the track today. Then Jack Maffey on the Astro JJR Suzuki, and that's who Braden Elliott down there doing a bit of crew chiefing for. He sits in 7th overall. Then it's Ben Curry, Simon Reed and Jeff Van Calster, the top 10. The session will restart at 17:54, which is 50 seconds from now. Well, another update coming through is Sam Cox slides off right at the get-go of the restart there, which is a great shame. Rider up on his feet, walking away. Joins the Craner Club. I think he's already been part of the Craner Club, but joins the Craner Club for this test. So, great shame for Sam Cox, but great to see him back and in one piece and on track as well. We're big fans of Sam Cox in this commentary box, and the help he gave us through the course of last year was well noted from a lot of people. A lot of people sending in nice messages, almost requesting Sam Cox to be used a little bit more. I think that was some of his female fan club. Just don't tell Frankie, his other half, that. But yeah, Coxie unfortunately down at the Craner Curves. Rider okay, and that's the most important thing that we get on our screen. We're always happy when we see an information bulletin that does come in like so. Now, there's an electronic pit board down here. And it's the XMT team have an electronic pit board, and they're giving all sorts of funny messages. We heard the one with Zach Shelton, who was being sacked earlier on, which was quite funny, if he wasn't inside the top 5. So he was sacked every time he was P6, then suddenly went into P4, and he came in the next lap and said, job back. For some reason, there's a 150 quid fine going out to him now on the track, which I think really is quite funny. Chris and the guys at XMT down there, you know, he doesn't charge any of his riders to ride his bikes. That's some guy, really is. And they're good bikes. They're out there, and if he doesn't get he doesn't get a 33 flat, he is due 150 quid fine, or maybe he gets 150 quid if he gets that time. Let's have a little bit of a look. Who is he actually, or who's that pit board going out for? It is one of the XMT guys, but I didn't know they had too much going on in this one, which is quite funny, but there's always a serious side to it. That'll be for their super sport rider, and let's see where Jamie Davis is just now. Okay, so he's got 1/10 to find. If he can find 0.195, he gets £150 from his team boss. It's maybe not the type of thing you want to do at the end of a test with 6 minutes to go, and you've just seen Sam Cox slide off going through the Craner Curves. But yeah, they've got their own way of doing things down there at XMT, and I like that. I guarantee if you put that out for half the field, they'll be trying to do that 133.0. Maybe that's the incentive that they do need. Jack Maffey, who has just put in a good lap time as well. He goes up to 6th place now, 132.0 in the Astro JGR Hippo Suzuki. And Jack Kennedy's gone P2 overall, and Dean Harrison's gone P3 overall. So Harrison right on course with his more illustrious teammate, I'd like to say. 1/10 of a second off the pace, and they're lapping together the two Honda CBR 600RRs in towards Redgate. Kennedy and Harrison, and around they go. Let's keep our eyes on this Jamie Davies, and let's see what he can do. His fastest lap was the last time around, that 133.195. We're looking for the pure blue XMT bike, but they've brought the pit board back in. Is that because Jamie Davis has come into the pit lane? Yes, he has. Maybe Jamie doesn't want to try that. Maybe he's quite happy not to have an extra £150 in, and it looks like XMT at that have brought their testing to an end. Yeah, the pit board comes off the wall. That's caused quite a bit of hilarity this past 2 days with some of the messages that have been going out there, all with a little bit of tongue-in-cheek, but you've got to have fun when you're testing. We heard Storm Stacey saying, can't be done with it. Don't particularly like testing, but it's something that we have to do. Very much is. Richard White with a lap there, 131.775 for Richard White. Puts him 6th overall, and 4th fastest in stock. Good grief. That's a good lap for Richard White. Ben Curry just slides in ahead of him. Eduardo Colombi goes in behind Richard White. Jeff Van Calster improves, so everybody putting in some really strong laps towards the end of this Quattro Group British Supersport and Pirelli National Superstock Championship. So much so that Jack Kennedy's now gone even faster, puts himself to the top of the overall scores, overall scoreboard, along with being fastest Supersport rider on track. Kennedy 130.626, fastest we have seen in this session. His teammate Dean Harrison 0.4 of a second away, but in 3rd place overall, 2nd in Supersport. So the two Honda guys really have put it all on the line for the end of this session and showing just what they can do. Supersport would be Kennedy and Harrison. Kennedy with a 130.6 131.26. Harrison 131.086. And then the next is Ben Curry with a 131.6. Now remember the R9 that Ben Curry's on, very much a new project. We have seen them racing in the World Championships, but new to the UK. And we have got Ben Curry, and we've also got has a Trulove. Now where is Harry Trulove on the scoreboard? Can't see him out there. McGuinness with a 32.407, putting in another good lap as well. But why can't I see what I'm looking for Harry Trulove? Well, we'll keep our eyes on that. Pick up some of these sheets that we have here, and let's just see what the best time that we've got from Ben Curry so far. If I have a look at the combined times for Ben Curry, his best was a 131.5 up until session 4. And session 4, what did we see Ben Curry doing in that one? At 132.1. So Ben Curry 131.3. That's his best that we've seen to this point, unless there has been something else going on. But yeah, impressive run for those McCams Yamahas. We do hope to. I'm pretty sure the kind of development race that will be happening in Supersport this year will be interesting. It'll be a little bit like what we've seen with the Ducatis and the Triumphs, how the BOP needs to be set with those ones. And yeah, it'll be interesting just to see exactly how those R9s go, because we've seen them going so well in the World Championship rounds. But remember, it's a completely different kind of setup that we have on those. McGuinness 132.2 yesterday was his personal best. 132.094. Am I seeing that correctly? 132.094 for John McGuinness. Is that a new personal best? I think it is, by 0.2 of a second. Oh, hold the bus on the last lap round. Have Honda put a new tyre on the McGuinness man? That's definitely going to cost me the tray of tonics that we talked about. Offered to buy him a pint if he got inside the top 10 yesterday. Currently McGuinness sits in 10th place, just behind Ben Luxton, who's gone up. McGuinness on that last lap went up 4. He'll have a fairly sizable grin on the way around, one would imagine. But there's lots of fast people doing fast laps as we get down to the last 1 minute and 20 seconds-ish of this session. McGuinness still putting together a good run, as is Jack Kennedy at the top. This could be another benchmark for Jack Kennedy. That 130.626 could be about to be moved. The two Hondas together. Kennedy towing round Harrison, crossing the line, 131.2. So loses a little bit of time behind Dino, and then tries to slide through on the inside. Scott Hargreaves will be, well, he won't be, yeah, well, he will not be liking that too much. Be wanting the boys to play very much fair if they can. Here comes McGuinness again across the line. What does John McGuinness do? 132.025, another fastest lap for John McGuinness. Keeps himself in 10th place. Yes, calm down there, old boy. I want to see you roll into that as you come out of Hollywood. Does he sit up as he makes his way out of there? He most very much does. That could be a costly one for myself as John goes down through the crane of curves and in towards the old hairpin. A good run of laps for John. Very good run of laps. Let's see if he points to the commentary box as he's coming round. See if I noticed that one. Well, I did, John. 10th place, 3 personal bests, back to back to back. Very impressive. Jack Maffey comes into the pit lane on the Astro JGR Hippo bike. 2-1 checkered flag. There's Ash Beach in the pit lane as well. The two Honda CBR 600 still racing each other all the way around here. And I've got to say, very impressed with how Dean Harrison has put himself on the track and running with Jack Kennedy, and very much up to speed with Jack Kennedy as well. They make their way back into the pit lane. Good session for those chaps. And there comes McGuinness, always wheeling. He thinks he's in a happy place right now, as you would. He's about to finish that session, 10th overall, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th fastest in stock 1000. Well done, John McGuinness. That has made my test. Let's see if he looks up towards the commentary point. Brilliant for that one. Yes, gives us a wave on the way in. Well, you can't keep a good man down as he comes in. A couple of personal bests on the way towards that one, and interesting stuff. Quattro Group British Supersport and the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. That's their final test session, and it's been an interesting one to watch them along the way. Kennedy fastest from Ash Beach and Dean Harrison, with Dan Brooks and Ben Curry in 5th place. Ricardo Brink, there's a new name for us up there in 6th place, ahead of Richard White, a really good test. Eduardo Colombi with the MMB Ducati squad in 8th, Ben Luxton, and rounding out the top 10, who have just been waxing lyrical about, John McGuinness. Guys, I'll see you at Oulton Park. Thank you very much.